Learning how to create a professional website is a skill set that's needed today more than ever before. If you've ever wanted to learn how to build websites from scratch for your business or for your clients, I've designed the perfect online school that is going to walk you through step by step and teach you everything that you need to learn how to do. And the best part about it is that you can access this course from any device in the world, including your cell phone. Just go to our website, browse the courses, pick the one you like, and it's that simple. One of the biggest benefits from this course is that you get to learn live. Hey, what's going on? Matthew Taman here from LearnJoomlaFast.com. You know, I get a ton of questions from startups, small businesses, entrepreneurs, organizations, mid-sized companies that are looking to learn Joomla. So I wanted to take some time in 2020. I wanted to create a Joomla for dummies. So if you're listening to this, yes, you're a dummy. You're probably a big dummy or a little dummy. Either way, you are a dummy. Okay. I'm just joking. I'm joking because I know, people start sending a bunch of emails saying, Matthew, you call me a dummy, blah, blah, blah. It's just a joke. Okay. But seriously, for all the dummies out there, right? I wanted to do something, okay? So this is the only Joomla tutorial that you need to watch if you are brand new to Joomla, or maybe using it for, you've been using it for a few months and whatnot, but you're still not clear. So I want to break things down for you. I started using Joomla back in 2007. Now back then it was 1.5, so we didn't have a lot of video tutorials to explain everything, to break things down. So it was learning by messing up. That's how I learned from the School of Hard Knocks. So I want to help you from going through that heartache. Okay, so once again, this is the only tutorial that you're going to have to watch if you're getting started with Joomla. And I recommend that you pay close attention to this because it is going to save you a lot of time and it is going to save you a lot of money. So what exactly is Joomla for Dummies and who is it geared towards? Well, let me explain something here. I've spoken to a lot of entrepreneurs that use Joomla and they're frustrated. Like with any software, I don't care how simple it is, how basic it is, how magnificent it is. You're always going to go through what I call a learning curve. And that is what some people face. So the reasons why as you're going to learn here is because of this. So let's get to the bottom of this thing here. Okay, so the first thing that I want to help you understand is that I want to address what exactly is Joomla. And to understand what Joomla is, let us go to the website. So you go to joomla.org. Now this here gives you a very good idea about what Joomla is. If you've never heard of it or if you're just getting started with it, it gives you some information. You can watch this video to see what it's about. You can scroll through the website just to kind of familiarize yourself with different things. And I'm going to be covering all the core things in terms of understanding what it is and how you can be able to get started with it. So first, Joomla is a content management system. So when this says CMS, I'm sure if you've heard of the word CMS, it's a content management system. What exactly is a content management system? What does that do? Well, way back in the day, as we say, when I started online, this was back in 2002. Even probably before that, when I started Adobe Dreamweaver, we had to hand code everything. We didn't have certain content management systems back then. And what a content management system is, it allows you to to organize your text, your images, your videos, pretty much everything that goes into building a website. So let's take a look at this website that I created, the LearnJoomlaFast.com one. What a content management system does is all this information that you're seeing right here is being organized somewhere. Okay, we're going to take a look at that later on. It is being organized. You see how there's 3 columns here, and you see this content, you see this video, and you see this link, and you see the picture and everything. A content management system in a nutshell. Okay, I don't want to get too technical. It allows you to properly and professionally organize the content for your website. So this includes videos, this includes images, this includes text, this includes everything that goes into building a website. Now with Joomla, let's go back on their website here. With Joomla, what it does is like you have WordPress, you have Drupal, you have Magento, and they have so many other content management systems. Once again, I want to keep this very, very basic and very, very simple for you. So when you go on their website, they have a lot going on here. So you can download it. Joomla is absolutely free. So you don't have to pay for it. There's no fees for you to use Joomla, okay? And we're going to talk about how to get access to it later on. But if you want to give it a shot, they have a section you can download it or you can launch it. So when you click on the launch, it takes you to a place where you can be able to create a website. You can put your site name and you can kind of give it a test run just to see how that works. Now, this is a really great way for you to use if you just want to try it out and see how it really works. So you put your site name here. They didn't have this here before, so this is something new that they're doing. So you click on the drop down, you choose your version, and 3.9 as of right now is the latest one, the stable. They have the 4.0, which is going to be, it's still in beta, and I don't recommend you use that for your site. And then you have the location, you choose your monthly. So I think they have a fee that's associated with this, but you can be able to create a site just like this and test it out. I'm going to show you what the back end looks like and explain that a little bit more. So to recap, what exactly is Joomla? Let's go back here. Joomla is a content management system that allows you to professionally and nicely organize the information that you want to share on your website. So if you have text, as you can see here, if you have images, if you have links, if you have a bunch of different things, this is where it makes it a lot easier. Now, before content management systems, you had the Dreamweaver, which you had to hand code everything. And that took so much time to hand code. I mean, when I used to code with Dreamweaver, you had to do the CSS by hand, you had to do the HTML, the JavaScript, and it just took so much time, which with Joomla, that's optional, which we're going to cover that in just a moment. And as you can see, this is the website that I built with Joomla among many other websites. So it allows you to do that. So now that we have talked about the basics of what Joomla is, I hope that clears things for you. Let's take a look now at the next thing, which is the front end and the back end. When you have a Joomla website, you typically have two sections. The front end that you're looking at right now, this is what the general public is going to see. This is the information that you put out there, that you add your content, you add your images, you add your videos, you add your links. If you're selling things, you add all that stuff on the front end. Okay, now let's take a look at the back end. Now, when you get to your back end, you have a login like this, and you put your username and your password. Typically, the login is going to be your website name.com/administrator. So the way that you can tell if a website is built with Joomla is at the end of the website, you just add the word administrator, and it's going to let you know, it'll bring you to a page like this one. So let's click here and log into the back end so you can see how that looks. So when you log into the back end of your Joomla website, when you first install it, this is what it looks like. Now I've added additional extensions, which we're going to cover in just a moment. But this is how every Joomla website looks like. When you install it, it looks exactly like this for the version 3.9. Now 4.0 has a different layout, but it's the same thing. So everything that you do on the back end here, you have certain key things here. Everything that people see on the front end, you can do that on the back end. So you have the system. This is a very important part that you don't want to give just anyone access to it, because this is the core part of your website that if someone get access to it, they can really just mess up your site. But I don't want to go into too much details on that because I have another course that goes extensively through all of these. But In the nutshell, everything that you do on your website here is back here. So for the users, when people create an account on your site, you can see them here. You can be able to create different groups that they can be, part of. You can set what's called access control. And what that means is that if you don't want people to see certain pages on your website, or if you want to give just a few number of people or a lot of people access to one part and not the general public, you can create all those things here. And you can set permission levels. What permission levels does is it makes certain people see some things and other people not to see those things. So if you have a membership website, for example, that you wanted to share content that is not available to everyone, then you can definitely use the users and to be able to create different groups that can have access to that. And then you have the menus. Let's go on the front end here. All the menus you see right here, this is being controlled back here. This is where you can be able to go in to add additional menus, and you can design and designate where that menu shows on the front end of your website. So if you wanted to add more content, you can come to the menus and you can add new menus, or you can edit. Now, by default, Joomla gives you about 3 menus that you can be able to use, but you can create as many menus as you need to, and within each menu, you can add as many items as you need to. So if you wanted to create a website that has 1,500 pages, you can definitely do that. You can add those menus, and all of it can be managed right over here. So let's go over to the content. Now in Joomla, a web page, when I look at this page right now, this is considered an article. I'm sorry, article, yes. So an article page, what that means is that this is a page where you can add content on. So when I go to add new article and I go to articles, you are going to see everything that's been created. And as you can see right now, this is everything here that's been added on the article pages, and it gives you a lot of flexibility. You can add some more. If I wanted to add a new article, I can do that. If I wanted to add categories, I can do that as well. If I want to add fields and groups and media. So if you wanted to upload images, you wanted to upload videos, short videos. Now, I don't recommend uploading extremely long videos on your media part. You can just use an external third party to do that, which we're going to take a look at in just a moment. But your media, this is where all of your photos can be uploaded. So you have all your photos. You can create as many different folders as you need to. Maybe you have a restaurant, for example, you want to create something with a lot of galleries. Well, this is where you can be able to do that. So this works just fine. Now let's go over to components. Let's go over to the Joomla website here. And this part where we talk about extension. So an extension allows you to add additional feature on your website that did not come with the default Joomla. So when you initially install Joomla, let's say you wanted to sell a product, for example. By the core Joomla site, you can't really start selling like that. You need to add what's called an extension, and there are different types of extensions. You have a plugin, you have a module, and then you have a component. So let's go back to the back end of Joomla here. So let's go over to extend, and I'm going to explain what this part is later on. So let's go to install for now. So as you can see on the website, you click on download and extend, you go to extensions. And from here, you can see so many extensions. I think they have 7,000, yes, almost 8,000 extensions. So what that means is that if there is a feature on your website that you want to add, that you want to give people access to, for example, let's say, I'm just going to go through this here. Let's say you want a membership, right? And you wanted to add a membership functionality where people pay to get access to your content. Well, you can check out the clients and communities. So you can see a membership, project management, help desk, communities, a forum, portfolio, downloads. They have so many different extensions that you can get access to. Some of the extensions are free and some of them are paid. So let's take a look at the back end. Now, this is a feature that was introduced in version 3.2. for you to be able to have the ability to install extensions on things on the back end. So as you go through here, you notice that you see, let's take this one for example. You see 4 different icons here. The first one is the $sign, which means that this component, this item here, you have to pay for it. This one here, it's free. You don't see any $sign next to it, so that means that that is free. And what some extension developers do is that they'll create 2 versions of the extensions. They'll create a free version and they'll create a paid version. So for this one, a keyword backup, they have a free version and they have a pro version, which we're going to talk about that in just a moment. So let's take a look here. So you see CMP. If you mouse over, you notice that this is component, this is module, and this is a plugin. Now let's take a little breakdown of what each of these are. So a component usually have an admin, a back end where you can be able to customize things. A component usually have different interface where it gives you a lot of features, a lot of different things that you can do on the back end. And when you install something, it is going to show up on the component. So anytime that you install any one of these here, it is going to automatically show up on the component tab here. So how do you install something? So you go to extensions, you go to manage, and you go to install. When you get to it, you're going to get to this page. You can either upload a package, and what that means is that if you don't go through this route, sometimes when you try to install it from here, you might get an error or something that the developers wanted you to get it from this site. In that case, if it's not working through here, then you can just go after you've purchased the item, you just drag it and drop it right over here, and it's going to automatically show up on here. So components have an interface. That's one of the biggest difference with it is that, take a look, for example, this appointment booking pro. This is the interface for it. So you can do a lot of changes back here. You can sometimes change the colors, you can change the items, you can create categories, you can create a whole lot. So components give you a lot more control over what you can do in terms of adding those features. And then you have the extensions. So on the extensions tab, this is where you go to install, you go to update, you go to manage, you check out your database, you can check all the core things about your site under the extensions tab. And this is where you have your modules. So let's go over to modules. When you look at the front end of your Joomla website, everything you see here is in a module position. So that means that in order for you to add, let's say if I wanted to add a text or a video or an image, I would have to add this on a certain module position on the template. And we're going to talk about templates in just a moment. But what you're looking right now, everything looks together. But on the back end of it, this is what you have. You have different positions. Let's click on search tools and let's go over to the drop down here. These are all the positions that are currently active, that are being used. So every website has a template and every template has a position. This are called module positions. That allows you to add different items like images, links, videos, I mean, you name it, HTML coding, JavaScripts, and all those things. That's where your module comes into play. So now we have the plugins. And plugins, just like components, are similar but different. A plugin, think of a plugin as something that's meant to give you quick access to do something real quickly. With plugins, you don't have a whole lot of interface stuff to change. So for example, here, there's a plugin, I just clicked on it. Now you notice we took a look at a component before, and a component had a whole lot more different things you can customize, you can tweak, you can do that. Now there are some plugins that gives you some of those options, but generally speaking, a plugin is meant to kind of get, things plugged in, connected in a lot easier and a lot faster way. So as you scroll down, you have a whole lot of them. You can go to the search tools. You can choose the type that you're looking for. And you go to this menu here, it shows you all the different type of plugins that you have. So every time that you install a component, most components have a plugin with it. So if you don't see everything, then you have to go through here and just type the name for it or the name of it, and you're going to see that. But most components have plugins and have modules with it. It's like a three combo deal. So we talked about the plugins. Now templates, let's go over to templates. Templates allow you to be able to add custom design, custom look. So with this particular template here, it's something custom that I built. So you can either build something from scratch, or you can go to one of the developers to buy something. There are lots of different developers out there that you can buy your templates from. Or if you want to, like I said, if you want to do it yourself when you become more familiar. But this is where all your templates are going to be located. Every time that you install a new template, you come to extensions and you go over to templates, and you have the templates, and you have the template styles. The style just shows you what it looks like with a thumbnail. So let's go over here and let's go to the templates. So now as you can see here, it shows you the little thumbnail of what your site looks like. It shows you, just some of the basic things here. So this is where all your templates are. You can enable a template or you can disable one. You can also choose to have a default template. When you see this star right here, if I click on this now, it's going to change what this template looks like on the front end. And whatever design that this proto star has, if I click on this and I refresh this page, that is what you're going to see on this on the front end. So let's go over to languages. If you have a multilingual website or you want to create one of the great things about Joomla is that you can create as many different languages as you need to. So you can have one for English, you can have one for Spanish, you can have one for French, and all that works just smooth. It's very, very smooth with how that works. So if you have certain people that you want to target for different languages, this is where you do that. Now, again, I'm not going to go into details with how all that stuff works, but you have the ability to translate your website into multiple languages, as many languages as you need to. So now let's go over to the help. This is where you can be able to find all the help things, the different items. If you want to know a little bit more, you can be able to get that stuff here. And I really encourage people to just click on these. When you click on them, it takes you to the Joomla website where you can be able to learn a little bit more about it. So now that you have a basic understanding or an overview of how this is, I want to talk to you about backups. One of the biggest mistake that most Joomla owners make is that they don't back up their websites. If you don't back up your website, you're going to realize that if something happens to it, let's say you're doing some edits and you click save, the moment you click save, if you haven't backed up your website, all the changes that you made, whether it's by mistake or intentionally, it is going to be saved. So what you need to do is you need to go to extensions, go to manage, and you want to go to install. From the install, you want to go to install from web. There's one extension that you see that is the first one. This is Akiba Backup. This extension here will save you so much time and so much money. I've had so many clients over the years, so many students, that their website was literally saved because they installed this. You just click to install it, and then from here you click to install. I've already done so on this one here, Akiba Backup. But when you do this, you can be able to create backups of your website. So in case there's any issues with anything, you can easily restore that website back. I have seen so many people that have, worked on their website. They didn't make any changes or anything, and then something happens to it, and all that information that they've made, all the changes, all the updates was lost. Okay, so you want to definitely make sure that you are able to back that up with the Akiba backup. Now let's talk about web hosting. Now there's certain environments that Joomla works better under, and there's certain type of server like the Linux server. I don't really use Joomla on the Windows server. So what that means is that when you're looking for a web hosting company, as you can see here, Joomla's been hosted by Roshan. I haven't used them personally, but if Joomla's using them, that means that they have a reason why, and it works on their site. They have a lot of different Joomla web hosting companies that can host your website. In order for people to access your website around the world, you're going to need a web host. You're going to need somewhere that people can type the URL or type something in here and to get to you. So you need to find a web hosting company that will host your website. This is where all the files that you're creating is going to be stored, your database. And a database is just a place where information is being stored. So when you look at this site right here, all those images, the links, the video, the whatever it is, has been stored in the database. If I delete that database and I come back on this very page, nothing's going to be there. So a web hosting saves you a lot of time because it allows you to host everything there. And like I said, you can check out Roshan and see if that works for you. But if not, they have other ones that you can be able to use as well. So next, let's talk about support. Now, one of the frustrating things is with any third-party extension, and when I'm in third-party, when it's not developed by Joomla, because Joomla, they don't really develop any extensions per se. You have other developers that create things, as you can see right here. One of the things is that people need support, and support is very vital for your website. You need to have great support because there are times when you're editing something and then all of a sudden something goes bad or you click something by accident and now you're like, man, I need to reach out to someone to be able to help me. And that is why I started doing the live training. I do the live training because sometimes people need help. A lot of times when people are getting started, even those that have been using Joomla for some time, they need that extra professional assistance to guide them, answer questions. So I started doing the live training where you choose from the packages here. And once you sign up, we book a date that works for you. And whatever you want to learn, I can be able to go through that and explain everything. You get to ask questions, and this is done via screen share. So if you're not clear about something, you can ask questions. We communicate that. Or it's not meant to be me showing you everything. You can also share your screen. So if you're having issues with, let's say, SP Page Builder, you can be able to ask questions about it, and I'm going to walk you through how to get that done. And I realized that this is really helping so many businesses because you save a lot of time and you save a lot of money. Trust me, there's nothing like having someone there to look over your shoulder as you're working on your site. And it's going to save you a lot of time because you're going to skip that learning curve instead of taking 2 weeks to figure something out. You can do it within a few hours, so that's where the live training part of it comes in. So support is definitely very, very vital for your Joomla website. And then another thing too, let's go back on the back end here. You want to make sure that your website has security in there. So let's go back to the install from web. You see security. When you go to security, there's another component called Admin Tools Professional. Okay, this is something that's definitely, I recommend that you get Admin Tools. They have other ones out there, Firewall, but this one here is something that I recommend that you get. It's paid. I recommend you get the paid version. You can be able to install it, and it's going to protect your website from the hackers and those that are trying to get access to it. So this is something that's really great because security should be your number one concern. People trust you with the information, so you want to make sure that all the information you put in there is well secure. So security is definitely top priority. And also optimization. Now they have other extensions here that you can be able to use to optimize your website for search engines. And you can search this here, and they have one called SH44. And this is it right here, SH4 for SEF. This is one of the ones that you can be able to use to optimize your website. It's a really cool extension, and they got quite a few, as you can see. But you need to make sure that your website has been optimized so that people can be able to find you. So this means that you put in your description. Okay, and your description, this is where you put stuff. So let's go over to system. Let's go over to global configuration. and then go to the site. Now, generally, this is your metadata description. You can put that in there where it says robots. You want to set that to index follow. What that means is that the search engines, they can be able to follow you and they can index your stuff. That's the core part of it. And you can also go to your menus, for example. You can optimize your menus. Now, when you're creating your description, you want to make sure that's something that's basic, straight to the point. You don't want to create something that's so long, because if it's too long, then it's going to get spammed because you have to have it a certain number of words. So you go to menus, and let's go to blank menu. And I'm going to click on this one here. So every menu that you open, you have this was the metadata. This is where your meta description comes in, and you can use the robots so that they can follow an index. When you click on this drop down, index and follow, you can set it to that. That means, again, that you want the search engines to be able to index that. They still index a certain part of your website once you submit it to Google regardless. And then the page display, this is the browser title. So when someone go on your website, the information that you, as you can see right now, live one-on-one Joomla training for beginners, this is where you put that for the browser title. And for the alias, this is what the search engines are going to see, that link. This is what people are going to see so that they know what that page is about. So that's key thing for you to do. And they have a lot of different social integration tools that you can be able to use. Once again, we live in a world that now it's a lot of social shares, social this and social. So you want to make sure that you grab one of these extensions to be able to share content to like Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and different things, places like that. So that covers that part of it. And let's take a look at the back end. So we went over there. Now let's just go back here to this. And I hope that this session here really gave you like a really good idea, a basic understanding about Joomla and where to get started, what to do, to kind of point you in the right direction. When I started, all this stuff wasn't available back then, so you can imagine I had to, dig deep and learn and mess up and screw up a few things in my sites and before I actually learn. So that's why I created Learn Joomla Fast. So for those that want to learn, we provide 2 ways for you to learn. The first method is you can get access to our courses here that I created, over 1,000 video tutorials that you can access, 1,000 lessons, step by step. As you can see here, go through everything that you need to know. This is the one method. You can get access to that. And it's the live training, which is the next one. And as I mentioned before, the live training, this is where you learn one-on-one via Zoom share or another method. You can be able to watch my screen, or you can share your screen and ask me any questions about using Joomla for your website, anything regarding Joomla, whatever issues that you're having, we can be able to talk about it and go over those things, because I know that when you do live training, it saves you so much headache. The learning curve, you skip that learning curve and you're able to get your site a lot faster. As you can see here, we have a lot of people that have used this and they're able to get access to, great training, premium training. I've been using Joomla since 2007. So I'm not a rookie. I'm not just getting started. I'm not just trying to figure this here and there out. I can definitely help you with whatever questions that you have. So I hope that this training, this lesson, this session, whatever you want to call it, has given you enough information to kind of lead you in the right direction. So if you have any other questions, please just go to learnjoomlafast.com and you can reach out to me there. You can sign up for my live training or the courses and get the best support possible that you can get. And I hope that this year is going to be the best year that you've ever had for your business. Hey, what's going on? Matthew Taman here. Listen, I am excited to let you guys know about a brand new course that I just completed. It is called Helix Ultimate Masterclass for Absolute Beginners. This course teaches you everything that you need to know how to use the framework. And if you create websites with Joomla, then you need to understand how frameworks work. because they're going to save you so much time and so much money. There's so many frameworks out there to use. So how do you decide which one? Well, let me tell you something. The Helix framework is an awesome framework that I definitely recommend. And this course walks you through step by step everything that you need to learn how to do, how to change menus, colors, the background, move things around, customize things, how do you add custom code in. So if you are a beginner, this course is perfect for you, because at the end of it, you're going to learn everything you need to know how to edit it. Whether you have an existing website, you can edit the website, or if you're starting a fresh new website, you are going to have all the skill sets that's needed for it. And since it's integrated with the HTTP page builder, you're going to learn the differences, the similarities, and how you can be able to make everything work by combining both Page Builder and the Helix framework. So I'm really excited about this course, and I look forward to you taking it. Welcome to another lesson. In this lesson, we want to talk about what a framework is and why it's important. Now, as I mentioned before, this course is for beginners or those that are just getting started. So I don't want to bore you with all the technicalities and, because that's not really important right now. What you need to understand is that a framework is a starting point. So this is a great starting point if you want to build something and you don't know where to start. This gives you the menus, the images you see there, this button. So that way, as you are customizing it, as you learn, you can be able to make tweaks, you can be able to make changes, you can be able to do so many things with this template. So in essence, a framework gives you a great starting point. Let's say you wanted to build a house, but you didn't really want to spend time to do the groundwork from start. So you get a house that's like a shell house, and it has everything, the structures already in place. And all that you have to do is just to put the finishing touches with it. Maybe you want to change the color, you want to change something, that was done, but you already have a great starting point. So that's what we're looking at here with this one. Everything comes ready, and now all you have to do is just to customize it, change the images, change the links, and change other things that you see on the template. And that's very simple to do, as you're going to learn throughout this course. Hello and welcome to another video. In this lesson, I want to show you how to download Helix Ultimate. When you go on their website and you click on Helix, if you want to get a little bit more information about it, you kind of just scroll down here to see all the the features that comes with it. And this gives you a very clear idea of what to expect. Now, when you're getting started, sometimes you may not really understand what these features fully mean and how to be able to use them. And that's why, this course is going to help you with that. But it has a lot of different features here as you scroll through the page, and it's integrated and supported by HTTP Page Builder, which we're going to cover, and how those two work together. So you scroll and get a good idea of what it's about. So once you've done that, you need to download it. When you click on the download, you need to create an account. Once you've done so, you just click on one of these two here. Now, let me explain what these are. A quick start is this. This already comes with everything that's needed. So with a quick start, you don't have to build anything, add anything. You just have to customize things the way that you want. So what customizing means, if you wanted to change this image in the background, you can change that. If you wanted to change the menu items, you can do that as well. So this is what we're going to be using here is the quick start package. Now the other package here is just a template. And what the template is just the bare bones. So with the template, you don't have anything. You have just the structure of it. So you don't have any text. You don't have any buttons or images or any of the things that you see on here. It just comes just with the framework. Now, this is good if you want to build a project from scratch. When you become a little more familiar with it and you feel a lot more comfortable, then you can use the template, which is what I typically mostly use because I use just the bare bones and I can be able to create my own styles. But since we're getting started here, and for the purpose of this course, I want you to download the quick start. So click and download it, and we're going to continue on in the next video. Hello and welcome to another video. In this lesson, I want to show you how to install the Helix Ultimate Framework. Now, before we do that, you need to make sure that you have a web host. So whether you have a cPanel or something equivalent that allow you to be able to install Joomla, then you're going to need access to that. You may need to contact your host to get your cPanel login and sometimes your FTP login. But for the sake of this, I'm not going to use the FTP. I want to show you a faster way of how you can be able to get to install it. So make sure that you have your login. If you don't know which login it is, contact your web host. A web host is just a company that allows for you to put your stuff so that it's visible online, so anyone around the world can be able to access it. So once you have that login, you put the username and the password. So once you've successfully logged in, your screen should look something like this. Once again, your dashboard may be different, but majority of people use cPanel or control panel to be able to install Joomla. So if yours doesn't look like this, as long as you're able to find a place that allows you to have control over the back end, if you don't know where that is or how to get access to it, make sure that you ask your web host, because they're going to let you know exactly where to get access to. You're going to need this in order to move forward at this point. So next is we're going to learn how to create a database. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to build or create a database. Now, I don't want to get into the technical aspect of what a database is, what makes it up and things like that, because that's not important. What you do need to understand, however, is that a database allows for you to store information. So in order for Joomla to work, you need to connect it to a database. So all your user accounts, all your information there, whether it's your content, your images, your videos, your link, all those things are being stored in this database that you're going to create. And you're going to need this information later on so that you can be able to put it in an SU or install in Joomla. So once again, if your dashboard doesn't look something like this, make sure to contact your web host and ask them how do you install or create a database, and they're going to be able to let you know exactly where to do that. And once you've gotten that information, if your dashboard looks like this, just click on MySQL databases. On this page, you're going to have a prefix. All databases have prefix based on your domain. Now, this is a demo account that I set up for this course. So as you can see here, I've created several demo databases for testing purposes. So what you want to do, you want to name your database. Whatever name you come up with, it doesn't have to be anything extensively long. It can be something that's very short and descriptive so that you remember what it is. As your site if you add more sites, for example, more stuff, then you may want to create things with names that you remember. So for this one, I'm just going to call Helix U, and then you click on Create Database, and you get this message that your database has been added successfully. So I'm just going to right click, hover over that, and then just copy this, because you're going to need this information later on when you are connecting Joomla. So you go to back, and from here you want to scroll down. You want to find where it says add new user. So this is the user that's connected to. Once again, I don't want to get too technical, but for the user, you can use the same name as your database, or you can create something else. But for this purpose, I'm just going to create the same thing, Helix U. And then for the password, since I have a Mac, it's suggesting for me to use this, but I'm not going to use it because there's like a demo stuff. So you can create something that is very simple for you to remember. And once your database user has been added, it shows you the password strength here. So you want to make sure that you have something to have a very strong number here. So if your number's like in the 20s and 30s and 40s, you don't want to go with that. So once you've done, you click on Create User. And then once that user is successfully added, you get the same message. Once again, I don't have to copy this, but I already have it. So I'm going to click on Back. And finally, the last step that you need to do in order for your database to be connected properly. Now, if you don't do this step and you're trying to install Joomla in the next step, it's not going to work. So this is a very key step that sometimes people forget it, and then my installation is not working. So what you want to do is you want to add user to your database. That is going to connect it. So you click on this drop down, and if your back end looks like this, you're going to get a drop down like this. But if you don't have anything, you may need to just add something fresh. So let's click on here, and we're going to go to Helix U. That is the user, and go for the database, the same thing, Helix U, and then you click to add. When you get to the add, you see some very important information here. You always want to make sure that you know what the user is and what the database is. So you want to click on all privileges. It's very important. If you don't click on some of these here, it's not going to work correctly. So remember the database user and the database username. So let's click on make changes, and you get this message that everything has been done successfully. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at installing it on your server. In the last lesson, we created a database and added a user successfully. Now we're going to need this information here for the completion. So you can just copy like that and just highlight and copy. And you want to go back to your home. And then from here, you want to go to where it says File Manager. So you click on this. In your File Manager here, I know that it looks like you have a lot of things going on. But what you need to find here is just the public_HTML. So you click on this. And this is going to show you all the current folders and files that are part of this particular section here. So what you need to do right now is, if this is going to be on your root domain, in other words, if people are going to go to your website name, your business name, whatever .com or .net, then this is where you would install the Helix framework that you're working with. But because I have other demo stuff here that I've already put, this is going to be in a subfolder. Now you can put this on a subdomain or in a subfolder. In this case, we're going to put this in a subfolder. So at the very top corner here, you want to click on the folder. Now, once again, if your dashboard doesn't look like this, you should have somewhere that you can click on to create a new folder that is going to be part of your this domain. So I'm going to click on new folder. And in this folder, I'm just going to call it Helix U, and then click on create new folder. So now we've successfully created a new folder. So you can click here, you double click on the folder, and there is nothing in this folder. So now what we need to do is we need to import the Helix framework package that we downloaded, quick start, that you saw early on. So we need to import that in here, and to do so is very simple. You go at the very top here where it says upload, and you click on it. It's going to prompt you to come on the screen. You can either drag the file and put it on here, or you can click select and you're going to start loading it. So what I'm going to do is, since I already have the file, now the file that you downloaded, you don't need to unzip it, just the file exactly how you have it. You got to do is just drag it over here, or just select and you drop it. And now it's going to let you know that it's uploading it. So just give it a few minutes or so. It's very quick, and then you can be able to move on to the next phase. Once it's been successfully uploaded, you're going to see this. The bar should be at 100%. So all you have to do is click this X to exit that screen. Now, when you come on here, you still wouldn't notice anything. What you have to do at this point is you have to click on reload. Now, when you reload it, you see the Helix Ultimate Quick Start here. So you click on it to highlight it. So now it's been successfully added on the server, but you still can't get access to where, to extract it. So to extract it, you click on it and you click on extract. And it asks you where you're putting this. Now, if your screen look like this, then this is how it needs to be. So you don't want to change anything on here. So if you're putting it on your main folders I mentioned before, it's going to automatically just do that for you. So in this case, just click on extract files, and extraction results is complete. You want to click on close. So once you've gotten to the stage, that's great. That means that you've successfully installed everything almost. Then you want to go, you'll open up another browser, and you're going to type in my case, the domain name /HelixU. That is where it's been installed. And then you click to enter. So from here now, you are able to put in the information that you want for your site. So this one I was going to call a Helix Ultimate. And you don't have to put description, but you can. We'll look at that later on. And for the email, you can just put in any email that you want to put in here, or the email that is connected to, something that you use a lot. But I'm just going to put, just anything here. You can always change this later, and you want to put the username, and then you want to put the password. Once again, Mac is suggesting, but I don't want to use that. So I'm just going to use something very basic for now. And the site offline, you want to keep this to no, and click on next. Save the password? Not really. And from here, it's asking you the username. So remember the username you had on earlier. So I'm just going to do that. If you don't know what it is, just go back to my SQL databases, and you can find out what that username that you use if you forgot what it is, and you can scroll down, you can find the current user in the database. So you're going to need both of those. In this case, it's the same thing. So put it there, and I'm going to put the password. And in terms of table prefix, don't worry much about this. Just don't change anything else. Click on next. When you get to the stage, everything needs to look exactly like how my page look. In other words, if you have anything here that says on, you need to contact your web host so they can fix that, because sometimes you can have, for example, like the magic quotes that says no. So you don't want to have anything that says no. So once you've done that, the final step is you want to click on install. And you get this message: congratulations, Joomla is now installed. So this is great if you've gone this far. And there are a couple of things here. If you wanted to install additional languages, which I'm not going to do in this particular course, you can click here, extra step, to add some more, like a multilingual, which I'm not going to do right now. But I just want you to click on remove installation folder. If you don't remove the installation folder, someone else can, come in and, kind of mess it up. So click remove installation folder. Now you've done so. You have the option of going to the site or option of going to the admin. For me, it really doesn't matter which one you choose. For me, I typically just go to the admin just to make sure that's set up properly, because that is the big thing. So in the next lesson, we're going to take a look at this front end site and the administrator. In this lesson, we are going to take a look at the administrator and the front end of the site. So let's click first on the admin. Now, when you click on the admin, it's going to ask you for your username, which is showing you right here, and then the password, whatever password that you used when you created this. So click on administrator. And from here, you want to put in your username and the password you used to create it. Okay, so when you get here, you're going to get something like this. Okay, if this is a fresh install, then you have this. And you can see update, it's showing you some updates. It's showing you Joomla 3.913 is needs to be updated to that. So you want to click here. First, click on view update. So you want to see what type of update that you have, because it's important for you to understand what's there. So simple portfolio, that's an extension that comes with it, which I'm going to cover later on. So you don't need to worry about that for now. Click on the system and go back to control panel. So now you have this Joomla version that's available to update. So since SP Page Builder doesn't have any extra updates on there, then you can do this. But typically, before you update your Joomla site, you have to make sure that you update all your extensions, so that when you update it, it's not going to be a compatibility issue. So let's click here to update. And you get this message. So it's showing you the version that you have installed and the version that is the latest one. You can also download this update package here if you're having problems, installing it this way. So where there's a drop down here, don't change anything. Just click on install the update. And you get this message, Joomla version update status, and you see that it's been updated to the very latest. And at the very bottom here, you can verify that as well. So the version at the bottom here should match the version at the very top. So that is how you update it. Next, we're going to take a look at the back end and the front end. In this lesson, I want to show you how to get rid of this warning message here. So before we dive in to take a look at the basics of the back end, I just want to show you how to get this now. It's very important that anytime that you log into your site, if there are any messages, any yellow or red or anything on your dashboard, you need to pay attention to that. But in this case, this update here, we don't really need it right now. But you want to focus on the PHP version. It's saying that the current version now is 7.1.33. So you need to update this, and it's going to be supported until December 1st. So what you want to do is from your web host, your control panel, once again, if you don't feel comfortable doing this, you can contact your web host and they can tell you how to do that, or they can do that for you. But if you have a C panel, a control panel, and your dashboard looks something like this, you can do this yourself. So you go on the search, you just type in PHP, and you can see PHP, the multi-PHP manager. Click on this. From here, it is going to show you the current version that your server is using. But at the right hand corner here, it's going to show when you click on this, you get a drop down. So 7.2 and 7.3. So for this one, I'm just going to update it to 7.3. You can do 7.2, but I'm going to do that. And once you've done so, you select the site that you want to do this on, and then you click on apply, and you get a message saying that was successful. So now let's go back to the Joomla backend. To verify this, you can reload this page to make sure that the message is no longer showing you. So let's refresh this and see if it was done successfully. And as you can see, that message is no longer there. So that meant that you've upgraded your PHP to the highest level that you possibly can. So that's going to get rid of the message. But for security reasons as well, it's very important that you make sure that you update your PHP to the latest version, because if not, it can cause a lot of security breaches, and you definitely don't want that to happen to your site. Hello and welcome to another lesson. In this lesson, we want to take a look at a quick overview for the back end of Joomla here. So this is version 3.9. Version 4.0 is going to be released in a few months at the start of 2020. So once you log in the back end here, this is just, the tabs, systems, users. Now, I'm not going to go over all the details here because it's really to focus on just the Helix Ultimate. But these is pretty much everything that you need to control your website. So this is considered the back end. Joomla has a front end that is what is visible to the public, and has a back end that is should be accessible only to the site owner and the admin. So the system, you have help. You can go through the menus here if there's something that you wanted to get information about. You have extensions, which we're going to cover in just a second. And then you have the menus. These are the menus that's part of your existing site. But at the moment, you really can't see anything right now in terms of what the site actually looks like. So all the work that's been done here is going to show up on the front end. So to access the front end of the Joomla site, you want to click at the very top corner here where it says the name, whatever name that you chose, you click on it. So now you see we'll have identical copy with what is on Joomla Shaper's website, because it has everything on there. So this is the front end of your website. And the front end, this is what the general public sees. You can do a lot of stuff. And at the end of this course, you're going to understand how to change every single thing on this template to customize it exactly how you want it to be. So this is the front end. You kind of, just do a little bit of click through to make sure everything, or you can even compare it to the original template that you got from there. So that's pretty much the front end part of it. Now, one thing I want to say here, when you click on, let's say, the About Us or the About page, when you go up to the very top of the URL, you notice that you have the name.com / the folder index.php. We need to remove this index.php because that is not really search engine friendly. So you need to make sure that you don't have this index.php as part of your domain. If you click around, let's click somewhere else. We're in a different page now, and you're going to notice that you still have this index.php on there. So let's change that. Now to do so, you want to go back to your control panel. You want to go back and locate the folder, or if it's in your primary domain, wherever you install this particular template, and you want to be able to find where it says htaccess.txt. Right click, rename, and you want to just delete everything and just leave the .htaccess, and you click on rename. So once you've done that, now you want to go back to your Joomla site, to the admin part, and you want to go over to system, global configuration, and you want to change where it says use URL rewriting. You want to set this to yes. For this other parts, don't worry about these for now, and you click save and close. And then you get this message configuration saved. You want to go back to the front end again, and notice that we'll still have this index.php as part of the domain, which is not really search engine friendly. So to do so, I'm just going to click back on the home page. Now that I've gone back to the home page, I'm going to click on another page again so you can see. So now when you go up to the domain name, you don't have the index.php as part of it. So now it's removed that. So what we did was we did URL rewriting, and that took care of that part of it. In this lesson, we want to take a look at how SP Page Builder is integrated with Helix. So at the very top here, you notice that you have an SP Page Builder menu. You click on this and you can be able to add pages, integrations. So when you click on the pages, it shows you all the stuff that's currently there now. Now, I would recommend that you get the Pro version, because the Pro version of it gives you a lot more features and a ton of different things that you can be able to do. But SP Page Builder has a free version and a paid version. So throughout this course, you're going to learn how to use SP Page Builder and how it's integrated and to make changes to it. So let's go back on the front end. So everything that you're seeing here is designed with SP Page Builder, which is integrated with Helix, which is the perfect, blend, because you have a lot of customizability. You can change things, you can move things around. So everything that you see on this page, you can literally change it to exactly what you want it to be. And that's because SP Page Builder is integrated with it. Once again, I recommend that you get the Pro version, because the Pro version gives you so much more. If you go here and you kind of scroll through, it gives you a little bit of idea what this about and all the add-ons. So this is the Pro version add-ons that you have, 50 plus, and then these are the free add-ons, which about 14. So you definitely want to grab the Pro version of it, because as you extend your site and you need more features to it, then you can be able to do a little more. And it's at a very reasonable price. So once you've done that, then you can be able to now start using the Pro version, which gives you a little bit more to be able to do. But it's a cool feature, because SP Page Builder and Helix Ultimate, it's a perfect blend. It gives you so much more flexibility and so much more that you can do. In this lesson, we want to take a look now at customizing the Helix Ultimate, what you see here. So there's two customizations: the framework itself and the content that goes on. And you're going to see what I mean here. So you go to extensions and you go to templates. From this page, you want to click on Shaper Helix Ultimate Default. And from here, you want to click on Template Options. Once you finally get to this section here, you're going to notice that you have 8 items or 8 major sections here that we're going to focus on and how it affects this page. So you scroll down, you should be able to see the page on the right side, and you should be able to see this navigation here on the left side. So all of these here, we're going to talk about the basics, the preset, the layout builder, the navigation, the typography, the block, the custom code, and the advanced section of it. And you're going to get a very clear picture of what exactly you need to do in order to manipulate this particular layout here. So let's move on and get started. In this lesson, we want to take a look at the basic tab. So you click on this and you get this drop down here. So the first part of the basic tab is how to change the logo, which is what you see right here. So with the logo, when you click on the drop down, you have 2 options. You have an image and you have a logo text. So what's currently up there now, that is the logo image. So when you click to select, you can design your own logo and you can create whatever that you want it to be. And the height, the current height right now is 36 pixels. So if you want to make your logo, you can make it a little bit larger than that. One of the things about this is that it's kind of like you have to, try it and see how it looks for you. So your logo is probably big, and when you upload it, it fits how you want it to be. So there's something that you would have to personally upload your own logo to it. So let's do that now. So you click on select media. And from here, you see that they currently have this Joomla, which I'm just going to use. I'm going to click on that and click on select. Now, if you had your own logo that you wanted to use, you just click on upload and you can upload it directly into this section, and then you can be able to pick and choose and to add it here. But since they already have this Joomla one, which works perfectly, I'm just going to click on this and then click on select. So now I've selected that one. And at the very bottom here, you notice it says mobile logo. Now, your general logo should not be the same size as your mobile. You want to make sure that your mobile logo is going to fit the right way. So you may have to resize it a little bit smaller, because when you look at it from a mobile screen, it is going to be way too large. So, but for the purpose of this lesson, I'm just going to click on the mobile, and I am going to select the same thing. Now, once again, once you select on the mobile, we'll take a look at that later on, and you can see if it's too big, then you can always adjust it. You click on select. So now that you've added the logo, the next thing that you need to do, you need to click on save. And when this page has been successfully loaded, then you can be able to see the logo right there. Once again, the reason why you can't see the words is because it blends in with the background, which you're going to learn how to do. But that is how you change the logo on the Helix Ultimate. In this lesson, we're going to work on the header. Now the header is this top part right here. So the header height right now is currently set to 60 pixels. You can change that. From right now, it looks okay for me, but if you wanted to change that, you can experiment. So I'm just going to put in like 90. And then for the sticker, so what this means is that when you scroll down, you notice right now it's sticking to the very top. If you don't want that to happen, then you would have to click, you just have to click this here to disable it. Now you still don't see anything yet because you have to save it. And then finally, where it says favicon, you can click to select media. Now the favicon is the little item at the browser that goes at the very top of it to let you know what type of site it is. So let's click on select media. So I have one created here. If you need help to create one, which I definitely think is good to have, you can just search online for favicon generator and then just upload your image and you can go from there. So I'm going to use this one that I have. The reason it's so blurry because it's meant to fit on a 16 by 16 pixel space. So I'm going to click choose, and now it's been uploaded. Now another thing to notice that you need to make sure it says favicon.ico. That's how it's going to be recognized. This .ico is very important to have. That's why you need to research and just search online and convert it to this format. So once you've done, you click on select. So now it's been listed there, but it's really small. As you can see right there, is going to be on your browser so people can know your icon when they come to it. So once you've made these changes, you click on save. So once that's complete, you're going to notice the changes we made now are visible. From here, you notice that the pixels before it was 60. There's a lot more space here, which is 90 than it was before. That is because you changed the header pixel from 60 to 90, which gives it a lot of space. So if that's what you're going for, you can certainly do that with the sticky header. When you scroll down, when you scroll down, this top part was sticking to the very top. But when you scroll down, because we changed the settings to no, when you scroll down now, everything scrolls with it. So that's what the sticky, does if you disable it or if you enable it. So the header part gives you control over this section right here, which, you can pretty much do it exactly how you want it to be. In this lesson, we're going to stick with the basics section, and we are going to work on the preloader. A preloader just preloads something on the screen if that's what you want to show. And the box layout allows you, instead of having like this called a flat layout, that's going to change into a box layout. So let's click on the preloader and let's click on the box. Now, when you have the box layout, you can be able to choose the background that you want. You can choose to inherit. You can choose to repeat horizontally. You can choose pretty much any one of these. Now, what this is saying, the background repeat, is if you have a particular image that you want to put in the background, you can have the flexibility to do so here. And we'll take a look at that in just a moment. But let's click on save so that you can see the effect that the preloader and the box layout had on the template. So as you saw there, the preloader loaded for a few moments and then the template showed. Now the box layout, this is what it looks like. So maybe if you're going for something different and you want to have it like this, then you can be able to use this layout. Sometimes this box layout works for some, but it may not work for you. So now let's take a look at the background here. So let's change the background image. Go to select. And for now, I'm just going to use this gallery and see how this looks. You can pretty much choose any image that you want, but let's try this out and see what we get. So you have that. So that's going to be the background image, and you can choose to inherit just to keep it how it is. You can choose no repeat, repeat or repeat horizontally and vertically. Now this is where the play part comes in. You can feel free to just test everything out and try different variations, see what you like. So the background size, you can choose to contain. When you have cover, it's going to cover everything. When you have contain, it's going to be contained in a particular area. So let's keep it at contain. And let's go down to the background attachment. Do you want it to be scroll or do you want it to be fixed? What fixed does here is when you're scrolling, the image stay fixed and everything else move. However, with scroll, when you scroll, everything scrolls down. So let's try fix first and see what that looks. And then the background position, you can choose several options here. Once again, choose any option that you want here to see how it looks. This like more personal preference because maybe you're going for a particular look that you want. So I'm just going to keep this right now to just the left top and we'll see how that looks. So next you want to click on save. And there's the preload and the action, as you can see here. So that little circle is a preloader. So now you have this background and you know it shows back there. So you can gives you a lot of ways for you to create things. Now for some people, they want to be able to add something in the background. Maybe you're having a special event or something. You can be able to add something back there for that. That's what that cover does. Now if you go down here and you click on contain and you make that change, let's say, so when you scroll, everything stays fixed in the background, but let's change to contain and let's go over to scroll and see the effects that has. So let's change from left top. I'm just going to pick your right top and click on save. So now you have this, and as you notice when I'm scrolling up, it's scrolling up with the image. And you notice that the image here is 2 of it now. So that's what contain does, because the image wasn't large enough to cover everything. The resolution was, not large enough. So it's spreading out to the bottom here, but you can fix that. You can fix, horizontally, vertically. So that is how you customize the body part, and it gives you a lot of flexibility for you to design it exactly how you want it to be. Once again, whatever image that you can put on the background, whatever you want to put there, that is a great way. If you're having a special promo or something, then you want to be able to put that back there. But once again, it's up to you to use your creativity and do whatever you think works best for your business or your website. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at changing or updating the footer. So the footer, when you scroll to the very bottom here, you notice that you have this copyright. Now, do you want to show this copyright? If you want to, then you can check that, lift that with the green. And for the positions, now I know I did not cover module positions, but for right now, just leave it at the footer where it is footer 1. That is going to take care of this section here. And then for the feature position, just leave it at the default. Now the feature, you can have it at before the module or after the module. Once again, you can just click these here to see how they look. You're not going to damage or destroy anything, so you want to feel free to play around with that. Now this is where you can put in your company's information. There are times when you got a template and you just want to brand it as your own. So you can put your company's name here, Joomla templates by whatever name. So this gives you a great way for you to brand it. Now the copyright here, you don't want to change this part because this is coded into the template. So what that means is that whatever year that it is, so even in 2020, it's going to automatically update. Now I've seen a lot of people who sometimes they manually do this and they forget. So years down the line, their website is showing 3 years older than what it actually is. So this helps you to make sure that it automatically updates for you. There's nothing that you have to do. And if you ever accidentally delete this, you can just put in the brackets and put that year in. The CSS on the back end is going to automatically pick that up. So right here, you have to go to top. Go to top is this little icon. When you click on it, it goes to the very top. Now you may want this or you may not. So if you have a very long page or a lot of content on the page, once you start scrolling down, once you get to a certain percentage, this automatically just activates it. So if you notice, I scroll down, it automatically activates it once it gets to a certain percentage of the page. So when you scroll all the way to the very bottom, if you have a lot of content, then you activate this scroll to the top. So when you click on it, it goes back to the top. And if you didn't want this, then you can just click here to disable it. Let's disable the copyright. and you can do that as well. But let's leave this for now and click save so you can see that this has been updated. So click on save. So now you see this here. It is showing the link. Showing the name has been changed, by that. So that's important. If you want to keep that, put your company's name. I didn't change that, but you can change that to whatever you want it to be. So if you click on disable the copyright and you want to disable go to top and click on save. And when you look at the bottom, you don't have the scroll to top and you don't have the copyright here. So you have that option to be able to do that. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the social icons. How do you change or update the social icons? Now, you have an option here where it says enable social icons. If you don't want these, all you have to do is just to click this and you're going to automatically just disable it. So let's see what that looks like. So once you've done so, just click on save. And the social icons, they're no longer available at the very top. So let's enable them again. Now with these here, this position here is position top 1. Every section of this template here is a position, a module position, which we'll take a look at later on. But once again, I didn't go into a lot of in-depth because we're going to cover the positions throughout this video. So the top 1, when you scroll down here, you have top 2, top 3, but this is top 1. And feature position, you can leave it as default. Now, the reason why you're seeing this icons is because you have this hashtag on here. So let's click on save so we can see them again. So you have all these here. Now, if there's a particular one that you didn't want to disable it, we can just gonna delete Flickr just as an example. So you go based on the ones that you want. So if you don't want to have anything there, you disable that. Twitter, you can leave those. You can delete Instagram. WhatsApp, you can delete that. VK, take that off and click on save. So what happened now is that it's eliminated, took all those other ones off that you disable. So if you wanted to put your site name, all you would have to do, for example, where you see Facebook, you just put in https facebook.com and put your name or whatever that page name is. So that's all you have to do with these here, the URL for it. So once you put that there and someone clicks on it, that's going to link to your page. Now for the bottom here, if you wanted to add something, a custom one that's not available on here, all you have to do is just put an FA and then you put in the social network name and then you put in, the URL to that page, whatever that is, and that is going to work. So for example, if they didn't have Instagram here, I'll put in FA-Instagram or FA-YouTube or whatever social network that is, and then put in my link to that page. So whatever your social page is, you put your link to it and it's going to connect you when someone actually clicks on it, or you can just put in a link directly to your website. So for the Facebook, if you don't want to link it to Facebook, you can put the link to your website just by putting the URL, your company.com or .net or whatever that is. So that is how you change, enable, or disable the social icons. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at updating, enabling, or disabling the contact info. The contact info is at the very top of the page. So maybe you want to leave your contact information there, your phone number, your mobile, your email, your hours that you have. You can put that on there. Or if you don't want to have anything on there, you can also disable it. So let's disable it so you can see what it looks like. Click on disable and click on save. So now you have a blank spot, and you can also replace that spot with something else, as you're going to see later on in the course. So let's go back to enable. Once again, the module position for this one is top 2. This one here with the social icons, that's top 1. This is top 2. So you can change these numbers to whatever you want them to be. You can change the email. You can put the, the working hours, and you click on save, see what it looks like. So now we added the working hours so people know what times that you are available. So this is a great way for you to change this here. So you may want to just take everything off, or you may want to keep it. It's pretty much up to you. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the coming soon page. Right now it's disabled, so when you enable it, you're able to see the coming soon title. You can change that to whatever you want it to be. Working on something big. Coming soon content, you can put that there, and you can choose the date. I'm going to put 2019. You can choose 2020 or whenever your new date is. So I'm going to change this here to 12/12/12. And if you have a logo that you wanted to put for that, you can do that as well. So I'm just going to choose this Joomla logo, select. And for the background, I can choose this one right here. I'm going to choose the same gallery and just click select. So the current background image is going to be the background now for the coming soon. So once you've done that, you can also have the social icon show or disable. So let's click on save. So now as you can see, it has this countdown with the background image with it. It has the logo, has working on something big. So whatever message that you want to put here, you can put that there, something like working on some brand new content for my website. Please check back soon. So whatever you want to put there, you can. If you don't like how this image looks, you can delete that. Also, you have the social icons here that you saw in the previous lesson, how to link those. So let's just take this image off and let's click on save and see what we've got. So now you have this countdown based on the date that you chose. If you change this date is going to change. And if you change the year, it's going to change automatically. So now you have the link so people can be able to link to you. This is great if you're working on something on your website and you want to have it coming soon so people know that you're still working on something, whatever short message that you want to put there. Keep it short and straight to the point. That is very clear. You can put that message there, and you can put a logo. You can put anything, not just a logo, but you can put in an image. You can put in whatever that you want to convey at that very top part. And if you didn't want to have, let's say, the social icons, you can just click to disable it and click on save. So now you have working on something big, but you don't have, anything here at the very bottom. So once again, this is pretty much up to you. And that's one of the beauties about the framework, is that it allows you and gives you flexibility to be able to do things exactly how you want it to be. And if you didn't want it, you're done. You can just click on disable it and click on save, and you're good to go. In this video, we're going to take a look at the last option here, the last item here, the error page on the basics tab. So you have two things here. You have logo and you have background image. Now the error page, this is when someone comes to a page that doesn't exist anymore. Maybe you forgot to put a redirect, but they come on the page and there's nothing there. So this gives you the ability for you to brand it how you want it to be. Sometimes people create funny artwork to put up there. So let's go to select, and we are going to once again select the Joomla logo. And for the background, we'll choose this right here. You can pretty much choose anything that you want to go there. And then you click on select. So when people come on, this is what they're going to see for the error page. So let's click on save. In order for this to work, after you click on save, you have to just go to this page. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go here and just type, put in a link that doesn't exist. So I'm going to copy that, and I am just going to put, come here. So when I put a link that doesn't exist, this the 404 is showing me this right now. So nothing exists there. You can't really see it here unless you type in the wrong, URL or something. That's when this is going to pop. So what I'm going to do now is if I clear this background image, I'll click on save. When I come back to this error page, I'm going to refresh it. You see what it looks like. So it just says, 404 page not found, and it has a link back to the home page. So this is a great way too that you can be able to use even for some marketing. Maybe you got a page. Once you set up your 404 pages, you can put whatever you want it to be on there. So there's nothing specific, you can let people know to go somewhere else or whatever you want to convey with it, and you can do all that right here from the error page section. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at changing the body. So you have flexibility to change the color of the body, which you really don't need to, but you can if you want to. Right now, you can see here the color is white. the background is, that you can change that. Now, the reason why I say that you don't really have to change this is because with SP Page Builder, it gives you a lot more flexibility to be able to do that. So if you wanted to manipulate the colors with this, for example, you can do that, change the color to whatever you want it to be, the background and the link color. And then when you click on save, it's going to change based on your settings here. And you can see, it changed based on the options that I chose here. So this is pretty much based on, if you want to do it. But once again, it's not really needed because SP Page Builder gives you a lot more control. But this here is there for you if you want it. So that's how you can change, the color of the body. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at changing the color for the header. So let's go ahead and we can change the background color from being that all white. You can, pick whatever color that you want to experiment with. And then the logo text, you can choose something like that, or you can leave it as is. And then you want to click on save. Now, keep in mind that this only works if you're using the logo as a text and not an image. So if you want to see how that looks, you have to go back under the basics. You have to change the logo type from text, from image. You want to go to logo text, and you can put your logo text right here. Helix U, and you can put your slogan if you want to. So click on save. And now, as you can see, the logo text color is showing this blue here, so you can change that to, let's say, change something out. In this lesson, I want to show you how to change the colors for the top bar and also work in conjunction with the header. So I'll change the header color to, this teal type that you see here. I can make that a little darker if I wanted to, and I can choose the logo text color for it. But since I'm using an image, it's not going to show. So let's go back here over to the basics image. Let's go with a text. So I'm just going to delete that and go back and go now to the presets and go back over to the top bar or the header bar. So go to the top bar and you can choose whatever color you want. The goal of it here is that you can use different color combinations. Maybe you have a certain color scheme that you're going for and you want something that is going to look, different or something unique. You can be able to come here and put whatever colors that you want to go with. So let's try something like that. And then for the text colors, we can leave it as the white or whatever you want it to be. So click on save. So now you see we have an interesting combination up there. And this, like I said, this works very well if you want to brand it a certain way. You want to have something unique. You can come back here with the header. If you don't like that one, you can change it and tweak it and pretty much, design it exactly how you envisioned it. In this section, we're going to take a look at, playing and customizing the menu colors. So as previous video mentioned, this gives you a lot of flexibility. So I want you to feel free to come up with different combinations that you think could work. I know you're just trying it out right now, but this shows you what you can be able to do on your site. So for the text colors, maybe you want something different. Let's try all white for the text colors. Let's try that. And then for the hover is pretty much when someone hovers over it. What colors do you want it to be? We can leave this, or let's just say we're going to try something like that. Or you can even try something all white. Since the text colors are going to be like a slightish, you can make that all white. So right now I'm just going through and just creating different things, which is the beauty about this, because it allows you to, so you have the hover text color, you have the active. Well, the active is what you're seeing right now. So when someone actually gets to that page, that's going to be the active color for it. So I can leave that as is for the background. Now the drop down background color, when you put your mouse over this, is talking about this drop down. Where you see services, contact, login, that is what is referring to for the drop down background color. So you can leave that as white, or you can change it to something else. For the sake of this, I'm just going to make this a little gray like that. And then for the drop down text, what colors do you want the text to be? You can leave it as that, or you can change it to something else. For the drop down hover, so for the drop down, you notice you have a hover color. So you can even change these colors to match the rest of your branding. So we can leave it as that. And then once you're done, you click on save. All right, so let's see what we've got. So I made some more changes, and you can see for the drop down, now we have black for the background, and we have white for the text, and we have this, blue here for the hover. So again, you can change anything here. That's the difference between using the custom style and the presets. With the custom style, you can pretty much change all this. So this was white before, now it's all black. So that gives you the flexibility. So feel free to go ahead and just, try different color schemes and see what works for your particular brand. And whatever works for you, whatever looks good to you, that's the most important thing. If you think that the colors that you're using represents your brand, go for it. In this lesson, we are at the last section of the presets, which is the footer. The footer is all the stuff that you see here at the bottom. And as you can see right now, the background color is black. So let's say that we wanted to match the footer with either one of these colors here. So I am going to just grab, let's go back to the header, or the top bar, and I'm going to grab this purple and go back to the footer. I'm just going to copy and paste it. So now we have that. We're trying to match it, and the link, the background colors, the link hover. So let's leave it as that for now and see how that looks. So click on save, and just like that, we're matching the top with the bottom. So if you realize that you don't like how that looks, you can change it based on whichever one that you want to go with. But once again, that is the flexibility and the beauty that you have, and how simple it is for you to customize each part of the color schemes for your presets. In this lesson, we're going to move now over to the layout builder. Now, this is where you get to do a lot of cool things, a lot of fun. But before we start to do anything, what I need you to do is to go back to your admin panel, go to extensions. You want to go to templates, and you want to click on this template here. You want to duplicate it. I always tell people this: before you start doing anything, you want to make sure that you have a backup in case you have to revert back to a previous way that it looked before. So you want to have a copy. So once you've done that, let's take a quick overview of how this works. So this is the header part, which is right here. So if you notice, you have these icons here. And if you don't want to choose this one, then you choose this. It's not going to have this phone number and the social icons at the very top. So based on what you're going for, you can do this. So if I switch it to this and I click on save, it is going to remove that top part. So now I don't have that top section anymore with the number and the social icons. I can relocate that somewhere else. We're going to take a look at that in just a moment. So now it's like this. And let's move over to the layout builder. This is where you can be able to edit, you can be able to delete, you can be able to customize, you can add things, you can move things around. This is where the fun part is. So let's start off first here. When you put your mouse over this, you notice that you have different options for the layout. What this is showing you the several ways that you can be able to design your page. So if you want to have a section where you have this left section, for example, it's a little smaller and this part is bigger, you can choose this. The point of this is utilizing a tool of technology called scaffolding. And what that means is all the numbers here you see, if you add them, they add up to 12. So it cannot be more than the number 12. So if you go to this one, 5 plus 5 plus 2 equals 12, 6 plus 4 plus 2, and so on and so forth. So it gives you the flexibility to be able to do that. Let's say you wanted something smaller, you can go 2, 2, 2, and as long as you add up to 12, you can do that as well. That'll work. So you can't have like 13 or 14 or 15. The maximum number, once again, is the number 12, nothing more. So you can subdivide that number 12 into several sections as you see here. And then let's go over to this cog. When you click on it, you see full width. Now what this asking you is, you can make this section here stretch out. And stretch out, what that means is all the content that you put in here is going to be from one end of the page to another end. Like you see this top here, it is going to be stretched out, and you're going to see that in just a moment. I just want to give you an overview. So when you go over to, you can name this to whatever you want it to be. It's going to help you to stay organized. So you can put that as the very head or the body or whatever you want it to be. They've done that for you. So next, with the full width, that's set to no. The custom class, you have to worry about that right now. But there are times when you have some of the custom class, you want to design it, give it a certain style and look. You would have to edit the CSS, but we're not doing that in this particular lesson. So let's go over to the styles. You can add the padding. This is where another fun part comes in. The padding, you can add the margin, you can add text color. So let's say for just this section, you want to have a certain color. What's going to happen is everything you put there is going to be just that color in that section. So you go to the link color. Whatever you put here is going to override what is already on there because you're making some selections specifically just for this. So you want to go to the background. You can choose the background. You can have an image, and we're going to test this out later on. So you have select here. We've seen this before. The background size, cover, contain, inherit. You want to choose the background attachment, position. So you have a lot of flexibility. And finally, let's take a look at responsive. So this is one really cool thing about this framework that is really vital. So let's say you're working on a section and you're doing a special promo and you don't want that to show up on the desktop, for example, and you want it to show up just on the phone, or you want to show up just on the tablet. You can create specific content for specific devices. So if you don't want something to show up on desktop, you just close it. Or let's say you want a section to show up just on the phone. When you do that, it is going to show up just on the phone only. And we're going to see how that looks later on the larger phone. So you get to pick and choose where you want this content to be able to show. So if you don't want it to show up on a smaller desktop, or if you want it to show on just there, so you can create sections and designate it to show across the board. Or if you want something for mobile users, sometimes you've been to websites where it shows you mobile content. If you run a special, for example, special promo, and you tell your audience, listen, you can only get this deal on the phone, they're only going to see that content if they use their phone. If they use a computer, anything else outside of that phone, they will not be able to see that. So this gives you like a general overview. I'm not going to apply that yet. Overview of how this works. And every section here works the exact same way. If you want to add something, you click this plus. And you've just added a section there. If you want to delete it, you can click to delete it and click OK. And now you have that section has been deleted. So it gives you so much more that you can do. This is where your creativity comes in. And this works perfectly with Page Builder because you can use the combination of both to create some really amazing and incredible looking websites just with these two. And the best part is there's absolutely no coding done to it. You don't have to code anything. You don't have to know CSS. You just use this, use your creativity, and come up with something amazing. So in the next lesson, we're going to take a look at, customizing and tweaking and editing some of these. In the previous lesson, we took a look like an overview for the layout builder. In this lesson, before we dive any deeper, I want to help you understand how how Helix Ultimate Framework integrates with Joomla modules. So to do so, go back to your back end and you want to go to extensions and templates. If you notice right here, you see this little symbol, this eye that has been crossed out. What you want to do is you want to go to options, and then where it says preview module positions, you want to enable it and click save and close. So what you've done now is you've activated to preview the modules. Now this is going to help you understand this whole module thing. So let's click on this eye here. And as you can see, your screen look like what in the world is going on. You see a whole bunch of stuff on there. That is because you've activated your preview. So these are all the positions that are part of a template. See, in Joomla, everything that you create has to be on a module position. So even though it looks so organized as one, when you look behind, you realize that every part of it is broken up into different modules. So let's go, for example, let me just show this right here. Module position, you see bottom one, and then you see position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if you're wondering where those are, all you have to do is on the module positions here, it shows you position menu, position right. So what that means is anywhere that you see a module position, you can be able to put content there. So when you look at the helix structure, it works with Joomla module positions perfectly because you can put different content on different places. So as we work with module positions, I just want to help you understand a little bit more about it because it brings a lot more clarity as we begin to, edit the modules and customize and tweak. So even if you go back to your extensions here, you go to modules, you're going to notice that you have these positions here activated. So you go to search tools and you can select position. These are all the current positions that are activated. Now, if you want to see more, you can either click on new and you can choose any particular content here. So I'm just going to choose this for example. And you can see that you can select the position for it. And you scroll down, you have a lot of different positions. Most of these positions, you may not see it in the helix here, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So if you put any content on one of these here, it is going to show up. So when you see this unused position, and when you put content on here, and this is something you can play with, when you put content on here, it is going to show up. The reason why I love how helix structure is because it gives you a lot more flexibility to control it. So when we get to the page builder part of this, you're going to see how that integrates just beautifully. But that is how module positions work in a nutshell. Everything you see on your page here is a module position. So even though you don't see that when the page is published, it's definitely on the back end. So now what you want to do is, I'm going to close this here. What you want to do is you don't want to leave this activated. You want to go over to options again. You go to extensions, you go to templates, and then where you go to options. And from here, you want to make sure that you disable this right, and you click save and close. So now when someone previews this, it's going to be disabled. In this lesson, I want to show you how to add more columns from the layout builder. So let's say that you wanted to add more here. You just go to any one of these columns. Once you put your mouse over it, you're going to see this plus icon. So you can click plus and it's going to automatically add a new section. And if you want to choose the layout position for it, once you put your mouse over this icon here, it gives you several options. And then from here, you can be able to, go down and choose the layout option and positions, however you want that to be structured. So if you want to have more content evenly spread out, you have 6, 6, 4, 4, 3, 3. Or if you want something else, you can create 2, 2, 2s as long as it totals up to the number 12. You can't have more than 12 with the number. So for example, I can have 8 plus 5 because that's 13. So it's not going to accept it. So whatever combination that you create, it has to total up to 12. So let's click cancel here. So now what you want to do is you can also change the name. You choose your column options here. Now, once again, you don't really necessarily have to do this. You can if you wanted to add some more flexibility. Because page builder at the same time gives you a lot more. But what these module positions are is that once you set them, once you put content on there, it is going to occupy that amount of space that you have there. So now that we created a new title, you can go here, you can go in the cogwheel and you can put the title, you can put in here, new section, whatever you want to call it. And if you want this content to be fluid with, so when you put it fluid with, every content that you put in that particular section, it is going to be stretched out. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. So let's leave it as that. For the style, you can put extra patterns. If you have any specifications for the patterns, then you can add the margin, the text color. So if you wanted this section to have a particular text color, you can do that. When you click your mouse on here, it does that for you. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to just create whatever color schemes that you're looking for here. I've showed you in the previous video of how you can be able to change the background. But what this means is that all the content that you put, for example, with the pattern, this is when you see 4 zeros like this, is top, left, right, and the bottom. So if I put 5 pixel 54 top and then put any number left, bottom, and then right. So what that means is these are the dimensions that are going to be in this particular new module that is created. And we're going to customize some of these here so you can see how that works. You can select the background for it. You can choose your option. We've kind of went over this here before, so if you need to go back to that lesson again, you can definitely check that out. And my goal for this is I want you to get comfortable editing this on your own. So feel free to play around with the link hover color. What this means is when someone hovers over that link in this particular new section that you're creating, this is the color that is going to show. So let's go over back to styles. You go to responsive and you have more options here. If you want to hide this module on, let's say, the desktop, it is not going to show on there. It is going to show only on the ones that you either you enable it or you disable it. So right now, this here is shown everywhere. So if you want it to show just on the phone, you click right there and it's going to show just on the phone, and so on and so forth. So once you're done, you click on apply, and then you make sure you click on apply, and then you click on save. So go ahead and just try that out and create a new module position or new section here and title that whatever you want, and feel free to explore with it. In this lesson, I want to show you how to reorganize the layout builder and also each row. So let's say that you want to move things around and you want to experiment with a different layout style. So what you can do here is you can create new ones. I'm going to create something like that, and I can choose whatever position that I want here. So let's say that's the title, which I deleted. So let's say I want to move things around and I don't like the main body to be up top. I want something else to be there. So what I can do here is, you see this little icon here, this anchor. All you have to do is just hold it and drag and pull it up. And just like that, you are repositioning how your layout looks. So it's very simple for you to do that. And this gives you a lot of flexibility, because sometimes you realize that something is an error that you don't want it to be there and you want to move it around. So you can move anything anywhere, and it's very, very simple. So you go back to that. You can switch this here. No, you don't want that. And let me put it back there. So you can be able to do that. And also, if you wanted to move items within the same row, you can do that as well. So if, let's say I wanted to move this bottom 4 to be bottom 1 and bottom 1 to be bottom 3 or whatever, all I have to do is put my mouse over it and I can just drag it to whatever position that I want it to be. Just like that. Very simple and very easy to do. I'm moving it just like that. And it's extremely simple to do that. Now you can only move it like this if you have more than one item in the row here. So for this one, I can move bottom 2 to go there, for the 2, move it. So that's how simple and easy it is for you to move things around. And don't forget, you can click to save that new setting. And if you decide you change your mind, you just come back and move it again exactly how you want it to be. In this lesson, we want to start off with the navigation section here. So click on this, and this manages everything you see at the very top. In an upcoming lesson, I'm going to show you how to edit all the items here and how to make changes to it. For now, let's go over to where it says mega menu. So what you see here is this is called a mega menu. So that allows you to add more items. You put the mega here, you see, and you can be able to add more a photo. You can have menus connected and linked. So this is what that mega menu looks like. So to be able to make changes to this, you go to select, and you're going to see when you click on this drop down here, you see different menu options. Now these are based on the menus that you've already created. So let's go back over here, go to the menus and go to manage. When you go to the manage section from the menus, you're going to see all the current menus that you have on your website. If you don't see anything here, then all you have to do is to create a new menu. You go to add menus, add a new menu, and then you can be able to add that menu. So for this one, let's say I want to make this one Helix U. So we're creating a new menu right now. So Helix U. Anytime you see this asterisk, that means that is required. And you can add a description, which I can just put Helix U. Okay, so now let's go over to the permissions here. I didn't go over a lot about the permissions, but one of the beauties about Joomla is that if I'm creating a new menu that I don't want accessible to the public, I can come in and choose the particular actions. But for now, don't worry so much about this because I want to keep it very basic so you understand the core principle behind it. And you have the option here if this is to be used for the site, which means the front, you can add items in the front end, or if you want this to be used for the administrator. For now, let's leave it as the site and let's click on save and close. So we've created a new menu here. But when you go on the back end and you click on the drop down, you don't see anything. That is because you would have to click on save, and you would have to also reload this page. So once you've reloaded the page or refreshed the page, you click on the select. Now the drop down includes the Helix. So if you wanted to create a special menu for the home page or for the site, you can choose this Helix U, and all of the content that you've created on this menu, which right now is just saying 0, we don't have anything there. That is what is going to show. So let's go back here. And let's say I wanted to change it from the main to the company. You can do that as well. So I was going to change this here to whatever menu items that you have on the company. And then you go over to the menu type. This allows you to choose your menu type, mega menu and off canvas. What that means is the off canvas is what you see right here. So this is the off canvas, which works on your mobile devices, and then you have just the off canvas alone. So what that means is if you choose that option, it's going to have just the off canvas menu and not all those links right here. And then you can also adjust the drop down width. The drop down width is what you see right here. So if you want to adjust this more, this is where you come in. You can change that. And once again, I want you to change this on your own, your experiment, because that's the best way for you to learn. So some things, I won't demonstrate it for you, but I'll tell you how to do it. And then you can kind of, work on it, because that's the best way for you to learn how to, do something. So for the drop down animation, what this means is what type of animation do you want it to be? So if you click fade in, when someone put their mouse over the drop down on the front end, it's going to have a fade in effect. The same thing for the zoom in. It's going to have a zoom in effect. And the same thing too for any one of these. Sometimes you get this message, you click close, you just have to, sometimes when this message pops, you just have to resave it again. And other times when you get that message, you just click reload or refresh and then do the same thing over again. So when you put your mouse here, you get a different effect. So you can experiment with these effects. You can change the width if you want to. Now let's go over to the off canvas. It gives you the option, do you want this on the left side or do you want this on the right side of the page? So you can choose both. You can choose either left or you can choose right based on personal preference. And one thing that I forgot to mention here is that anytime that you add an off canvas menu, you need to go to the module positions here. To the modules, and you have to add content for that module. So that way the off canvas. So like this one now, you notice here that they created a new module position. A module called off canvas. So when you click on it, you can assign a specific menu to this off canvas. So if you don't want so right here you got the off canvas, you can assign a specific module where it says select menu. So if you wanted the items from the new menu you created, you select that. So whatever menu you select here, that is what is going to show up on this off canvas, because sometimes maybe you don't want the repetitive to have the main menu show up as the off canvas menu. In that case, this is where you can be able to come in. You can change it on the module section, and it is going to change on the front end as well. So it's very simple for you to be able to, adjust the off canvas, the right or the left. Once again, this is really great for mobile phones and gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of how you want things to be laid out. So again, feel free to just kind of play with the settings and see what you're able to come up with. In this lesson, we're moving on to this new section here, typography. The typography is just the content that you see here on the page and how you want it to be. So, you have a lot of flexibility in terms of what you want to do and how you want to adjust things. So let's go ahead now, let's say for the body. Well, with the body, they already created something default, but if you wanted to enable that, you click enable and you can choose the font type or the font family that you want for the body text. So you click here and you get a scroll down. You can choose Google font. You can choose any one of these that you see on the list. So maybe you don't like the default font and you want to change it, just scroll down the list and choose that. And you can also choose the size of it, the general size that people see. And you can choose the weight. The weight just meaning thin, dark, medium. Based on the weight that you choose here is going to reflect on the page. And once again, I want to push you to start to experiment with these things on your own so that you can see what they look like. You can so like this right now, this heading, this is like a dark. And we're going to see a lot of this too, how it's integrated into the page builder. So when you make some changes, and you're going to see how all this weight stuff here have an effect on there. So let's go over to the style. You can choose all the font in a particular section. Let's say for the body, you want this to be just normal, italic, or oblique. You can change this here, and you want the subset. So for the body, you have that flexibility to be able to change whichever font type that you want. And maybe you have a specific type of look that you're going for. Well, this is where you come in and choose. All these fonts are available to you for free. You just have to choose which one that you like and the one for your website. And as you select the font type here, you notice it gives you a little preview at the bottom. So if you're not sure what it looks like, you can go and choose one, and it's going to give you a really good preview of how that particular font looks. So that's how that one looks. So you kind of experiment with these and see, because I know that there are people, like I've worked with clients that they're so specific about the type of font that they want, on their website. So this is a great way for you to, kind of go around and mess with it and see what works best for you. And this lesson, I want to take a look at the headings. These are all of your headings on the site. So when you click on here, it shows you the main font that is used for all your headings. Now this goes from your H1 to your H6. Now what this means is in SEO, H1 or heading 1 always take precedence, and is usually the highest form when you're creating your pages, because for SEO reason, when the robots are looking, anytime that they say H1, they know that it's something that's important. That's, that's like at the top. So you can choose here the font type that you want for the heading. So when you choose this here, that is how it is going to be, unless you make some changes in Page Builder. So you have the ability for you to come in here and choose whatever font. So as you're creating your blog post, let's go back here. And let's take a look at this blog page. So as you're creating your blog post, these are H1 tags, you have the ability for you to change. Right now it says Arial. You have the ability for you to change. If you don't want that for that, you can also change that here. And you can change the font, the same thing too in Joomla in the article section. But if you want to change in the helix here, you can go here, you can choose the size. You can choose the style, normal, italic. So if you wanted all the heading, the H1 tags through H6 to be italics, you can change that on this part, and it's going to do that for you. So that's the H1, which is enable. So for the H2, 3, 4, all the way up to 6, once again, if you click on the drop down, it's the same thing. It's going to give you that same options for you to choose from. So this is really great for those that wanted to establish a different heading type. You can have 6 different font types for your heading. So let's say you have Arial for 1 and you wanted to enable something for 2. You choose this one. I'm just picking something for 3, something else. Now all of this is going to make sense when we get to Page Builder and you can see how everything ties in. So that's how you make changes for your H1 through H6 tags. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the navigation. With the navigation, you click to enable. You can choose once again the font family from here, and as we've seen before, the navigation is all these right here. So you can choose what font that you want to be able to use for that. You scroll down. Google has quite a few fonts there. You can choose, and you can choose the style. It shows you right there in the preview. You can choose Latin text. You can choose the weight. You can choose scroll down. You don't like that one, choose something else. You go here, you don't want that one, choose something else. So that's how you do that. And the last lesson here for the typography section, I just want to go over the custom and the update font. So once again, the custom allows you to choose your custom font. If there's something you just want to change overall, you can choose one here. And when you choose it, it gives you a preview. If you like how that looks, then you can go with it. Now let's go over here to, let me disable this here. Let's go over here to the update. This allows you to update your font list. So anytime that Google has something new, it is going to automatically update. But in order for you to do that, you need to get the API key from Google. So you can click here. If you already have an account, you just have to log in and get the API key. If you don't have an account, then you can click on one-click update. And it's very simple for you to get the kids, just really basic instructions that they have there for you to just follow, and then you can get that key and then one-click update. So if you click on this right now, here's what's going to happen. You get this error message. That is because in order for this to work, you would have to go to Google and then get that API key for the font update. And when you click on it, this is what you get. You scroll down here, it says get an API key, and then you can just follow, the steps there. And once you have it, then you can be able to put it back on here and you are good to go. And this lesson, we're moving on to the next section, which is the blog. So let's go on the front end here so you can see. And by the way, once again, when we start to work on the block section, which I'm going to show you go from here, let me close this out. When we actually start to work on this, it's going to make a lot more sense. So from the article page, this is where all of your blogs are located. So let's go on here now. So you can change the small image size. So each blog allows you, let me just go back here. So if you click on here, all of these are images that you see that you can incorporate, you can add. So you have the option here of going back, and you can be able to choose the small. Let's go back here. So all this little thumbnail size here, this is where you can just jog the settings for it. So right now this is 100 by 100 pixels. You can change that. For the thumbnail, this is the thumbnail that you see on each blog. You can change what size. Right now it's set to 600 by 340. So if you wanted to change the thumbnail for your blog post, you can certainly do that here. And for the medium image, you can change that to a different size. And then for the larger image, if you wanted to control how large the image is, which let me click on this one here to show you. This large image, you can choose the size. You can enable that, and you can choose, how you want it to be. So for the crop quality, you can leave it at 100. And this pretty much is for compression reasons. Sometimes if you have an image that is too large, it takes time to load. So what they've done is to help you to set your compression. So it helps with helping your images load a little faster. So let's go now over to the back end and click on, I'm just going to click on this first one here, for example. So when I'm here, you see this block options here. This is what you see on the framework. Let me just move this over. So the block options you see here, this is what you're editing. So anything you edit here is going to have an effect on impact here. So let's go to the block options. So this is the image that we talked about. It looks squeezed like that, but as you can see from the front end, the images, it doesn't look like that. Let me go back to the blogs here. So this is the image you're looking at right now. But if you look on here, it looks very squeezed. but it's not going to be that way. So you can be able to go to images and links, and there's just more stuff here, which right now you don't really need that right now. So for this part, the medium, you have the option of changing the image size, and you can experiment with these and see how it looks on your end. So if you change this, it is going to affect either the thumbnail or the actual image that you see for it. And then as you move on here to the list, it goes thumbnail. For the blog list image, you want it to be medium. So once again, all of this here is showing you how you can organize and change the image size for this preview or for the actual page itself. Do you want to hide the tags? And this is the H1 through H6 tags. You can hide those here. And also you can also make a lot of changes on the actual article itself. So if you click on this drop down here for the layout, you can just go through, and do you want to show title? If you say no, it's going to hide the title for the particular article that you have. So you scroll down, and anything here that you don't want to see. So let's say just click on this one, for example. You can choose to hide this title. You can choose to what items shown here. If you don't want the hits, there's a section here that you can do that. Now you can do this individually, or as when we look at the menu system later on, if you change it from the menu system, it is going to automatically just make sure that all the titles are not showing, or all the user details, whatever details you disable here, it's not showing. So that's one cool thing about doing it from the menu end instead of doing it from individual. So if you have, let's say, 100 articles, if you didn't want the title to show up on all of them, you can either do it on the menu, or you can just come through each one that you don't want it. So sometimes, let's say for this one here, you scroll down, you don't want the date to show, modify show date. It's that showing now, November, that's the date there. You can click to hide, publish date, click to hide, show navigation, click to hide, show author. So you can do this individually for each one. Show voting, hits, and you click on save. So as you can see, when we saved it, we've hidden a lot of things here. We've hidden the modified date, the published date. What else did we hide? So whatever you hide here, the voting, if you're going here, you notice you don't send the voting. It just has the super user, and you have the blog. So if you wanted to hide the author, you go to hide and you click on save, and it's going to automatically just hide the author, which is right now the super user. So it gives a lot of flexibility to be able to make that change with that. So let's head on over back now to the framework again. So you have options here for that, and you have the details. Now the details here, this is where you see the social icons. If you don't want to show the social icons, you can delete it. Right now you just have just 3 options: Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, so people can be able to share. If you don't want something from there, if you delete it here, it's going to delete it for the entire blog post all over, not just individual articles. So if I were to come in and take this off, it's going to, when you refresh this page, it's not going to have these on there. And then as you scroll here, disable modules. So each page has modules that you can be able to allow to show on here. So let's go on here. If you click on, right now it's disable. If you enable the modules, this is going to enable the module on the left and the right side. Remember earlier we talked about the module positions. So this is going to either put something on the positions there. Let's close here and head over to the modules, extensions, the modules. So these are the positions here that you can choose to enable something from. So I'm going to leave that at disable for now. Author info. Do you want to show a little bio about the author? You can choose to add that, or you can disable it. And then open graph for Facebook. You have to get your Facebook and your Twitter info put right there for the Facebook ID. Log into your account, and then just put in your Twitter username. And then reading time progress bar. So this is going to show a progress bar in terms of on the details page. So what the details page is, this is the details page. So it's going to show on there. So I want you to kind of play around with these settings and see how they look. You can have related articles. Related articles, when you're reading, you see right here, it says related articles. If you don't want this to say related articles and you want to change it to something else, you can feel free to change that right over here. How many number of articles do you want? Right now, the default is set at 3. If you wanted to add more, this is where you come in and you change that number. Article preview. You want to show an article preview. So this is the article preview. So, people preview the article right there. And there's just the navigation, previews, or next. And let's go down here. And so now let's go over to the comments section. Right now, the comments are disabled. But if you wanted to enable them, you can be able to go to the discuss, intense debate, whichever one you choose. You can be able to choose the categories that you want this comment to be. So right now, if you choose discuss here, you can be able to put in, you got to put in your username, and then it's going to automatically do that. So if you don't have one, there's something you can experiment with. Sometimes you want more control. Any one of these here you can use, or they have other extensions, but these are the ones that's integrated with it. So you can, of course, add additional extensions that they have quite a few. But right now, this is simple. You choose that. If you want Facebook, you put your Facebook ID, and it's going to automatically, get those. You can choose the number of comments per page that you want, and comments count. And once you've made those changes, you just click on save. So as you can see, it gives you a lot of flexibility. For the blog section here, you can be able to do a lot of changes with it. You can move things around, update things, delete things, hide things. So whatever you don't want to see or whatever you do want to see, you have that option to be able to control all that from this blog section on the Helix Ultimate back end. In this lesson, we want to take a look at the custom code section here. So what this custom code is, I know sometimes, especially for non-coders, when you hear coding, you start to panic and, what do I have to do? Do I have to know this, know that? No, you don't. Typically, how this works is very simple. If you wanted to integrate something on your website, usually before this feature was available, you had to go to your server, you had to upload things in the HTML, and it wasn't as simple. When I started using Joomla, you had to go on the back end on the server side to be able to, customize some things. And sometimes, you can easily forget where to put things. But what's happened now is with the custom code, if you want to put, let's say, a live chat, they're going to give you instructions on where to put it. So anytime that you have to put in any type of additional code, whether it's like a live chat, so you have a little pop icon at the bottom, or even with your Google Analytics, when you get the code from Google, it shows you exactly where to put it. It's going to let you know from their documentation. If they mention things like, before the head, before the body, then you want to copy that code and put it right there. So for this one, just for your Google Analytics or Clicky code go, all you have to do is just copy and paste that on here. And the same thing for this one. And you have the custom CSS. So if you have a designer that's working on something or developing, they create custom coding for the site and they want to figure out, where do I put this stuff? Well, this is where they come in to put all the custom code in. And the same thing here for the custom JavaScript. So this is the place. If you want to expand it, you click here and you can expand it, to the bottom like that. So any type of coding that you have to put in on your site, whether it's for a chat bot or your analytics, any custom CSS that you've done, this is where you put it in. And once again, there's no need to panic when you hear about coding, because people, non-coders, a lot of times, start panicking, coding. I don't know about this. What do I do? But in this case, it's very simple for you. So you just have to choose which box, and you're always going to get documentation from the company or wherever you're getting the codes from, exactly where to put it. Because if you put the code in the wrong place, you're going to get some type of error on the front end of the website. So go ahead and just, grab some code somewhere, and it's going to tell you where to put it. You can put it there and just experiment with it and see how that works. In this last section, we want to take a look at the advanced here. Now, you may rarely need to come to this part because it's not something that, you need to worry about, too much. But you do need to have a basic understanding of what this does and why it's here. So when you go to compress CSS, if you enable it, this is going to, once again, this section does a lot with making your site load faster and, working smoothly. So when you click the compress CSS, your purge is going to clear all the cache from before. A cache is just storing information from previous. So when you go on the website, it stores things from before and before. So anytime that you update your site, it refreshes that cache. Just think of a cache like a place that you store something, and when you want to put something else new, you get rid of the old ones, and then something new comes in. So that's what this does here, compress CSS files. And the same thing for the JavaScript files, because your site uses JavaScript, you just don't see it. Now, when you do go on the back end, especially like on the server side, then you see a lot of JavaScript that's been used in order to make all this stuff works. Again, the beauty of this is you don't have to know JavaScript or CSS, all that stuff. They've done that for you. And if you wanted to exclude certain JavaScripts here, so let's say you're working with a developer and they want to exclude things. Well, this is where they're going to come in and put the code in there to do that. So let's leave that off. Go to the compiling. So the SCSS, the new format. So this helped once again your site, a little faster, things to load quickly or quicker, which makes a lot of sense, because when you have a website that takes forever to load, people get frustrated, they get confused, they get angry, they just leave and sometimes never come back. So if your site is in production mode, you can just turn this off, and once you're done, make sure to turn it back on. And then for the import and export settings here, you can export all the settings of this particular template by clicking export. And it's going to ask you, do you want to allow downloads of this browser I'm using? And I can click allow. And it's going to, I've just exported all the settings that's on this template. That sounds like the look, the layout, and things like that. So you could also import settings. When you go to the Joomla Shapers website, they have a section where you can download and import the settings. But once again, when you're working on something like this, you don't really need to worry much about it. I just wanted you to have an understanding of how that works and what this section is for. So you may not have need to come in this part a whole lot unless you really have to. So this right now, we've concluded this section with the back end here for the Helix, but the Helix is integrated with so many parts of Joomla, and I want to cover SP Page Builder and also show you how do you change the navigation here, all this stuff, how do you update it, how do you move things around. So we're going to take a look at the menu system, and then we're going to take a look at the SP Page Builder and how to start to edit your site. In this next section, we're going to talk about the integration of Helix Ultimate and SP Page Builder, two very powerful extensions and a framework that if you combine both, you can create amazing things. So before we get into the details of how both of them integrate with each other, I want to give you an overview so you understand. Now, if you have an early version of just a Helix framework, not the Ultimate, it doesn't look like this. So the Helix Ultimate is the advanced and more powerful and more robust and easier to use framework. So SP Page Builder, it is their amazing, my go-to page builder that I use to create anything. So let me click here. You go to Page Builder and you click on the pages. When you go to Page Builder, you can see how this looks as well. You see that it looks pretty much the same, giving the same flexibility and that you can be able to do here. Now you can do the same thing to edit on the front end. So you have a front end editor. Let's take a look at that. So with the front end editor, this is what you have, and because this is the free version, you don't have access to all of these here, but you can edit whatever you see on the page, which is why I really want to show you how to edit some of these here. So let's go over now. Once again, in the earlier versions of Helix, they didn't have all this, with the Page Builder. When Page Builder came out, one of the most requested features that I was really looking for was the front end ability. So now you have the power of the Helix Ultimate framework. You have SP Page Builder the back end, and then you have the SP Page Builder the front end. So the front end, whatever you can do on the back end, you can do on the front end. And when you take a look at Page Builder, for example, you notice that there's a lot of similarities between Page Builder and Helix Ultimate. So you see this here, you can choose the options for the layout, you can choose the title, you can choose the fluidity, you can choose your styles, you can choose the backgrounds, your responsiveness, you can choose all that. And you can choose the scaffolding, you can choose the layout type that you want. You can pretty much choose and create, or if you don't see something that you want, you can click it to create it. And all this have to add up to 12. So let's cancel there. But as you can see now, you have a lot of flexibility to be able to build custom layouts with the Helix Ultimate. But if you say, you know what, I don't want to do, the custom layouts here, I want to focus just on Page Builder, then now they've given you the option to be able to do that with Page Builder, which is the back end here. Let's take a look at the front end. So you can pretty much be able to do the same thing here. Let's go over to blocks. And the block share, this is the Pro. That's I always tell people to get the Pro version of it, so you can be able to do a lot of different things. And if you click on the layout, once again, all this is for the Pro. It allows you to unlock these, and you can be able to use this pre-made bundles that they have. So let's go back here to the back end. When you put your mouse over this, the row options here on the Page Builder, you notice that you have fluid row. Let's go back here. Let's click on this here. You have fluid. I'm just trying to show you some similarities and how amazing it can be if you can just combine the power of both. You can choose the title. So just like this here gives you options to choose the responsiveness and where you want this to show on the mobile, on the tablet, or a desktop, you have that same option for Page Builder to be able to do the same thing. But Page Builder, it gives you a lot more. And what I mean by a whole lot more is you can add content on Page Builder, but you cannot add content on the framework on Helix Ultimate. So what that means is that if you wanted to add a video, you can't come here and add a video or text or things like that. That's not what this is for. This allows you to be able to designate where you want things to show up, how big or how small you want them to be, the settings. And for Page Builder, you have the same flexibility on the back end, and you have another flexibility on the front end. So we can drag and drop different blocks. You can move things around all over the place. So I wanted to help you understand the differences and similarities between the both. So once again, the Helix Ultimate, you cannot add content on the framework itself. The framework is meant to give you a starting point. You use the Page Builder, which is a great combination to be able to add the content. So now let's get started, and I want to show you how you can be able to edit things and move things around. In this lesson, I want to show you how to start to change the items on your page here. So you're probably wondering, man, how do I change this? How do I tweak that? How do I move this? So this is going to show you how to get that started. But once again, all of these here aren't available to you unless you get the Pro version, which gives you a whole lot more. So let's get started. And I want to give you a quick overview here. There's some features that you can't really use. Like typically you can be able to see the pages if you want to, see all the pages that you have, but you have to get the Pro version for that. And you can also be able to add additional pages, but you have to get the Pro version for that as well to do that. So let's go back here. So let's say you want to change this section. You notice as I move my mouse, each section is highlighted. So if there's something that I wanted to change, I can just click here, and right off the back, I can change this from right over on this side. So as I'm typing, you see this happen in real time. You can change that. You can scroll down here. You can change this for this. And if I wanted to change this button, I just once again just click on it, and I can change from download now to subscribe now. And let's go to the content alignment, which is a center. When you put it left, it goes to the left. You put it to the right, it goes to the right. You scroll down. You can choose the font families. Now remember the Helix Ultimate. Let's go. So I'm going to be going back and forth with these here. But with the Helix Ultimate, when you had to choose with the typography, for example, and I mentioned that you can pick and choose the different types of font that you want. Well, you can also do that here. Let's go on the front end here. You can also do that for this as well. So you can choose the font family. The same thing you see there is the same thing that you see here. So you can choose the font family for this particular section. So I'm going to choose, something like that. You notice that it automatically changed the button for that. Let's put that back at the center. So whatever font family that I want, I could change it. It changes that. And for the button style, I can click thin. I can choose extra light, dark, and I can choose all those different things that you see here. And for the link, this is where when someone clicks on the button, it's going to link to that. It's going to open up in a new window, or same, you click this drop down and it shows you for the appearance. Do you want the button to be gradient? As I change it, that changes there. Outline, 3D. So you have a lot of flexibility to do that. And what button size do you want? You want extra large? It gets a lot bigger. Do you want extra small? So based on where this button is going to go, you can, choose the correct size here. And the button shape, you want a square. Notice this little square, round. For the fluidity, you want the full width. When you click full width, it expands all the way through. And you click no for the margins. You can add icons too. So I'm just going to choose anything here. You notice you have the icon. You can choose to add the icon on the left or the icon on the right. If you don't want the icon, you just delete it and it's going to take that off for you. So you go down to the margins. You don't have to worry about that now. But if you want to play with the margins, you can do that. And one thing too here with the margins, anytime you see this like here, whatever number that you put, it is going to do this across the board. So if you put 5 or 4, it's going to show 4, for the, the top, right, bottom, and the left. And you can choose the icon position. You can add custom CSS. So I want to show you how to edit the button. So now let's move over here to this section. Same thing. This section, you can just choose the image that you want. So let's say that you don't want this image. You click to remove, and you choose to upload. And then I can say, I don't want that image, but I want this one. You can upload from, let me click cancel here. You can choose to upload a file from your computer, or you can choose whatever image that you want there. So I'm just going to choose this one and choose insert. So now I've inserted this image right there. So that's how I'm able to change content. I can click. You see how simple it is. I can click. I'm just clicking. If I wanted to edit that, whatever section that you click on, just look on the left navigation bar and you're going to see some of the changes that you can make there. Now, one thing I want to show you too, let's click on this one. You have 3 tabs here. You have the general, you have the style, and you have the advanced. Now with the style, this allows you to style the page a certain way. Let's say you want to change the link color for this particular section here. You can do that if you wanted to enable a background. I want you to really just play with this because, as I mentioned before, and I'm going to say it again, the best way for you to learn is for you to try new things and see how it looks on your end. Sometimes you realize that, hey, I like how this looks. I don't like how that looks. So use the borders. You can be able to add borders. So each item here gives you 3 options. You have the general, you have the style, and you have the advanced. The advanced is just saying you can add a custom width. You can hide on desktop, on tablet, or mobile. So if you don't want this to show on there, then you can do that. So let's go back here. So that is how you edit things. In this lesson, I want to show you how to check to make sure that your content is showing accurately on each device. So when you're creating your website, you want to make sure you're showing good on the phone, the tablet, and other devices. And the way that you can do that with Page Builder is very, very simple. Now, before they had this, I had to go to another website and put in the website address to see how it looks. But they've done that legwork for you. So all that you need to do is at the very bottom of here, you can see 3 icons. You have the desktop or the computer, you have, the tablet, and you have the phone. So as you're editing your work, you can check on this to see how it looks for each part. So if you want to make sure something shows on the right part or is shown properly, you can do that. So let's say that if I didn't want this section here to show up on the phone. So what I'm going to do is I can click on this. So I can click on this here. And by the way, you can make some more changes. You can duplicate, you can clone, you can copy, and you can delete by clicking one of these. So let's say if I did not want this entire section to show up on the mobile phone, how do you do that? So let's fix that now. When you click on responsive, I can choose to hide on mobile. So the moment that I do that, that section automatically disappears. So this is not going to be shown on the mobile phone. Now, well, let's go over to the tablet view. It's shown on the tablet view and it's shown on the desktop view. But if I go to the mobile, because I've told the system, listen, I don't want you to show this on the mobile phone, that's what's going to happen. Let's do the same thing on the desktop. It shows here. Let's go to the tablet. It's shown there. When you go over to the desktop, it's not shown there. So this gives you a lot of flexibility in order for you to be able to make the changes that you need to make sure that everything is shown responsive and shown on the devices that you want. In this lesson, I want to show you how to move things around. Let's say you want to rearrange your page. Let's go back to Helix here again, and let's go to the layout builder. As with the Helix here, you can be able to move sections around, or you can move items within a row. You can do that. It's very simple to do, drag and drop. It is the same principle with Page Builder. So let's say you wanted to move something. You just have to click on this little icon over here or whatever you see, and I can move that up. So now that's in that position. Let's say, I don't like how that looks. Let me move this up this way. So you can easily rearrange your page in seconds, not weeks. When I first started creating a website with Joomla, all this it was really a hassle to do this. You had to, go to the modules and move this. You had to do some CSS work. So it was a lot of pain, but they have really solved this problem for you, that if you want to rearrange your page, and I recommend you do this, as you're working on your website, you want to try out different combinations. Sometimes for testing purposes, so maybe you're doing A and B split testing, you want to be able to move one thing from here to the next and just kind of see how that looks. And you're going to be surprised visually that just by moving certain things around, it gives your website a facelift, a whole new look. See, we just created a new layout like this. So you can imagine how easy it is for you to move things all over. So you definitely want to take advantage of that. So we'll do this. We can move this here. So I'm just going to create just a simple layout just from moving things around and trying to see how this looks. So I don't like how that look. I'm going to move it up to give it a different look. So you can rearrange it any way that you want, just like that. And it's very simple to get it done. In this lesson, I want to show you how to optimize your pages for SEO. So you go to the tools, you go to page settings, and from here, this is where you can be able to change the name. You can choose the category which you want to put it on. If you don't have a category, you can go to the back end. Let me close this. You can go where it says categories, and you can create categories. Now, right now, there are no categories created. The reason why you may want to create categories is as your site grow and you add more content, you want to organize things, a little bit more. So you click on new, you put in whatever category that you want, and you can choose, is this public access or is it registered? So you can make this for this particular category, just specific people if you don't want it for the public. But for now, I'm going to leave it as the public. So you go over to the languages. If you have a multilingual site, you can be able to choose here for the public access. Again, you can choose that. For the SEO, you want to put in your title. You want to put in an image. This is the image that when you share your website, this is what people are going to see. So you want to put in an image. You want to put in an open graph description. Something that's very short but straight to the point. And you have your page CSS if you have anything else that you want to put on there. But this is a really great way for you to get your site, SEO ready. So as people are sharing your site or looking for it, all the information that you put on here, whether it's with the SEO, this is how they're going to be able to find you. In previous lessons, we talked about the Helix framework here and how you can be able to make changes and adjust any one of these. So at this point, you should have a very clear information or clear ways for you to make changes here. And we also looked at the back end of Page Builder. Even though we didn't go in a lot of details, that is because I have another course that goes extensively into all the extensions and how to use them, how to tweak them, how to move them around. So that's why I'm not going into a lot of details with this one. In this lesson, I want to focus now on the top menu and also on the footer. And you're probably wondering, how do you change this information at the bottom? And how do you change the menus? I get this question all the time. I just bought a template, I downloaded a template, and I'm stuck. I don't know how to change the menus and how to change the items on there. So let's go back to Page Builder. First of all the contents that you see on this page is on the SP Page Builder. Is right here. And this has a front end editing capability and it has a back end. So this is where I showed you how to make all the changes. If you remember back in the previous lesson, if you have to go back, you can always use that as a reference. But now I want to show you where all the menus are located. In this lesson, I want to go over the overview for how Joomla menus work. Everything that you see on here is connected to the menu, and you have the ability to create as many menu items as you need for your website. So there is absolutely no limit. You can create sub menus like you see this one here. You can create mega menus like you see this one here. And all of these capabilities have already been built into the Helix. So let's go back now and take a quick overview of how the menus work. So you go over to menus. When you click on here, you go to manage. This is where you can add new menus. So if you wanted to build a custom menu for something else, this is where you go to add. And if you want to view all the menus, you click all menu items. This one is going to show you all the menus that you have on your site. So all of them, you can go through all the different menu items. And you can select each individual menu from here, or you can go here, you click this drop down, and you can choose the menus individually. Now right over here it says search. So when you click this here, you activate this. This gives you a little bit more details where if you wanted to find all the trashed items, if you want to find unpublished or published, if you want to see all, this is really great because there are times when you delete a page and you put it in the trash and you don't want to view that page anymore, or there are times when you want to see only the published pages. So you use this select status to do that. Now if you want to go select access, I didn't cover access in this particular course a lot, but I do in my other Joomla courses. But this one here, this is where you can choose the access level. Every menu item you can put the access level to. So whether it's guest, public, registered, special, and special user. Now, like these two here, there's the special user one. This is for the super admin. This is the person that have exclusive control over the entire site. And then you have the language here. If you have multilingual, you can see all the languages here. And you have the max level, how many levels up to you want. And then you have the parent. So you can choose from the select the menus here what item that you want to be able to get access to. So this is the basic structure of the Joomla menu. So when you click on each one, for example, you're presented with a lot of different things. So let's break this page down. So to the right of here, these are all the other menus that you can select. So instead of going back to menus, you can go here. And if you wanted to add this item onto a specific menu, you select this menu. Right now, this home is connected to the main menu. But if you wanted to change that to something else, you can choose whatever menu you have on here. And you can choose the root. What this means is that do you want this menu item to be the main item, or do you want it to be a sub menu item? So if you have about, do you want it to be its own page where it's shown at the very top, or do you want it to be under another menu? Then you have the public status. You have default as a default page. Yes, because there's the home page, public access. So you can make each page either public, registered guest, or however you want it to be. And that's one of the beautiful things about Joomla is that you can give access to certain parts of your website to certain individuals. So if you have a membership site and you don't want everyone having access to it, well, you can create certain pages for that and hide it. So you go over here, you have the menu item type. When you click on the menu item type here, this gives you all the variety and different ways you can connect menus to. So if you have an article, and again, I didn't go over extensive detail with all of these here, but wanted to give you a quick overview. So if you wanted to connect this home menu to, let's say, an article, you just have to come and you select that. Whatever you want to connect your menu items to, this is where you do it. So when you go to the menu item type and you click on it, it's going to do this pop-up, and you can connect it to the login, to tag, system links, and all this stuff here. So this is how you link or connect a new page to a menu. And then you have the select page. So with SP Page Builder, when you select it, it gives you the option to choose the page that you want to connect it to. So all of the pages here that are connected to SP Page Builder if you go, let's go back here. When we go to where it says menu item type, and if we select SP Page Builder, this here, which is selected now, it's going to ask you to choose what page. So we've selected it, and you can see select page, and then from there you can go on and choose whatever page. So all the pages that you have in Page Builder will be shown on here. And then you have the link type. Don't worry too much about this just now. You can have to add the menu title. You can lift that. It says display. This just asking, do you want to show the menu title on the front end? Do you want it to say home, or do you want to just not have it there? And then page display. This is the browser. This part for the SEO is really great. Also, so when people come on your site, they can know what the page is about. But SP Page Builder has its own page title that pretty much takes over this. So, but it's always good to optimize both of them. Show page heading. You can set to yes. The page heading is just the heading of that particular page. The class, don't worry about the class, the metadata. All you have to do with this one is put in a really solid description. Once again, Page Builder gives you the ability for you to be able to add descriptions on there. And then back here, there's also a key thing here. So use global. Now, I didn't go over the global setting, but you can set the global settings here to automatically index and follow. What this means is it going to index the pages, allow search engines, robots. There's certain pages that you may not want to have no index and no follow. Let's say you have a privacy page, or I'm sorry, you have a membership content that you don't care if other people get to it, only specific members. Well, you can unindex that, no index, no follow. So the robots behind the scene, they're going to see that, okay, let's not follow this, let's not index it. And then for your secure, you can make this the HTTPS right now. It's already been selected, so you don't have to worry about that. And then for the mega menu, we'll cover that in just a moment. And then for the page title, this is the page title when you go on each page. Let's say the About Us. This is the page title right here. So when you go on that page, you can choose yes or you can choose no. Alternative titles is just like a subtitle of that. So that's what these 2 or 4 page subtitle and alternative title. You can change the different titles. So if you don't want to say home, you can put whatever you want it to be, but you have to make sure that you enable the yes. And then the H1 or H2, once again, H1 tag, H2 all the way up to H6. These are for search engines so that they know the priority. And you can choose the background color. You can choose the background image. And then the module assignment, I'm not going to cover this one, but these are the different modules that you can be able to connect it to. So that is the overview of how the menu system works. Next, we're going to take a look at the other pages and what's connected to them. In this lesson, let's take a look now at the next menu, the portfolio. So the portfolio, when you click on this, it gives you different images here. You can click to zoom or to view. So this is an additional extension from Joomla Shaper that they created. So this in itself is not Page Builder, but it's another extension that you can be able to use. Now you do have some of the capabilities here for Page Builder as well, but in this particular case, the portfolio is not part of it. So let's go back to the back end here and click on the portfolio. So I'm just going to open this in a new tab. So this is the extension that you can be able to add. Let's say you are a designer, as you can see here, and you want to showcase your work. You can showcase your work here in different ways, whether it's new design, latest design, and whatever you want to call it. So now this is the menu, and let's go over here. So as I mentioned before, you can choose the menu item type. Once you select it, you can see SP Simple Portfolio. You can use the default, which has been selected, and then you have the Simple Portfolio settings here. You can choose different categories. You can choose the layout settings. You can choose the number of columns. You can choose the thumbnail size. You can choose the pop-up size. So let's take a look, just a quick glance at the portfolio extension. Once again, I'm not going to cover this extensively, but just enough for you to know how to change it. So if you want to find any extensions or third-party add-ons that did not originally come with Page Builder or with Joomla, so they created it for extra features. So you go to Components, and you want to go to SP Simple Portfolio. This is where all the items that you see here are located. So if you wanted to change anything here, any images here, you can just come back here. Let's click on this one, for example. You can add an image. If you wanted to add a video URL for a video to show and it pop up, you can do that. Now, the reason why it's showing that unable to load user H7, if you have this, don't worry about it. What happened is that the person that created it, it gave them a different, every user has an ID. So when I install this, my ID doesn't match with this one because I'm not the ID that created it. So if you get this message, don't worry about it too much, not a big deal. So this is where you put in the title, you put in the alias for search engines. This is where you put in the video URL. And this is where you put in your client or whatever name that you want to go there. So let's take a look at this one. I believe this is the matrix. So let's see the matrix. All right, so it's this one here. So you have the option to either zoom or to view. So you click on zoom and this is what happens. Pull up this beautiful image. And you can exit if you want to go to view. It takes you to the actual page where you can be able to give a little bit more information. Like this is where you see the client, the date, and the tag. So with the tag, I'm going to go over that in a second. So what the tag is it allows you to add more stuff. So you can create multiple tags that you want to be able to use. So you can create a tag and attach an image to it. Right now, this one image is attached to just the office. So let's go on the front end here so you can see what that means. It makes a little bit more sense. So right now you see home, office, outdoor. If I click on office, I have just 2 images that are shown for office. If I click on home, I have more. If I click on outdoor. So what I'm going to do is right now, I can add more images to the office with just a couple clicks. So if I want this matrix holistic, which is just part of the office. So let's go back here, the office. You see this here and you see this other one here. I want to be able to add this one to other items. I'll just click on the drop down and I click on outdoors and I click on home. So anytime that I select any one of these, that particular item is going to show on all of them. Okay. So let's just close out. Or before we do that, you can also choose to publish. Publish it. You can choose to access. Once again, you can choose creation date, but all that stuff really doesn't matter. And you can choose the user that this is connected to. So if I choose this user, then that message is not going to be there anymore. So as you can see, once I saved it, that message went away. So let's close this here and I want to show you a little bit about the tags. So before you can add anything here, you want to be able to create categories. Okay, categories can be home, office, whatever you wanted to showcase. So you go to categories and then you click on new. This is where you put in the information. You can put the option, but don't worry too much about this option stuff here just now. If you want to create a category, you just do that. And then you click save and close. You can create multiple categories and also subcategory. So let's close this one out. And you want to go to tags. Once again, the tags outdoor, office, and home. That's what the tags are for. So I'm going to create a new tag to show you an example. So let's just call this new tag Joomla. And then click save and close. First, the alias, whatever title you have here is going to automatically generate it from the title. So just click save and close. So now let's go to this page and we're going to refresh it. Now you don't say show up here, right? That is because we haven't assigned any image to that particular tag. So let's go back here and we're going to assign an image to this tag. So go back to items and let's just take the matrix. So now what I want to do is when I click this drop down, you notice that we have this additional tag. So let's click on this and we are going to click save and close. When we click save and close, you're going to notice that the tag shows up. Now we have additional tag we added, which is called Joomla. So when I click on it, it shows up just that image that we added to it. So once again, this is a great way for you to add different images or videos, showcase your work, break it down. It's really, really an awesome way to, have this type of layout. So that's what this portfolio tab talks about. So next, let's move on to the gallery menu. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the gallery menu And as you can see here, the gallery menu shows you a beautiful gallery of different images that you can add. Now, once again, you can change these images to your own. So when you click on this one here, it loads up and it shows you at the very bottom here how many images you have in this gallery. Now, this is a great way. Maybe you're a photographer, and you want to showcase stuff for your wedding, or maybe you have a restaurant like you see here and you want to show the different types of food that you make at your restaurant. This is a great way to do it. You can click on this arrow to go to the next image, or you can also click on this X if you want. If you're completely done with it, you click the X. You can click the arrow to the back arrow and the front arrow, so that both of them takes you to the next image. So let's X this out. So how do you change this? Well, let's go back here to the menu system again. Let's go to gallery, and I'm gonna go to components, and then SP Easy Image Gallery. Now that is what this particular menu item is connected to. So when you go back here, you go to select and you can connect the SP. Let's do that. Let's do this now. So you go to SP Easy Image Gallery, click X. You can choose the album that you want to connect to. So if you have multiple albums you want, you can choose the specific one for the specific menu. So you can put all your images in one particular one and then output them here. And let's go to the gallery option. So it gives you how many columns do you want. So right now it's 3. Let's put it to 4. It's going to change to 4. And let's go back. You have 3. So we're going to save this and see what that looks like. So now we went from 3 columns here to 4. So you can break this down. Maybe you want to just go 6 columns or 4 columns. That pretty much is up to you to do. So it gives you that option right here. And let's go back and we're just going to keep it at 3. And you can also, do you want to show the title for the pop-up? Do you want to show a description? Do you want to show the image count? So what that means is if you click one of these here, it shows you the title, it shows you the description, and it shows you the number, the image count. So if you don't want that, you just disable these, and it's when people click on it, they won't see anything at the bottom but just the image. So that's a personal preference, stuff there. So let's click save and close. And let's go back now to the SP image gallery. So this is an album. So you can create a category once again. You can have the options to, modify permissions. You can choose the image, the thumbnail width. So we'll have this album right now. Let's just click on this one, or you can create a new one. But since they have one here, let's take a look at it. And before we do it, shows you the status and when it was created. So let's click on the album. You can add as many images as you need to. That's one of the beauties about this thing. For the category, there's nothing there yet, and that is okay. For the featured image, you can choose which image is featured. You can also edit or delete an image. When you click to edit, you have the option to change the title and the alt and put a description if you need to. So as you can see, it's very simple. So you go over to the description, you can add a little more description. Now this description is for the album description. So if you want to put a little something there, you can upload more images if you have. So this is a great way for you to showcase your image, and that is how you can be able to alter and make changes to the gallery. Next, let's take a look at the About Us menu. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at changing the About menu. So let's click on it. And the About menu is controlled by Page Builder. So let's go over to here. We're going to close this out. And let's go to Pages. And by the way, if you don't know what is connected to what, you can just go to the menu and it's going to show you which item is connected to. But since there aren't that many pages on here, we'll know exactly what this is connected to. So this one here is connected to the About Us. You can do the front end editing, which I've showed you before, or you can just do the back end editing. But this is where you're going to make changes to it. So let's just do that here. Let's go to the front end edit. Once you're logged into the front end, when you put your mouse over an item, as I previously showed you, you click on that space and it is going to allow you to change this particular item here. So you click on this, you can put in, this tab, you can go down, change the mission, my mission, and you click this little check here, save. You can add more items too. You can add an item, select an icon for it if you want to. Let's get the right Joomla. And you can also add, the content, and you can add the content by clicking here. You just put a text block and you click to edit, and you can put this, just apply. So as you can see, it's really simple to add more items. And for the theme, you can click here to edit the image. Just the settings here, you can change the name. You scroll down, and this is the row settings. So if you want to make changes for the rows, which I showed you how to do it before, you scroll down here, you have this, and that's pretty much about it for the home. I'm sorry, for the about. So that's how you can make changes to it directly on the Helix on the front end. And this lesson, we want to take a look at the pages. Now with the pages, you really can't, when you click on it, nothing happens, and there's a reason for that, but there are pages that are connected to it, and we're going to take a look at that now. So let's go over here to the pages. So let's click on this. So when you want to create a menu that has multiple sub menus, one of the ways that you can do that is you can use this external URL. So to get that, you go to menu item type, and you go to system links, and you go to external URL. You can just put this hashtag on there because it's not going anywhere. It's not linking. But if I were to change this link to something else, then it's going to change. So if I were to change it to that and I click save, now when I click on it, before it didn't do anything, but if I click here, it's going to take me to wherever that link that I put it on. So now that we've seen that, I'm just going to take that, just leave that link on there. So save and close. So the other items that are the part of this is the services, the contact, which are all part of page builder, the login. When you go to the login here, you can be able to see that this was chosen from here. So you go to menu item type, and you go to users, and then you can choose your login or log out. That's what this one here is, is for. And then the registration too is the same thing. And then let's X this off, and let's go over to the 404. And you can create custom 404 pages too. So let's go over to the 404, which is not linking anywhere right now. And then you have the coming soon. You can create your own coming soon page and page builder. So this one right now, this is linking to the 404 page. So let's close that out. And the 404 page that this is linked to, let's click on it and see what happens. We went over this before. This is in the template section. So when you go to extensions, you go to template from the framework. This is where you can be able to, adjust that 404 went through that. So if you're not sure, just go back in the video and take a look at it. And the same thing too with the coming soon. I already showed you how to edit the coming soon. So that's where this is now. Where it says new, let's take a look and see here why it's saying new and how you can do that. So when you come here on this, the mega menu, you notice that it has a badge, and the badge new, it's on the position, it's the right. You can change the color. Instead of having this green, you can have it any other color that you want. So I'm going to change the color to, let's say, something like that. Okay, just that bright yellow. And you can have the position to the left or to the right. So let's change that. And let's put this yes, and icon. You can put an icon, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. And then click on save. When we refresh the page, you notice that we have the yes right there, and it gives you flexibility. You can choose the text color. So if I put this to black, or if I put it to white, whatever color I choose, that is what you are going to see here. So now the text has been changed to white. So that just go to show you, you have a lot of flexibility. It's the same thing too with this one here. They just added this icon, but we're going to take a look at that in just a moment. So that's how you change the the pages drop down. So when you go over here, so now you see here, you have a drop down right, and all the items are connected to it. So just this pages, this is the primary one. When you add new menus, you have to add them as a sub menu. So let's click on close here. So when you see services, When you go to the right side, you see services under the main menu, and you click on the parent item. The parent item for this is the pages. It's going to highlight it for you. So if you want this to be an independent one, that is just by itself, you go to menu item root. When you do that, let's click save and close. And let's refresh this to see what it looks like. So now you have services as an independent menu. It's not underneath anything else. So next we're going to take a look at the blog. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the mega menu. Now we've taken a look at the pages menu, which is similar to this, but this one has a little bit more going on. So let's click mega. And once again, as you can see, you have this hashtag here, which doesn't link anywhere. Let's go to the mega menu options. So this is where you get to create whatever you want. You can add a new row. They've done the same thing. The way that Page Builder and Helix, the framework, are laid out, this is the exact same thing that they've done here. It gives you a lot of flexibility. You can move things around. It's that simple and it's that easy. So if I don't want that there, I can move that, to another position. You can click to add new row. It's going to ask you how you want this new row to be laid out. And you can choose, however, if you don't want something, you just click to delete it. So if you want this option, you want that option, you can do that. And with the breadcrumb, you can also move some of the items that are here. This are all the modules that are connected to that make this, give it this look. So powerful feature, easy to customize layout builder. That's what all these headings here are for. And it's very simple and easy to maneuver them. You can move one up, you can move one down, you can move it all over. So that's how this one here, this mega menu, have, all this stuff with it. And then you have the badge here where it says, badge, you can put hot, you can put it to the left, you can choose the color, you can choose show menu title, you can have the full, what that menu is going to show the full length, or you can have it center, you can have it right, you can choose the width. You can make this a mega menu, or you can disable it from being a mega menu. So this is the menu here, and this shows you a lot that you can be able to do with it. The icon here, you can choose an icon from the drop down list if you wanted to add one for any menu. And then once you put your mouse over it, then you see this the Joomla module. The Joomla module, this is what's on the the extensions. You go to extension, you go to module. So this is the Joomla module. And that's where all this stuff here is pulling from the module list. So if you wanted to edit any one of these here, you would go to extensions and you want to go to module. So when you put your mouse here, all this powerful feature, layout, all that's connected to it, and all this stuff is right, right over here. So you can definitely make whatever changes that's needed. In this lesson, we want to take a look now at the bottom here, which is the last part of how to edit this section here. If you wanted to, let's say, edit this information, blog, company, and photos. Now keep in mind that the photos are being populated by the SP portfolio, as I showed you in a previous video. And all this here is just a menu that you can put the position on. So let's go back to the module position. So this bottom 1, 2, 3, and 4. So when you go here, this is bottom 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you wanted to edit, let's say, the information one, you can click on it. And this is where you can edit this information that you currently see at the bottom. You can edit. If you don't want it, you just click. If you don't want to have this here, you can just disable it. And you just go where it says status, you click on publish, and this part is not going to show. So the same thing too for the blog. You can go here, and all the blog is connected to content and your articles. So all that information you see here is pulling from your article pages. So if you want to change the content here, you just have to change the content of the blog. And then for the company, that's just the menu. You can see the type here. When you look at the type, it shows you what type that you have. So you have the articles, you have the menu, you have the SP Page Builder Image Gallery, you have the breadcrumbs. So all this here gives you a quick preview exactly what you're actually, what this is connected to. For the company, it's connected to the company's menu. So you click on company, and you can see from here that this is selecting the menu. You can change the menu from here too. So if you wanted to have this main menu that's here, you can do that as well. But I'm just going to leave it at that. If you want to experiment with it, feel free to do so. So I'm just going to click on close. And you have the photos. Once again, that's connected to the SP, portfolio. So that's what that's connected to. And there you have it. Now that's how you edit the bottom images. If you don't want something at the footer, you just have to disable it or delete it. Hey, what's going on? Matthew Taming here. Let me ask you a question. If you can learn how to build your own streaming portal like a YouTube, a place where you can upload your videos and you can make those videos for free or paid, a place where people can be able to come in and get access to all the content that you've created, would you be interested in learning how to do that? Well, in this course, I'm going to teach you step by step how to build a streaming portal just like YouTube. Before we get started, I just wanted to kind of clarify a few things. YouTube have invested so much money and time and technology into building such an awesome, website. So while this is going to help you to build something like, you have to understand that it is going to have certain limitations, because one, the amount of time that is going to require to build that is just too much. I might do a course later on for that, but the goal of it is you see how this layout is here. And as you can see from my watch, I watch a variety of different topics, just to stay abreast with what's going on, around the world. But the goal of it is, if you have videos that you want to showcase like this, we're going to create this whole section like the home, trending, subscription, and some of these here. Now, as I mentioned before, the watch later, your videos and all this here, this are features that, I might do a course later on to show you how to incorporate those features with it. So before we get started, I just wanted to clarify a few things. Now, I want to say that, YouTube, they've done a tremendous job of the investment in terms of time, money to build such an awesome site. So this tutorial, while it's going to show you how to build something like that, YouTube has invested a lot in the technology. My goal for this is I just wanted to show you how you can build your own portal. Let's say you have a lot of videos like myself and you put some on YouTube, but you want to, let's say, create a membership section, something more personal. This is a great way to do it. Now, there are scripts that you can be able to buy and you just put it up and you put the videos. But sometimes those can be so cumbersome. They have so much going on that you end up getting frustrated because you don't know where things are and it's just too complicated sometimes. So I want to show you how to simplify that process. And in doing so, so we're going to create this sidebar here. We're going to put a logo up top, the sidebar where you have the home, trending, subscriptions. Now, all of these I will, for example, with the subscriptions, there is a way that you can be able to build your own subscription website, but I'm not going to cover this in this particular video. Maybe in another course I can do that. And the library, all this, I'm just going to create some of these links here and show you guys how you can be able to do it on your end. But again, when you click on it, you're gonna be able to click on it because you would have to, do some more work and it takes more time. And I just want to get you guys going first. And then you see this filter up top. We're gonna create the same filter that you see here. We might do a search. I'm not sure. We'll see. And all this stuff right here, this is a little extra stuff that they have that we may or may not do those. Okay. So if you got a lot of videos and you're excited about this, let's get going. But before we do, one thing too, I'm going to be going back and forth with this YouTube page and building this stuff so that we can track and see how we're doing. All right, so let's go now to Balboa. What I'm going to be using to get done, of course, is Joomla. I'm not going to go through the Joomla installation process because I have a lot of videos that go over that. And I'm going to be using the Gridbox. Gridbox is a page builder, e-commerce ad blogging app. It has so many great things that you can be able to do with it. What I'm going to show you is just part of it. So I'm using the pro version of it. So I would definitely recommend that you get the pro version of Gridbox because it's going to give you a lot more features and a lot more that you're able to do. And you can use your videos from YouTube or from Vimeo. Okay, now if you want to do this on a professional level, what I mean by that is I would recommend that you get your videos to Vimeo rather than YouTube. But for the sake of this course, I'm going to be using the YouTube video so you can just grab yours for those that don't have a video on Vimeo. All right, so enough about this now. Let's get started. So make sure, of course, that you've downloaded Gridbox and then also the gallery. There's another extension that we're going to be using to build it, the gallery. And the gallery is you can use it to do a lot. One of the things that I always do when I look at extensions is, what can I do that's out the box? How can I stretch it? So the gallery gives you a lot of things you can be able to do, and we're going to go through that here. And again, I'm using the pro version of it because the pro version gives you so much more to do. It's only $28 for the pro, so I definitely recommend that you grab that as well. So once you have those two things, you already have to have Joomla installed, which I already have. So I'm going to open up another tab and then log into my site. So I'm logged in on the back end of the Joomla website that I'm going to be doing this on, and I've set up my environment. Me and Alfred installed Joomla, and I don't have to do it again. And I've also installed the extensions that I got from here. If you don't know how to install extensions, you go to extensions, install. Then you just drag and drop, or you can get it from wherever you download it or download it to once you've paid and gotten it from here. So I'm gonna going back and forth between Balboa, going YouTube, and the site. So just keep up. So the first thing we want to do is, after you've installed the extensions, you go to components and you want to go to Gridbox. So once you've successfully installed Gridbox, you get something that look like this. We don't have anything created yet, so let me give you a quick overview of the back end. You have the dashboard, you have the pages, all the stuff that you created is going to be there, and you have your themes. And with your themes right now, this is the default. You can check the settings for it, or you can click to upload theme. When you do that, it's going to show you different options. So if you want to start with the theme and you're not sure, you need some design inspiration, or you want to just use one of this and customize it, you can do that. You can also click to download it. You can click to view it. But we're not going to need the themes now. I just wanted to show you guys where that is located. And of course, you have your import export here. So what we're going to do now is, let's go back to the dashboard, and we're going to create a new page. And we'll call this one, let's say, YouTube. And the default is set to Gridbox. Click on next. So with the dashboard, depending on what you have in the menu, yours may or may not look like this. But if yours doesn't look exactly like mine, don't worry about it. We'll get that fixed and sorted out. Now, these are menus that I already created on the back end, which you're going to take a look at in just a moment. All right, so now just a quick overview for the back end. This is the save. This is where you add the page block. Page block allows you to add items. So instead of recreating certain sections, you can just get it from page block. So we'll take a look. When you do that, you notice that you have the cover. So you can drag any one of these and just put them over, and that saves you a lot of time to be able to build your site. So you have the about us, you have services, description. So as you scroll through here, this helps you to build websites a lot faster. So if you wanted something, you just drag it and you put it over there. But we're not going to be using this right now. I just want you to see how it looks and where to get it. Call to action. Okay, so this is simple. And then you have the library. This is where all the stuff that you've done, like your sections, you can create custom sections. In other words, when you're building your site, a section allows you can use that same site over and over again instead of having to recreate it all over. And then of course you have your plugins, and you have your hidden elements, things that you've hid. And then you have the keyword shortcut. So this is really great because if you want to save, you press S. If you press the keyword shortcuts here, it saves you a lot of time with this. So that's a really great feature that they added. And then of course you have your dashboard that you can go back to. And over here you have your responsiveness test. You can test for the laptop, tablet, landscape, phone. And you can, your tools here, there's the media manager with all your photos and the font library. So your videos and all that stuff can be right here. And then your page, you have your settings. You can add this particular new page that you're created to a menu item, which we'll take a look later. You can add a new page. You can see all the pages that you have, and then you can work on your theme. You can change the background color. You can change the font size. You can change a lot. Okay, so this is just some of the basic things that I wanted you to be familiar with. You can change the font type for the entire site, for the H1, H2, and so on, and all that cool stuff. And then this is your site details. So this is where you put like your favicon. If you have any scripts, you can put the header script here, like your Google Analytics or any scripts that some sites gives you to put. Sometimes like the chat bot, you want to put a chat on there, you can put that here. And then of course your media manager tells you the type of files that's allowed. And you have your layout. There's the container, there's the pixel. You can change that later on, and you can also disable responsiveness. And you have your breakpoints for each device here. So there's something that you can change that, but by default, this works really great. And then as you put your mouse over each section, you notice that you have different things you can be able to do. You can edit wherever you put your mouse on. You can edit. You can add new plugin. Now plugins, these are elements or different things that you can be able to do on your site. So let me delete that. As you scroll down, you can add an accordion, a button, a carousel. Scroll down. So these are all the different elements that you have access to, and you can also add third-party plugins, Joomla, the forms, Balboa forms, and gallery. So we don't need those just yet. And then once you put your mouse over, this controls this entire section, so you can change the sections from here. So that's pretty much a quick overview of the back end of Gridbox, which is really simple and easy to navigate. So let's go over now to theme with the background color. You notice as I'm changing it changes the entire thing. So if I go here, so first what we're going to do is we're going to be creating, since we're creating multiple themes, we can start off first with the white and just leave it as it is, and then we're going to create the other themes once we're done with this one here. So when we go to YouTube now, my settings is set to of course the black background, but we can definitely change that. Matter of fact, let's do this. So let's just change it to black now. So now everything is black, so we can adjust the text, the fonts, everything accordingly so to show up. All right, so we'll change that. And no overlay. We don't need an overlay right now. So let's just X that off. So let's go over to the page settings. That's the title. This for the SEO, publishing. So this looks okay for the alias. I'm just going to leave it as YouTube clone. All right, just X off. Okay, so now we have that basic stuff set up. So what are we going to do? So let's go back to YouTube. As I mentioned before, we're going to be going back and forth between these two just to kind of get close to it. So this is how it's laid out. So the first thing that we want to do is let's start by working on the side navigation here. Okay, so we're going to create just some of the menu items here, and we can do that by going here. So when you put your mouse over, you notice that you have this little cog here, and you click here to add new row, or you can edit. So since we already have this menu here, we can move the menu. But before we do so, let's go to the back end here of Joomla. So let's go to menus, and let's just click on, we want to create a new menu specifically just for this. All right, so the new menu, we're going to call this one YouTube menu, and then we'll put the menu type YouTube menu and description YouTube menu, and leave it as site. Let's click on save and close. So I'm just going to drag this one over right here. Now when we do that, you have to locate the YouTube menu. The way you can do that is on the message page once you've submitted, or you can just go to menus and then you can locate and then click to add new menu item. So now the YouTube, the first one that we have, this is the home. So we'll create the home, the trending, and the subscription. So let's do that first. So let's create home, or you can call it start. Sometimes you may already have a home page. So if you do, Joomla is going to let you know that you already have a home page. So for now, we're not linking this to anything, going anywhere just yet. So click on menu item type, and let's go to system links, and we're just going to put the URL. So for now, we'll just put in test or whatever. It's not going anywhere, so that's okay. And then the next one we want to do is we want to click on save and new. So we have home, we have trending, and then we have subscription. So notice I mentioned before, I already have a home. So I'm going to change that from home to, let's say, start. You can call whatever you want it to be, save and close. Now, the good thing about this is that you can be able to, I was my train of thought. I'll probably get back to it later on. Okay, so, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, so you can be able to create a section that members only, and you can create a section for the public. What I'm creating now is going to be for the public, but there is a way that you can be able to hide it so that way only subscribed members get access to the content that you create. So we have start. Now let's go to trending, I think I already have trending here, or instead of trend, yeah, let's say trending 2, because I already have something that's called trending. And I'm going to do the same thing. I should have copied that. So let's just go to URL again. So I can call this, let's put a little test, and we'll click on save and new. And let's say we have this one, subscriptions, and we're going to repeat the same thing over. Go to system links and URL, and let's put test again. The reason I'm just putting test because we're not linking up to anything just yet. So let's see, let's add some more here. So we can either create one section here and 2 sections, or we could just put everything in one for now. Okay, so let's just leave this like that, and let's click on save and close. So what we've done now is we've created this section, this top section here. So now we're going to create the other menu, which is this section right here. So I'm going to create it and then just fast forward to it. It's the same process as we did the first one we did. So I'm just going to go through here and just go to add new menu, and I'm going to call this one YouTube links, and then save and close. And I click. Now we can start to add the menu items on there. So this part is done. We now have all of this links right here. You could also move the links up or down if you need to, just by clicking here and dragging it up. All right, so that's done. So now we can go to the front end here, and we are going to make some moves. So right here, we can take this. First, let's go right here and let's click to add a new row. And we want this to be 1. And we're going to just take this right here and just drag this right over and just drop it over there. Now, don't worry about how it looks like this. We can fix that. So you click on edit, and you can, let's see, go right here, data protection. Okay, so let's do this instead. I'm just going to click X off here and just come here. Let's just delete it. All right, let's delete that. So once you've deleted that menu here, one of the things you want to do is let's go back to the back end here. You want to go to menus, and you want to go to your menu manager. We forgot to assign a module for this. So what we're going to do is I already assigned the one for the YouTube menu. Next, you want to click on the other menu that you created, which is the YouTube links. You want to click on add a module for this menu. And we're going to call this one, you just call the same name, YouTube links. And for position, we're just going to position 2 here. And we'll go to save and close. So now you see this module here. So let's go back to the front end. So after assigning the module, the next thing we need to do now is we need to go here and let's type in menu, and we're going to grab the menu we just created. So now you have the YouTube menu and you have the YouTube links. So we're going to get both of this. Let's grab the YouTube menu first. So we'll have that now. Let's X that off, and let's come and add another plugin. And let's grab the other menu, which is the YouTube links. So now we have both of these, and you see how YouTube, move this over. You see how YouTube have their section here. So we're going to section these. Okay, the first one, let's work on the first one. Let's click to edit it. And you see this is a horizontal position. Let's change it to vertical. So now you have it set up like that. But that's not done yet. So let's go over to design. Now you can select the type here, but we're just going to leave it at the navigation. And we want to make sure the alignment is to the left. So now move the alignment to the left. Don't worry about the space. We'll work on the margins later on. So once you've done that, you can change the icon. We're going to put icons later on. You can change the icon size. And you can go over to the mobile. All that's checked. Now on the mobile section, this is how it's going to be. On the right, you can also designate where it closes. So we can put that there on the left. It can close on the left as well, and we can come back to that later on. So I'm just going through some stuff here. Okay, so now we have that there. So let's go to the color. So you see as you move your mouse, it changes the color. So we want this to be white. So that looks good. And we don't want to change the background or anything like that yet. So we'll leave it as that. So now we're going to add the little icons. If you look at YouTube, they have these little icons on the side of it. So let's do that. So let's go on the first one, start, or whatever you named it. Click to edit, and let's click on the icon. And when you click on the icon, you have several options. You have material, you have the font awesome, and then you have this custom one here. So you can choose from any one, but let's search first. Let's start off with the font awesome. So we can search for different icons. And this is where the fun part comes in. So you don't have to use the exact same ones that I'm using. Let's say you want to go to this one. You can choose to use something that's closer to this, or you can use this one here. So I'm just gonna go here and I'm gonna grab this one. I like how this one looks. So click on save. So now you see it pops up right there on that side of it. We're gonna adjust the size and everything, you know, later on. Let's do the same thing too for the trending. So with the trending, I'm gonna put in here fire. Is it fire? It's not in that one, so I gotta come to this one. So let's use this fire and then click on save. And then for the subscription, they have to play. Now this is where the fun part comes in. As I mentioned before, you can choose any icon that you want. So I'm just gonna just choose different things here. So I like this one, play and save. That's the closest thing to what they have. Okay, so if that didn't come up, okay, so there it is. Now it came up. So you have to play there. So we've done this first section here, and that looks good. You can change the font, you can change different things on there, but I think that looks okay for now. Select X off, and let's do the same thing for this part. We'll click to edit, and we're just repeating the same thing. Let's make sure this is vertical, and for the layout, let's make sure this is centered to the left, and for the mobile, make sure it's centered to the left. We can change all this, the colors and everything later on. So we want to do the same thing now. We want to go over to the library and choose different icons. So I'm just going to choose different icons for this. So you feel free to choose whatever icons you like. And then when I'm done, we can pick up from there. Okay, so now I completed the rest of these here, and all the icons as we're having on YouTube is looking good. So now let's see, what else do we want to do? So we'll have those there. Like as I mentioned before, the subscription, all this stuff here, you know, I'm not going to put all this for now, but just want to get you started. So this is good. Now, one thing we notice here that it's too close to the left. So we need to move this over a little bit because it's too far, and make sure you save your work as well. So now let's go, and we're going to move that over. So let's go over to here, the design, scroll down. So what we want to do is we want to move this over to the left. So if I put in 1 right here, you notice how it shifts everything too much. Well, that's just too much, right? So we want to kind of play with this number here. Let's try 25. So 25, if you notice, the first one, the bottom one, is moved over a little bit. That looks pretty good. Same thing as YouTube. It's not touching the edge. So we need to do that. So 25, mark the padding here. That looks good. And let's go to this one. So we're just going to change the margin here for this one to put this to 25. So now that lines up pretty good. So next what we want to do is let's try to, you know, close this gap here a little bit. We can always adjust that later on. So you click to edit. Let's go to layout. So now let's try to adjust the bottom. Okay, so we remove the bottom to 25 and close the gap a little bit more. Okay, so we can work on that stuff a little bit later on. For now, let's see what else we want to do. So let's go back here to YouTube again. So the next thing that we need to do now is we want to be able to get our videos like this. And as I mentioned before, all this watch later, we're not going to be having all this stuff incorporated with it. I'll show you a simple way how to do it. So with YouTube, when you click on here, it opens up a new window, right? But what we're going to do that's different is that we're going to click and it's going to do a pop-up of the video. So let's do that. Let's go to components and let's go to gallery. Now with the gallery, this is where you have the option to be able to create your videos. You can import them from YouTube, from Vimeo, and you can use any embed code from any website that gives that to you. So you can click on new. I've already created some here. So you click on new, and then you put your gallery name. So call this one like YouTube, and you click save. And then you click on, you got to create a category. So you can call this video links or whatever you want to call it. You click on save. Now I've already done this. I just want to show you how you can do it so you can follow along. And then from here, this is where you can click on this little camera here. You can choose upload from folder. So when you upload from folder, it's going to upload from the items that you have on your site. So if you don't have certain images, you want to get it from your computer, you can just click to upload, or you can click create folder, and then you can upload the items into that folder. So you can click to upload just to upload the images. I've already done this part. Or you have the option of going upload from desktop. When you do that, you can go directly to your desktop to upload certain photos that you want to use. So I'm not going to do that. So let me go back now to the ones that I created so I can show you. So I'm going to go to coaching bottom. So I'm going to go here because this is when I created. Now what you would have to do is you need to create a thumbnail. So let's go, for example, here, the business one. When I click here, it's going to show you a thumbnail. That's, where you can upload through this process of clicking here, and then you can upload from your computer. You can choose the name, you can choose the alias, you can put a short description. So I'll put a short description. You can put an alt, image alt for SEO. You can put some tags here. You can use the color, and you can add an alternative image. I'm not going to do that for now. And then you can click to edit description. You can click to insert link if you want to. This is where you can put your link. So if you wanted to link this to an external page, let's say somewhere else, you can do that. But I'm going to leave that link like this. Let's say even if you wanted to just put in your thumbnails and just have everything linked to YouTube, you can click here and just grab the YouTube URL or whatever URL you put here, and then click to new window. So it's going to open that in a new window. But I'm going to leave this for now like that. So let's go over to the embed code. This is the embed code that I got from Vimeo. You can go on YouTube and grab an embed code. And if you don't know where to get the embed code from YouTube, you go to any video. This is one of the ones that I just published. You go over to the video. At the bottom you see share, and you see embed. You can just grab the embed code. You can adjust it based on how you want it to be. This is the code that you're going to need here, and once you've done that, you just copy and just paste it on here, and you're pretty much good to go. So you got to create your thumbnail with like Adobe Photoshop or some type of editing software you can use to create it. So once you've done that, the next thing you want to do now is, I'm just going to X this out, is we want to incorporate that on here. Now with YouTube, they have this filters right here. So let's do the same thing too. So let's go here and let's click to, let's do an add-on, add a new plugin. So we'll do a plugin, scroll all the way to the bottom. You see where it says Balboa Gallery. We're going to incorporate that. So when you click on it, it's going to bring up all of the categories that you've created. And I've created a few here, but the one that I need is a coaching bottom. So now when I do that, you notice it pops up. And again, the goal of this, we're trying to create a simple version of what YouTube has. So right now we're doing pretty good. This is showing up like that. So you notice with your mouse over it. So when I click on there, it gives you this pop-up, and I can leave comments. We'll take a look at the comments later on. People can be able to leave comments on here. So this makes it a little more personable. So this is how this one here looks. And I actually imported my playlist from Vimeo. So the reason why mine look like this is because I copied the embed code. You can also embed playlist, which is really great. So instead of having uploading each individual video, you can create your playlist on YouTube or Vimeo and then just embed it so people can just watch it along, as they go. So now and also they can click to share, they can click to, to love it. They can extend the screen like that. It takes the entire screen, and they can just X off. So now we've gotten this look going. So let's just click save here. So we have this look, and it's coming along pretty good. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to move this logo, just drag it over and just drop it up here. So we can change that logo to something else later on. We have two options here. We can keep it how it is centered right here, or we can go to edit, and we can matter of fact, let's come to this part here. So I'm trying to get it to be full width. Now when you do full width like that, it drags over, gets a little bit closer to this, but you have more space. Move this over. You have more space to add things here. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep it like this, but let's go back to the gallery here. So all we have to do now is we just have to create a few more of these to fill up this whole section here. So as you can see right now, it's stretching end to end, and the way that you can do that is you would have to go to settings, thumbnail, and where you see the image width, you can adjust this. That's what I've been doing, just adjust it until you get the size that you want. So right now it's set to 780. So let me see how, just gonna put 700 for the image. Now the image quality, this is good to leave it at, you can increase that more, but the higher the percentages, the slower that your page load. So just keep that in mind. So if you put it to 100, the image quality is going to be good, but it's also going to be really slow. So I'm going to set this at 700 and just click on that and then click on save. And then I'm going to refresh this page. So once I refresh it, now you still see it's right here. So I can come in and just kind of play with these settings here. If I were to take off the image, you notice it's still right there. If I were to take off the full width, let me come here. This is something that you can kind of mess around with. I'm just going through to see different ways to kind of adjust it. So you put back the full width, then expand. So I'll just leave it as that for now. We can change that again later on. So we have this now. This looks different here, but I think this looks here a little bit more simpler. You put your mouse over and you're probably wondering, how do you get this to show up here? Now make sure that you put the title, you put the description here. Now it's not going to have like the number of views and how long it's been there. Like you can change some of those settings on the back end by going to the gallery manager, and we can choose the settings. This is where you get to play with a lot of the settings. So sometimes you have to try different settings. You have to go through and just see how it looks. Let's go to thumbnail. We can have that at justify, or we can say let's try a grid. See how the grid looks. Scroll down, we can go to caption. You can disable the caption. You have the caption effect. Do you want to show the title? If you disable it, then the title for this it's not going to show. Display category. So I'm going to take that disable category, and right now this is the business. That's the category that it's in. You can keep that or you can leave it. That's up to you. You go to the light box when it pops. Enable alias. So you have to go through the settings. Right now I have this check here. You can keep the settings that I have for the social share. You can display download if you want people to be able to download your videos. You can go to the navigation. You can go to the comments. Now with the comment system, you have discuss, you have this contact, and you have none. So when you have discuss, you have to make sure you put in your username for that. Okay, whatever username that you have. I set up a demo one here just to show you guys this, and then your compression. Let's leave it at that for now. And do you want to enable filters? So yes, let's go to filters. And how do you want the filters to line up? You want it to be left, center. So we'll keep it at the left, but we can change that later on. So the colors. All right, so now we'll have to, let's just click on this so you can see what that looks like. So when you have the filters, this is where we can add in a few more categories. Okay, so this one now is relationship. I can call this one networking, and let's create another category. We'll call this one marketing. You can call this whatever you want. I just want to show you how it's going to look with the filters on there. And then filmmaking and music. Okay, so we'll have these now. Let's click on save. So when you go to the front end, you don't always see that. It's not going to show up there yet. So let's click to refresh this page. And once you refresh it, voila, you have the same tag system here like YouTube does, right over here. And the beautiful thing about this one is that you can click on each one and it's going to show you the videos or everything that you have for each particular category. So let's say we go back here. Right now we have the business, we have this, we have the networking, there's nothing there. We have the marketing, filmmaking. You would have to upload content to this in order for that to work. And then what I'm doing now is just adding some of the tags so we can see what those look like. We're going to mess with some of the colors. Now this is where you come in and you get a little creative. And you can always check back and forth and see how things are going. So we'll have this filter set up. You can add some more to stretch across up here. So let's do that. So let's add a few more of different categories here, and just going to click to create. I'm getting a little tongue tied here. Now let's take a look on the front end and we are going to see what we have. So right now, these are the ones that we had. Let's refresh it and see what we've got. So as you can see, the tag just spreading across. I think we're going to add a few more. I just want to add a few more just to give it that, that same look of stretching across like this. So now that we have this part, we can be able to, we'll just have to clone it, and it's going to, look pretty good, but it's come along pretty good, right? So let's go to YouTube here. It's come along pretty good. We'll have the similar setup, and we have a similar setup here. And this, you want to create something that feels more personable. So people come and they just feel like, they just know you, right? So that's one of the goals when you create a website, is you want it to be very, very simple and easy to navigate. So far so good. Everything is coming along great. Let's just go now to edit the footer, and we'll change the background. Let's make the background, we can leave the background as this, or we just make everything just black. So now we have that black, and with this social icons here, I'll just leave those for now. We'll come back and we'll see if we're keeping them or if we are getting rid of them. So one of the issues that we had before was this hair was stretching out too far. So if you had an issue where there's too much space at the bottom, you want to go back to your gallery, you go to settings, you want to go to thumbnail, and you want to change it from grid to justify, because grid gave it too much space at the bottom. So if you had that issue where there's too much space at the bottom of it, then you want to do that. So what we're going to do right now is let's clone and copy this. We're going to just copy it, and let's go to edit. We can change the gallery, so I have another one's created. Just click here, and I have coaching top. So let me go back here. I'm going to see what I have in the other one. So I'm going to click save and close. I'm just going to check to see in these ones here what items do I currently have. So let's check out coaching main, and the goal of this, I want to replace this top with this bottom with something else. All right, so I chose this coaching top. So what we're going to do is let's go here and choose coaching top videos, and just like that, you notice that the videos have changed. Now it's these here. So let's come, and that's one of the beautiful things about it too, is that you are able to showcase your videos how you want them to be. Now with this one's here, I'd have the filters. There's just 3. That's because I have just 3 videos in here, but I can add so much more to it. So let's go ahead and let's see if we can do that. So I'm going to just click on here and just click to add new. So what I'm looking at now, I wish they don't have a way to duplicate it, because that would have been so much easier, save you so much time. So now we have to go through here, and let me just copy this and embed code for now. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to click here and upload from desktop. So I uploaded those 3. I can just put the title for this one, make a decision, and for this one here, I'm just going to put in speak your mind, and you need a game plan. So I'm just putting the description for the title for these. So I finished putting a description for those. Now I just have to, let's save it here. And now we'll add it, since we added the other videos to it, you notice that it has this look. So this one has 4, and this one it has 3. You can change the number of videos in the column here just by simply going through in the back end. So let's see something here. So this one, we can go back here. You go to settings. That's what I mentioned before. You can kind of play around with the settings here to see how you want it. So when you go to pagination, it shows you here images per page. So this one is set to 16. So it's giving it like an even 4 for each. So we can set this one to, let's say if we set it to 3, for example, or we can set it to 9. Save. And let's see what that looks like. The goal of it is, I'm just playing around with the different settings here, but some of you might like this look. You move your mouse over, put the thumbnails, and you can be able to have it how you want. And don't forget to save your work. Sometimes I'm doing things and I refresh and then forget to save it, and it's not always good. I have to redo some things over. So make sure to save your work. Okay, so we can add more videos if we want to give it that specific layout option. Let's go back here. So as I'm testing out the different settings, which is something that you have to do here, you notice that it's changing as well. So I can have all of my videos lined up and use this filters as a way to show different videos. So when you click load more, then it's going to load extra videos. You see here we have 3, now we have 4. So what I'm doing is I'm just going back here with the pagination and I'm just changing different settings. So I'm going to keep this one here. I'll just keep it at, let's say I keep it at 4 for now. If we add more, then we can be able to change that on. So this is what it looks like. It's going to give you 4. It's going to remove this option here. Let's refresh it again. So now when people click, they can come here, they can click to watch your videos, and you can continue to add more. So with this one here, if we add, let's say 3 more, and then we click on load more, it's going to load some more. Or as I mentioned before, you can utilize these tags here based on what you choose. That's what shows. So far so good. It's coming along pretty good. So that's pretty, like the basics of it. Let's see what else we've got here. So that's the core basics. You have this, and then of course these links here at the bottom, you could also add the links at the very bottom there. So one cool thing too that we can add at this very top is if you wanted to say sell some ad space. So let's just go ahead and add a banner. Let's just add an image. So I'm going to grab this banner that I have and insert. So now you see the banner showing up right there, and we can just move this. Let's see here. We can move that up like that, drag that up, and just drag this up again. So now it's at the very top. So if you wanted to say you wanted to sell some banner space or something like that to generate extra revenue, you certainly can. This banner, let's move it over. So now it's to the right. We can put it in the middle like that. You can have bigger banners. As a matter of fact, you can have something that covers this entire section with a banner on there. And you can also have the links. So let's see how that looks. Okay. So that's one option right there. You can put this banner for ad space, right there. Another option you can have is, let's take this off here. Another option you can add is you can put one main video at the very top. So let's just delete. I'll lift that banner for now. Let's see what we'll do with that later on. So I'm going to come here and I am going to add just one big video at the very top. So let's grab a video add-on. So with the video, now I added the YouTube video ID and show the control. So now you notice that you have this one big video at the bottom. Okay. So if people want to, like a theater type feel. So I am going to move this one. I'm going to move this one up, and then I can move it up. So it's at the very top. So now in a way people come, they can be able to see this video. This may be too big for some, but if this works for you, we can also just remove. Let's delete this banner ad for now. So that's the one video. People can be able to come here, they can watch. Let's make sure that we're saving it. So it looks okay. If you wanted to go with this format, if we come here now, we'll go to edit and we'll say let's change from full width. Now this is what you have. So it's no longer full width, but it's actually showing up like this. So this can work. Maybe this can work for what you're doing, or if you want to get the full width effect, you do that. So it's pretty much up to you. I'm just going to give you several options, and then you can pick and choose the one that you want to go with. So for now, let's put this back here to a full width, and we can just, you can keep this top section or you can delete it. I'm just going through it and see how this looks. So right now, this is what we have. So everything's coming along pretty good. So I'll just delete that video at the top. So now we want to see what this looks like on the front end. So when people, what are people actually going to see when they're looking at your site? So one thing that we can do is let's connect this to a menu. So we can go to page and let's look at this to menu. And we'll call this one UT or YouTube. And we're going to leave it. You can click this drop down to choose the menu that you want to connect it to. Right now the items on here, that's the YouTube links and the YouTube. So I'm going to put this over here, and let's see, we're going to put this one. I'll just put it to the links for now and just call it YT and then click on save. So once we go to the front end to see what the public sees, this is exactly what they are going to be seeing. So what you have to do is you have to go, remember we created this add to menu, and whatever name and wherever you put it, you just go to the URL and then you put in that link, and it's going to show just like this. So now people can be able to come in and they can start to watch. So now let's change this logo. You click there and I'm going to grab an image for it. So I've added the logo right there. You can replace the logo with your own as well. And so everything looks okay. So at this point, what you pretty much want to do is just make some adjustments to it. So I'm going to the front end. This is what it looks like. This is what people are going to see, and they can click to add more. What I did was just added some more links to more pictures right there on the back end. So what I want to do now is, you notice that there's a lot of space at the very top. There's all this gap. We need to get rid of that gap. So to do so, you scroll down to the bottom and you see this little edit. You click on the edit right here. And then you go over to the layout. Yeah, so the layout where you see the margin top, we're going to click on the down arrow. While we're doing that, let's scroll up so you can see the space and just kind of calculate, see if that's how you want it to be. So from the bottom, so I'm just going to keep going. And as the numbers go higher, you notice that it's going up. So the goal of it is you want to get this down up till you feel like it's okay. So I'm going to keep getting it down. Let's go to 100 and see. So it's okay. I'm trying to line it up. You see where this logo is? Want to line it up to that. So we'll probably have to go a little bit more. Okay, so that looks about 125, looks about right. So now let's click on save, and we're going to review on the front end, see how close we got. So there you have it now. This nice layout right here at the very top. So there you have it. It's flushing with this section and this section here. Everything looks pretty good. Now another thing to that you want to do is I'm going to move all of these items here over to one menu. So let's do that now. We'll go over to menus and let's go over to, I believe it's the YouTube links. So we're going to take all of these. Let me move this over right here. So we're going to take all of these here and put it to this menu so everything is just one. So to do that, instead of doing it individually, we're just going to do a batch move. So click on batch, and you want to go to move. You want to find the YouTube menu, so you can type that in YouTube, and we want to add it to the YouTube menu. So add it to this menu, and don't change anything else. So we're actually moving it. So where it says, do you want to copy or move? So we're moving them. So let's click to process. So now there's no links here anymore. So we've moved all the other links to this part here. So everything. So the reason for that is, you notice this little space. We're going to get rid of that space. So let's refresh this now and see if it got closer. Okay, so now it got closer here. But the only thing is, we would have to go back now and add those icons again, which is not a big deal. So let's do that. You notice the icons are gone. And I love icons, so that's not a big deal. Let's do that. But before then, let's just refresh this page so it'll reflect the new menu. So I went ahead and I added all the icons there. Save. So now let's go to the front end and see how it looks. And you have all these beautiful icons just like that. So as you scroll through here, everything looks pretty good. Of course, you can do so much more work to it. You can do a lot. And one of the things that you can do is you can create a portal like this where only your members get access to it. And you can really customize everything. You can do a lot of tweaks, a lot of changes here, that when people sign up to whatever you're doing, then they can be able to get access to your, whether it's your, your courses or anything like that. But it's very simple, and you can be able to make the user experience very pleasant. One thing that I always keep in mind when I'm designing my websites is I want things to be simple, so that when people are browsing and getting access to it, they're not frustrated, they're not confused. Everything is right there. And as you can see with this one here, everything is pretty much, right over here. I can click this to watch, go to the next one, and everything looks good. If I want to upload more, just click to see more, and they can be able to watch a whole lot more from there. So there's one more thing that I wanted to do in this video, and that is we need to change the background color. Like YouTube has, like, to have a feature where you can be able to get, different like the white or the black. So this one is the black background. So now let's get a different color. So to do so, you go to your dashboard and you go to your pages, and then you click on, let's say I'm clicking on this one. The goal of it is I am going to be cloning it. So all the changes that I've made here, I'm satisfied with so far. Of course, you can always tweak some things later on. And so I mentioned before, because this is not a dynamic sub, but this is like more manual, you have to do it this route. So to do so, you click here and then you go to duplicate. So now I've duplicated this, but it's not published. So I'm going to click here to publish it, and I am going to click it so I can edit it. So keep in mind, this is the original version, which is black. So first, let's remove this menu here because we don't need that part anymore. And let's go over to themes and colors. The brand, let's see here. What color do we want to change this one to? So let's see, what colors do we want to change it? So we have options here. Okay, we can change this sidebar. Let's say we want to change this sidebar here to a little bit different color. Because when you look at the YouTube one, this sidebar is just not the same darkness as some of these here. So it stands out a little bit. So let's go and see what we are changing. So let's go to background here. And let's go over to color. Make sure we drag this one all the way up. And you notice that's already been changed right there. So we're going to go something like this. You can go with some sort of black, kind of push it right there. So the goal of this, you just want to differentiate. You see that margin right there? So we can push that up like that. So send a little bit. Now you have that section that's saved right there, and it looks a little bit different. All right, so that's the first modification that we can do here. If you want to customize, you can make it a different color if you want to. And that's the beautiful thing about it, is that you can create so many different color variations based on whatever you want. So I'm just going to keep it at that. Let's keep it over back at this darker color. Right, let's see here. I don't know, I'm just playing around with this. Okay, so that can work. I like how that looks there. So that's one option. So if you add an overlay, then it gives it a little, you can kind of adjust the opacity of it, or you can just bring it all the way down and it looks. So I'll leave it like that for now, or we can even change that to, let's say, a blue. So this is where I like that blue. Okay, so this is where you really come in and just have some fun. Let's see what else. So we can leave that as that. And then let's work now on the background here. So we can come here, click to edit. And let's say we want to go to this background, and let's change this to, we can put a gradient. It's going to give it a gradient like that. We can put in a color. We can, you know, make that all white like that. And this part at the bottom here, we can also, we can leave it as that black, or we can change it. So let's see what we're doing here. I'm just going through, and you can change these to whatever colors that you want. So that black and blue doesn't look too bad. So you scroll and you have the black, the blue, and then you have this black here at the bottom. We could also change this. Let's go to the background. Let's go to color. So now that's black. So we want to change that to something else. But I'm just messing around with the colors here. As you can see, there's so many flexibility or flexible ways to get this done. Just experiment and see what other color combination that you can be able to come up with. So now this is how the blue and the white looks. Not bad. And for whatever branding that you want, you can definitely rebrand it and change the color scheme. Like this bottom part, you can also change that. And but I just wanted you to see how that looks as you have different colors to experiment with. So now we have the black, and we have the white, this one, and two different themes. And you can create as many other themes, color schemes that you want to. You can have this top section one color and the bottom section another color. That's pretty much up to you. So now we have 3 different themes that we've customized with just simple clicks. This is the first one, the black one, and then this the other one, and this another one. Again, have fun, play with the colors. There's so much more that you can do to expand on this. I just wanted to show you how to get started. You can take the ball and just run from there. So hopefully you enjoy this tutorial. Like I said, there's so much more to do. And if you're looking to learn Joomla from scratch, or you want to be able to build awesome websites, You can definitely check out my masterclass. Has a lot of great stuff there, and this is a live training too, so I actually get to work with you on a one-on-one training, and you can see what I'm doing and kind of learn how to take your skill set to the next level and build and create incredible and amazing websites. So I look forward to working with you one day. Hey, what's going on? Matthew Taman here. I'm excited to share with you this course that teaches you how to build a one-page e-commerce website. If you have some products that you want to sell online, but you don't want to spend hours, weeks, or even months, you can learn how to do it yourself. This course is going to walk you through step by step so you can build a simple yet professional website for you to sell your products online. You can charge shipping, you can add tags, you can automate the process, and it's very easy for you to get up and going. So let's get started. To build this, we're going to be using Gridbox. So I need you to go to balboa.com and purchase the pro version. They have a free one, but I definitely want you to get the pro because it has all the features that we're going to need to build this thing. I'm just scrolling through now so you see all the features that it has. This is like the all-in-one toolbox that you need to build real solid websites. So once you do that, next you want to go on the same website, forms, and you want to purchase the pro version. Again, it's very affordable, not expensive at all. This is my go-to form builder if I need to build complex forms, or if I want to build a simple shopping cart like what I'm going to show you how to do. This is what I use as well. So you see here, e-commerce shopping cart, you can add coupon codes, tags, and shipping. So once you've purchased these two, let's head over to Joomla now. I'm not going to go over how to install Joomla because I have a lot of videos that goes through and show you every single step that you need to take. So once you've done so, you go to install Balboa, you go to extensions, you go to manage, and then you click on install. And then once you get here, you go to upload package. This is where you upload the packages that you downloaded from their website. Now let's go back to Gridbox. And from here, this is a fresh install. You shouldn't have anything here just because I do a lot of tutorials. So I'm always working on different things. So we're going to go over now to pages. So you can click right here and go to page. And let's call this one e-commerce. Just leave it at the default. Click next. And if your interface doesn't look like mine, that is okay. So let's change it. So let's go with the theme background. And I'm going to change this color to put it back to white. So now it looks like yours. But if you have like a menu or something up here, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that in just a moment. So the first thing that we want to do now is just a quick overview. You can check the different views of your website right up here: laptop, tablet, landscape. For the tools here, this is where you have your media manager, all your files, your page, the settings. You can add to menus, new page, and all that good stuff. So when you put your mouse over, this controls this entire section. So you can edit just this section, or you can edit the whole thing. When you put your mouse over, you can be able to edit things and drag and drop. So what we're going to do right now is let's go over to page blocks. Page blocks allow you to be able to use pre-existing blocks that they've already built for you. You just got to drag it and drop it, and you can be able to start customizing it. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to go through here now. I like this one right here. I'm just going to drag it over and drop it. And so we're going to make some changes here. So we're going to change first. Let's change this here. We can put the mouse over and we can edit, or we can put the mouse like right here to edit each section. So you can change this, or you can type on it. So with the drag and drop, or you can also change it right there. So you can, let's leave that for now. And we're going to edit this right here. So let's change this. Let's call this one Black Friday special sale, and we are going to delete this right here. All right, so we don't need that, and X that off, and we can save for this one here. So we're going to change the dates here. We can put something, let's say you want to have a certain dates that this sale is going on, so we can put from like the 27th of November. So let me just change this right here. So I'm going to put in November 27th through December, or we'll just put it through January 1st. Again, you can change this dates. It's up to you. I'm just trying to show you how to do it. So now that you have that, let's work on the countdown. We're going to set the countdown. Let's click to edit, and we can choose the date here. You can choose the display option you have here. You have days, hours, month, and seconds. So let's leave it as it is, and let's choose the date. Now the calendar, let's go over to the 27th. Or matter of fact, let's go over here. So if I put it 27th, it's going to count down to that date. And you have an option here too. You can hide it after the countdown is complete. So you can be able to do that for it. So the 27th, we're going to leave it up to, let's see here, change some. As I did that, you notice it changed. Let's see. So I'm just going to pick this date, for example. All right. So again, you can change that. Now I have the countdown started. You can change the countdown colors and all that stuff, but we're going to do that later on. So let's work now on changing this background here. So we'll click here. Let's go to background. And this right now, you can, this an image, you can put an image back here, or you can just put a color. So let's change this to just a gradient. So now you see this gradient, or if you have a specific image that you want to upload, you can go to image and you can click select and you can choose the image. Oh, oops, let me go back here, click select. And then you can upload the image from wherever you have it. Okay. So I'm not going to, let's see here. Is there anything interesting that I have to want to upload? Okay. So I'm just going to just exit out for now. So we can always change that later on. So let's go back now and just put this back to a gradient. You're going to put a video in the background. Just grab a YouTube link and you put right there. Let's see how that looks. Let's grab a link from YouTube. I just want to show you different options here on how you can be able to spice it up. So as you can see, I got a video from YouTube and I put it in the background and it shows like that with the countdown on there. Now you may or may not like that. You can also grab a video link from Vimeo and put it right there. So I'm just going to go back here. Let's just go to just gradient for now. Okay. So this is the gradient that we're going with. We can change that later on. So you notice now there's a lot of space up top and up bottom. And if you try to change some of the, let's see, go to the layout, you change this pattern here, or the margin is not going to take it off much. So what we want to do is you want to go over to the general and you want to see where it says full screen. You want to disable that. Now this is what it actually looks like, to bring it down a little bit. Now from here, you could always adjust the spacing that you have. So let's say we put about 100, or if we put 200 or 300, you notice that it had the space at the very top. So we'll put 200 here. Let's go with 200. And then for the bottom, we'll do the same thing too, 200. So now it's giving it that space. So if this space is okay for you, then that is fine. We can change that later on. We can make those letters bigger. We can change that. So you have your Black Friday special going on. Now you don't really need this action button right here because we want to keep everything under one page. So let's just click to delete this. Okay. And again, we're going for something that's very simple, something that's easy to kind of get your site off and going. So what we're going to do right now is let's go over to the back end and we're going to go over to components. Let's go over to forms. So when you get to forms, make sure you go to the about and you want to activate your license so that you can be able to use the pro features for it. And then you click on add new item. I've already done so, and you can name it whatever you want. So I'll call this e-commerce products. And then from here, you notice that it's pretty simple. It's a drag and drop editor. You can be able to move things here that you want. You can create multiple columns. You can come here and you can copy. You can add a new row or you can delete a row. So the first thing that we want to do now is let's go over here. Quick overview. These are all the different things that you can be able to drag and drop over. As I mentioned before, you can be able to add new columns. You can modify it. You can customize it. So let's just drag this radio button over and let's go over to this section here. Let's move it over. Now this is where you're able to see the items. You can see the general listings. You can see the properties. So let's make this 1, 2 column. Okay, so let's make that a 3 column. So every time that we add more items here, it's going to just, expand it accordingly. So we have 3 right now. So this one, let's go here. Let's click here and add an image. And once you do that, you get this pop up. So I'm going to create a folder and I'll call this one e-commerce and then click on save. And then next I click on a new folder just created and I'm going to upload the files here. So these are the items that I want to be able to use. So I'm just going to go with these here. You can highlight all of them or just highlight the ones that you want to go with. So I'm going to select the ones that I'm going to add. And once I've done so, I'll just click on choose. And then just give it a few minutes. It'll, upload it real quickly and you should be set to go from there. Okay, so that was real quick. So now your product has been successfully uploaded. So what you want to do now is since you've already checked this option 1 here, all you have to do is you want to choose the product that you want to connect it with this particular option. Okay, so I'm going to choose this one right now and then just click to add. So that's it right there. And I'm going to change the name to a GoPro camera. And you notice right there, it's showing right there at the bottom. And let's do the same thing too for this one. You want to uncheck this one, check the second one, and let's add an image. And we can add this other one here. All right, the quality is a little better for this one. So we can come back here. I'm going to come back and I'll change the image for that one. Delete. So I'm going to change the image since I didn't like that one. I'm going to put this one right here. That looks pretty clean. Let's come to the next one, uncheck this one. And let's connect this to it. Let's see, we'll have this one here and then add. So as you can see, your products are already added. You can call this, what's this second one here? We can call this one security. Well, this one is to go security cam. So let's call this security cam. And then we'll have our GoPro. And then we'll have another Logitech stuff here. So right then and there, we've added 3 new exciting products. You see how simple and easy that is? So we can just come here and we're just gonna copy these. So right off the back, with just 1 click, we've copied, and now we have 6 brand new products. So let's uncheck these here. So what I'm gonna do is I can leave this as it is now, or I can come here. Let's say I wanna change the image for this one. I wanna go with something, let's see, with this drone. So I've added the drone. I can come here, and what else do I want to change? So I can leave it as it is like this for now. The goal of this is just to show you how to get that done. So when someone comes in, they can be able to move their mouse over to select and to order. So let's come back here. If you want to change the number of columns, you can go to 2, it stretches out, or you can go to 3, or you can go to 4. That's pretty much up to you. Okay, so now let's stop right here for a minute. Okay, let's go back up top, item. And let's say we want to call this one here special offers. Okay, make sure that you save it. So let's go over now to Gridbox, and we are going to incorporate that. So at the bottom here, let's click to add a new section, and we want to keep this one a 1 section, a 1 column. And let's go over to the new plugin, add new plugin, and we scroll to the bottom. We want to locate BA Forms or the Balboa Forms. Click on it. And then it's going to give you a pop-up. You just click e-commerce products. And just like that, you have your store that is, almost complete. Again, my goal of it is I just want to show you how to get something that's really simple. You don't want the bells and the whistles. You just want people to be able to order, and you are set to go. So now we have this here. Let's just make sure that we save this. So the front end looks pretty decent, simple. Let's go to the back end now. So what we want to do is we want to turn these from just being an image or just a normal item here to a product. So where you see from the general, and the way that you get to this is you go over here and you click on the edit, and you go to general where it says type regular, you want to put product. When you do that, it's going to activate an extra row. So this is where you can be able to set the price. So I'm just going to put a random price in. So you can set your prices here for these. Let's scroll down. And you have this required here. What that means is that if you want for people have to purchase something. So you want to make sure that this is required, because if they click on place order and there's no requirements here, then, it just doesn't make any sense. So let's click on required, and then we can close this out. Just make sure you save. And then now we're going to add a button here that just, just says to process it. But before we do that, let's drag this cart and let's put it right there. What this is going to do is this is going to allow for people to be able to see what they're ordering. They can add more quantity. They can see the product name. So we can leave this here for, I'll just put in shopping cart, just so you see what it looks like in the front end. And you can put in, this is the total of your order for you to check. It's going to put a little question mark when someone put their mouse over that. it is going to give them what that's for. And you can change this to into different currencies. So right now, let's leave it at that. And the decimal places, the shipping. If you want to charge shipping here, you can add your shipping. So let's add a new shipping, option 1. So we can put in same day. You can put in here, and let's add another option here. You can put in 3-day shipping. Let's put in another price. I'm just coming up with different random numbers. So you want to put in 7 day, 7 days, 3 days. And we'll just put in how much you want to charge them for that. So as you see here, they can be able to come in and check the shipping that they want to incorporate with this. And we have that going pretty good. Let's click to X this off here. And let's click save. And we're going to take a look on the front end and see how it's coming along. So when you come now, once you refresh the page, you notice that you have the shopping. You can, change that to whatever. Matter of fact, let's just come back here and we are going to just delete it. So let's just delete that for now. It's going to remove that question mark. To do so, let's come back here. So I'm going to call that view cart and let's make some edits here. So if you want to do tax as well, just come here. You could incorporate and add tax. What percent that you want to charge for tax. I'm just going to put it here, let's say 6%. And if you have a promo code, you can put that included as well. So let's just say save discount. Let's just give them like 10%. You can click on this drop down. It can be for the amount or it can be for the percentage, and you can choose when it expires. So you want this to expire, let's say at the end of the year or start of next year. So they have until that time to take advantage of it. They can put their coupon code right there. So as you can see, it's a really simple shopping cart. Let's click on save and let's refresh this page. And when you come now, you see the coupon code. They can put that in there. They can get their shipping. It's going to, calculate the tax for them. So I'll show you how that works. You notice when I check that there, I can check this item. Now, the one thing that we wanted to do was you can only choose one item here, right? So you can choose one. So we need to go back and that's a quick fix. So we can use the checkbox and put a checkbox. So with the checkbox, they can choose multiple products. So maybe you wanted to have a different section with one item, and then you can have this format. So let's just come now and we can just delete this here. So that's no problem. And that's the beautiful thing too about this card is that it gives you so much option to be flexible. So let's click to edit. So we're going to put in here camera and we'll put in here GoPro. We'll put in drone and let's come back and just connect it again like we did before. Very simple. Is go to the GoPro, uncheck that box, come connect it to this camera. Now you notice it's stretching out because we have to set the columns. Right now it's just set to individual. So we can fix that in just a moment. Come here, let's find this drone, add it. So we're going to clone, copy all 3 of these. So now we have 6 of them in total. So we can make some changes to this one. Okay, let's just add an image, scroll down. Which one do I like? I'm going to take this one right here. I'm going to add that. Okay, so now let's go to general, make it into a product again and scroll up, go to properties. We want to make this to a 3 column. So now we've organized it like we did before. So let's go back to the item. And we can clone a couple of more just to even it out. So let's get this 2, click copy. So now we have 6. I'm going to uncheck this one. I'm going to change one of these drones, delete it. And let's see, what else do we want to add? Let's say we're at this cell phone. And I'm going to delete one of these cameras here because I don't want to have 2 of them. And as you can see, it's very simple and easy to get things done. What do I want to put done? Let's see what I have. So I'm going to put this one right here. So now I have that. I'm just gonna make sure I click on save. And let's go back to the front end. This is what we had before. And I'm gonna click to refresh. And now we have the same thing here. The only difference is we have to activate or put the pricing for these here. So let's go back here and we are going to put the pricing. And once you've done that, you click on save, and now the pricing have been incorporated. So let's change this enter fields right here. So we can come right here and let's just change this to special products for the holidays. Okay, so now we have that, and we have our simple cart set up, and we have our shipping set up. So this looks okay. Now we have this space here up top. What we can do is we can delete it, but I'm gonna leave that there for now for just a second. So let me come here and go to the page block. So with the page blocks, it lets you just add in different things. Right now it looks really bare. So let's see what else we want to be able to put on here. Just something simple. So I'm just going to go through these here. Again, if you don't have the pro version, you're not going to be able to have access to these. So that's why I said to get the pro services. Is there anything else that I really like here? So let's see, is there anything here that I want to put? Is there any steps? So I'm just going through these here and seeing if there's really anything, because sometimes, you know, people just add stuff to their website just to fill it up, and it really doesn't make any sense, you know. So I'm going through this now. Is there anything that I really need to add? Pricing list. Now, let's say that you have some other items that they're not really part of the cart, but people can also see. You can drag this over as well. But I'm going to leave that as that testimonial. All right, so let's grab some testimonial. That's what's going to spice this up a little bit. Okay, so everything looks pretty good. What I'm going to do now is that I am going to go over to the FAQ, and I am going to grab one of these and just drag it over. So in case, you know, people have questions about it. Now they have several options here. You just want something that's very simple and very straight to the point. So I can just grab any one of these. So now we have this here, and so now we have the FAQ. This is where you can put in your questions. To edit it, you just put your mouse over each section that you want to edit, and you click to edit, and you can change the title. Let's come up here where it says help. You can change the icons for it. And if you want to edit the actual stuff, so you have the green and then you have the blue. So now we have the FAQ part set up. So let's do this. Let's make some adjustments here. We can click to edit, and you can make this a full width. And let's go to the background color here. Let's say we want something that is a, let's go with the color, and let's choose, let's see here. So as you choose a color, this can be based on the type of, you know, branding that you're going for, but I'm just going for something just like a neutral right now. So I'm just going to put this right here, or we can make this pop. We can put something like that for the FAQ part. So let's just go here and just keep something basic. And I think that'll work. Okay, so that's good for now. You could always change that later on. If you want to edit the questions, the response, you just put your mouse over, you click to edit, and just like a Word document, you can be able to edit that. And the same thing too for the title, and you can be able to edit the questions there. So that's pretty simple. And you can add your icon at the bottom here. You click to edit, and this is where you have the Facebook, Twitter, whatever, Dribble, whatever you want to have here. You can delete this and put something else, but I'm just going to keep that. And with the branding, you can edit the branding to put your name on there, designed by you. So now let's see what we're going to do with this part. So you notice here, I have mine on this section here. So I'm going to move this and put this over right here, because I don't want it on this side right now. Or maybe again, I can drag it over. I can put it right there. And I'm going to delete this top row, this section right here for now. Delete it. So all that we need is just this Black Friday sale special. People can be able to see what you're selling here. And then you just go to the FAQ. This is the FAQ where you get to answer a lot of questions that people have. So let me click on save here. So if you want to change the color share, the gradient color share, you click on this section, and then you can be able to go to the background and you can choose the angle for how the color look. So maybe your color should a little bit different from what you're seeing now. Well, you can certainly change that. This the end color. So if I click here, I can move this and kind of adjust it based on how I want it to be. So if I wanted something a little brighter, I can do that. Right now it's showing the effect is linear. So I'm going to put that like that. And I'm just going to mess with these here. So if you go to radial, you notice that changes. You go to linear. So you can choose how you want it to be. And you can choose your start color. Maybe you don't like that blue. You want something else like that. So as you move it around, it adjusts accordingly. So we can put that right there. And then you can also choose the position. As you move it, it moves around. And you can choose the position for the other one as well. And with the overlay color, let's go over to the color. Let's go down to, if you put none, then it's a little bit more brighter. What that overlay does is it kind of dims it down a little bit for you. So I like it better without the overlay. You can change, the color pattern right there if you want. So let's click this for now and let's change the text here. So I want to change the color from that green. Let's see, we'll put something like that. And you can change the size of it too. So you can make it that big, but then it's not going to fit properly. So you make it big and it is going to look good like that. So let's X out and then make sure that you click on save. So what I'm going to do right now is I am going to add just 3 more items here just to spice it up a little bit. So let's see here. Let's go to, we could add a new section here and we'll make this one 3. So I'm going to move this section up. I'll move it up above the products. I'll move the products below it. No, right there. Okay, so now we have this section. We want to put something here. So I'm just going to go to add new plugin and I'm going to use an image and I'm going to go to the e-commerce category I created or the folder. I'm going to upload. And now that I've uploaded it, I'm going to grab this first one and click to add. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Don't need anything just yet. I'm going to do another add new plugin, the image. Grab the next one, add it. Now you're probably wondering, why am I adding these? That's because you can just add different, different banners, just to kind of spice it up a little bit. Okay, so now this are okay. I'm just going, and you can link these to, let's say that you wanted to promote another site or you had another website or somewhere that you want to link these to. When you click to edit here, you can put the link to where you want this to go. So you want to link this to somewhere else. So that's just going to stay like that for now. And one thing too that I want to do is I want to stretch these so that it stretches across the page. So to do that, I'm going to come over to this row here. Click to edit and I am going to make it full width. When it's full width like that, it takes the entire section. Now you may or may not like how this looks. There's a personal preference type of thing, but I'm going to keep it at that. And I can come here too and do the same thing for this right here. Full width. Now with the full width of this one, for some reason it's not really stretching out as far as it needs to be. So we're going to come back here and so I'm just going back and forth to see what looks good. So you can be the judge of that. If you want to keep it like this, you certainly can. And let's click on save. So now I am going to make some adjustments again. And that's one of the things too when you're creating your website is that once you have your products on there, then you can make necessary adjustments to it. So let's come back here and let's click to edit here. And that's full width. Let's change that. Let's come back up top here, edit. And we'll make this full width and we're going to come here and make this part full width as well. So full width, then it stretches out and we can come here. We'll put our mouse over in this section to edit it if we want to get that same full width effect. So now we'll have both of these that are full width and it's filling up the entirety of the page. So let's X that off here and let's click on save. What I'm going to do now is there's a lot of gap here. So I want to bridge this gap a little bit more because it's too much space. So I go over here to the section and I click to edit and I go over to the layout and for the top, I'm just going to delete that. So I don't want that much space on there. And let's check here. So that's a little closer. Let's come here as well. Click for the section. And you notice at the very bottom, if I delete this, that it's a lot closer. So now everything doesn't look so far apart. I can check this one here too, if there's any extra spaces. So with the margin, top, bottom. Okay, so let's leave it at this for now. Let's click on save. So now you have it here. People can be able to choose. And it's going to automatically add the pricing, you know, to them, as you see here. And then they would have to choose the, you know, their shipping, and then tax is automatically added to it. If they put a coupon code that would create it, I think, what's that coupon code that would create it? So let's go back here. So the coupon code is save. If we put that in there, it should take off 10%. So let's try that out. So let's put in save, activate. All right, so you get this message. We got to go back and double check. So we'll fix that up. We'll fix that 10%. That's all right. Let's click and say we can check that out later on. So now the basic store has been set up. With this top section here, you can change this to an image. Let me just do something here. Let's go back to this section, and the amount of space that's on there is just too much. So I think that can work. Matter of fact, let's put this back at 200, and let's come here to the section, and for the padding, this one here is at 100. So if we delete it, now it's a little bit closer. That looks a little better. So we'll click on save. And, you know, so far so good. It's coming along, you know, pretty nice. And again, the goal of it is I just wanted to show you how to build a simple shopping cart that you can be able to launch, you know, your products with. It's a one page. There's no extra additional page that you need to add this and add that. So let's come here to this section. Let's edit, and there's a full width. So let's X that off. I'm just checking something here. Okay, so that's good to go. That row is clean. All right, so let's click and save. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look on the front end to see what people actually see. It's going to look like this, but the difference is, since you're logged in as the admin, you get to see all this stuff here. So you're not seeing a realistic view of it in a way, because you have all this little, the editing and all that stuff there. So let's go to page. Let's add to menu. Let's click to add to menu, and we're going to call this e-com, and we'll find out. We're going to add this one to, what are we going to add this one to? Let's say hidden. Now with your Joomla stuff, you should have some menus there by default, and we're going to make this the root. Let's click on save. So let's go back to the back end now, and let's save this here. For example, let's save this, and we're going to go to the new link that we just created. Let's go over to the new link. So let's click on close, and let's go to menus. Let's go to hidden, and we're going to go over to the new one we created. It's just the e-com. So you go to your website, and you type in the website address, and you put / whatever name that you called it. So if you call it e-com in my case, that's what's going to show. So I'll show you just like this. So now when I go to the front end, this is what I see. People can be able to scroll in, and they can just come here. If they want to order something, they can click here. They can choose all of them, or they can choose just some of them. So again, if this is too big for you and you want to make it a little bit smaller, we can certainly do that. So let's go back here now, and let's just make some adjustments. So you don't want this to be that size. We can come and let me see something here. I'm going to uncheck these. As you uncheck them or you check them, it just highlights the box for it. So let's make this a little bit smaller here. So let's go back to the section, and let's take off that width, and let's save it, and we're going to see how that looks. Okay, so we made this a little bit smaller here, and let's make this top section too the same thing. So go over to the section, edit, let's take that off, and I think that looks pretty good. So now we can keep here. Let's go back to the front, and you notice that as you scroll down, you have this space here on the left side. You can choose the type of navigation that you want. So if you come over here and let's go to edit. Right now, this is the site nav. We can set this to the classic, which is going to put the logo at the front like that. So now everything is at the front, default position. We'll leave it like that. Scroll down, no full width. So if this is how you want it with your logo right at the very top, then that's simple. If you wanted to add the logo or edit this one, you just click to add new plugin, and just like we added the image, you can add your logo with it. So let's click on save. So when we refresh the page, you notice that it stretches through the entire section here, as with the bottom as well. So what I want to do now is let me just change this logo. So I'll show you how to do that. Put your mouse over it, you click to edit, and where it says select, I am going to upload a new logo. So I just made a little change to the logo. You click to edit, and then you can choose from wherever you have it saved. And that looks pretty simple. Now you can change the background color for this top here. But again, the goal of it is to get something that's very simple, clean, and easy for people to place their orders to. So if someone wanted to order something, they'll come here. Let's say I want to order these. I click here, I order that one, and it's adding it to the cart. And it's showing you what they're ordering. And I want the shipping, let's say 123. I can choose this. And now one thing that's left is we need to add this submit button. So now that we've designed everything, let's go back and add this submit button. So go back to forms, and we're back at the form now. So we need to add the button where people can submit to place their order. We need to go to the submit and drag and put right there. And it's very simple. You can put submit or place order or complete order. That's pretty much up to you. If you want to put an icon, you can use an icon there. Now, how this works is when someone places an order, if you want to keep it simple, you just have a thank you message. And this is the message. Thank you for your order. Or you can leave thank you, your orders, whatever message you want to put there, you can just leave that right here. That's to keep it simple. Once they place the order, it's going to automatically just accept that. But before you place the order, we'll have to work on the payment system or the merchant account. So we'll scroll down here. This is for the admin notification. If you want to be notified of new orders, you put your admin email here. And then you put the subject, and then you just put in where it says all fields, just leave it as that. The system is going to generate the email and send it to you. If you want to notify your customers of their email, of their order, you can enable this part. And then you put your email address, so you put, let's say, custom. Okay, and you put your email address right here. And then you put the subject message, so you can say something like, thanks for your order. And what else? Spam protection, reCAPTCHA. You would have to set that up with Google. So it's right there for the PHP script. There's nothing to put there right now. For the design, for the background, if you want to change the color for this. So let's say that you have a different branding that you're going for. Then you can be able to come here and change the color. So if you put your mouse on there, as you move it, it's going to change the color for that. So let me come back to that. So that's where that goes. And for the hover, when somebody hovers over it, you can change the animation for the spacing. So in a nutshell, this is pretty much what you need right here. And place the order. And if you want to add an icon, so let's just keep it simple, okay? So once you've done that, let's click on save and let's refresh the page. So now when people are placing their orders, they can be able to check that I'm not a robot, and they can click to process their orders, and it's going to take them. Now, in order for their orders to be processed, let's set up a merchant account, or let's set up a payment gateway. So you want to go to integrations, and then you want to go to payment processing. So these are the different options that you can be able to use here. So if you have a PayPal, you click on PayPal. All that you have to do is put in your PayPal email, and then you put in the return URL for where you want people to return to after the order has been processed. So you put that in there. And this can be another page that you create, or it can be back to the same homepage, where they place the order from. But this is where your PayPal email goes. If you have Stripe, you put in your API key from Stripe, your secret key, and also your return URL. This is a simple way, so when people place their orders, it returns them right back to the site. But when you go to Stripe, it's going to give you in the developer section your API key. You want to keep that secret and not share it with the world. And you put your secret key right there, and it's going to activate it for you. And if there are any other payment gateways that you see here that you want to use, once you click on it, you would have to put in something there. So I don't need this one here. Let me just refresh right here. So there you have it. You've just successfully created a very simple landing page that you can be able to sell a few products, and everything is so easy for you and your users to be able to get access to, and they can purchase, they can order on the same page, and everything is so clean, simple, and basic. One of the questions that I get, a lot of you reached out to me and asked, Matthew, I want to create a website. What software do I use? Now, there's so many softwares out there you can be able to use to build great websites. But today, I want to cover two specifically that you've asked me to send you my thoughts, my review, and feedbacks about it. And this is the SP Page Builder and the Quicks Page Builder. Hey, what's going on? Matthew Taming here from Learn Joomla Fast, where we teach you how to create professional websites without being a professional coder with Joomla. So I get a lot of questions from you guys, and you want to know which is the best software to use to build your websites, whether you're a beginner, you're intermediate, or you're advanced. And more so specifically about using Joomla page builders. Now, there are a lot of different Joomla page builders out there, but the two that I am going to be reviewing, giving my feedbacks, my thoughts, and detailed analysis of is the SP Page Builder and the Quicks Page Builder. So these are two softwares that are really, really great to use to create websites. So let's take a look here. Now, I've created the official tutorials for both of these. So they're available on the Learn Joomla Fast website here, and they're also available on Udemy. So right now, this one here has over 3,000 plus students. This is the SP Page Builder Masterclass that I did for them. And so anyone that is interested in a lot more detail about using this, then this is a great course and to take, because the course is absolutely free. And then I also recently just released the Joomla Page Builder course. So this one has two parts. You have part 1 and then you have part 2. So part 1 has over, let me see how many students here, over 1,200 students or something like that. And part 2, yeah, right here, over 1,200 students. And part 2 has over 1,800 students. So there's a total of over 3,000. And this was just released less than a week ago, both of these here. So these are really great courses for those that want to get started and you want to understand how both of them work. So now I'm going to close this tabs here and let's get a little bit more look at both of these here. So SP Page Builder was created by a company called Joomshaper. And you can go on their website, joomshaper.com. You can learn a little bit more. Again, we're going to take a look at some of these here and kind of go over them. But they pretty much do the same thing. So this is Joomshaper's website, and this is Theme Expert's website. If you go through these, so you're going to realize that, I'm just kind of scrolling through here. You're going to realize that both of them perform the same task. They help you accomplish the same thing, but they have their differences and similarities. So what this is going to do is I am going to break down what some of those differences are and what some of those similarities are. So you scroll down here, you kind of go through, and you get a really good idea about what you can be able to do with it. Okay, so this right now is just to kind of give like a quick overview. So we're going to cover things a little bit more extensively. Okay, so let's get started. All right, so the first thing that we want to take a look at is the back end, and then we'll take a look at the front end next. So when you look at it, this is SP Page Builder back end. It's very simple. You come, if you don't have any pages yet, you can be able to click to create new pages. So on the left column here, you have the categories. So categories allow for you to be able to create multiple categories to be able to organize your page. And right now I don't have any categories, but I recommend that you create categories if you are going to have a lot of content. This is something that's going to save you in terms of making sure that your website is very neat and organized. So you can connect the pages that you create to different categories. And then they have integrations. With integrations, you can be able to integrate the Joomla articles, the K2, and the SP Simple Portfolio. So in essence, what that means is that you can utilize Page Builder, all the features that it has in terms of your designing your pages with any one of these here. So these are integratable. You click to install for each one, and you can be able to go back there and to make sure that everything look and is styled exactly how you want it to be. So let's move on now to languages. And with languages, you can be able to install any one of these. They've done a tremendous job, a lot of effort to translating this. So if you have a multilingual website, you just click here to install the language pack, and you can be able to, make sure that the website run in your native tongue. Any one of these that are here, and I know that they're always looking to add more different languages here, but this one of the great things too about it is that you can install this language pack here, and your website can be easily changed to your native tongue. And the About Us tab, you can click on it to get to know what version you're using. As of right now, this is the latest version 3.73, and it shows you how many people that use it. And you can create a new page. You can go to their support forums. You can also check out the video tutorial which I created. You can learn a lot about it, and then documentation. And for their media manager, they redesign everything from the ground up, as you can see here. There's some demo content, but you can add images, you can add videos, you can add audio, you can add attachments. And if you want to browse your other Joomla files, let's say you have other folders in Joomla that you want to be able to add images from, you click to browse. And then from the browse folder, it is going to connect you to your main image source, and you can pretty much just go ahead and pick and choose which one that you want to connect with. So this right now just gives you a really good overview of how the back end works, and it's very simple. Once again, very basic, straight to the point. And you have the options tab here, and you can be able to click here to change the different options for this, which includes your license. You have to edit, publish, uncheck, trash, and so on. So now let's take a look at Quix Page Builder's backend. So this is what Quix Page Builder backend look like, and I'm using the latest version, which is 2.75. This is the Pro. Same thing with the SP Page Builder Pro, gives you all the features that you need. Now, when you come to Quix's back end, you notice that things look a little bit different. They have this section here. When you install it, you can leave a feedback about the extension, which is really great. That helps them, to get more people to use their software. So you can go to the Joomla extension directory when you click on here and make sure that you leave a review for them. But their back end is a little bit different, and when you see what you see here, this is something that I'm going to cover later on, and it's a really game changer because it allows for you to optimize your website. Now, this is very key, because when you're creating your website, the goal of creating a website is first to share information, but also to get people to come to that website. Now, they have done a tremendous job, and they are the only page builder, as far as I know, that have this feature as part of it. So you can improve your SEO rank, your SEO score. This helps you to be able to get traffic and improve the overall availability of your website for search. And they have here the image optimizer. So if your images needs to be optimized, you can be able to use that. And what that does is it reduces how fast your pages load. I've seen people sometimes put a website out there and it takes forever to load. That is because they have the image file sometimes like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 megabytes. You need to cut that down to about 300 or also kilobytes. So what they've done here that covers that part of it. So let's take a look at the very top here. You have new. You can create new pages. is what you're going to take a look at, in the next section. And then you have the SEO part. You can be able to optimize your SEO. So let's take a look at this. With the SEO function, you have to come and click on this here. Is it an organization, person, business, logo? And you fill all of this out. This is really great because this is going to help you with your search rankings. Okay, this is really, really awesome. So I encourage you, for your business, make sure you fill as much of this information out. So when people are searching for you on Google or so, they can be able to get connected with your social media profile. So that's one thing that I really love about Quix, that they have this SEO feature part of it, which is really, really awesome. And then let's take a look now at their pages. Now with the pages, you can see SP Page Builder have its pages section here, and Quix have theirs. You can be able to create new pages from here. And then let's go over to my templates. Now with the templates, this allow you to be able to build stuff that you can be able to reuse again. A lot of times as a designer, if you want to build a website, there's certain things that you're going to have that's repetitive, and you don't want to create that every single time. So what templates does is you create a section of a website, or even the whole thing, a layout that you can be able to use that layout repetitively over and over again. And the course that I have shows you extensively how to do that. Now let's take a look at integrations. With integrations, they allow you to integrate it with several different third-party extensions. So if you have like the Joomla article system, their module, you have K2, you have EasyBlog, you have Digicom, you have VirtualMart, Hiker Shop, Zoo, JU Directory, and J2Store. Now what the integration does is you can be able to use Quix power and features and all the things that come with it with any one of these extensions. As to where SP Page Builder with the integration, based on what's here, it's a little bit limited, but I'm sure that they're definitely working on a little bit more. So Quix has a little bit more in terms of integration than SP Page Builder does. So now let's take a look at the elements. The elements are different things you can add, like you can add an accordion, alert, audio, and there's over 50 something of these here that you can be able to add to give your website, different features. Because by default, let's say you wanted to add a line chart. By default, when you have just the core Joomla, you can't just add that feature. That you need a third-party plugin or extensions to be able to do that. Now, I really like this because if there's something here that you don't need, you can just click this to disable it, and you can click back to enable it again. As to where with Joom Shaper, SP Page Builder, I don't really see anything here for that can allow you to pick and choose the ones that you want to integrate and the ones that you don't want to integrate. So this is another cool feature that I really, really love, that you can come in and say, okay, maybe I don't want this or I don't want that, or you want to keep all of them. But just to have that option there is something that is really, really awesome. And then of course, to have the help here, you can go to their help section to get a little bit more information about your system and what's required and all those great things there. So this is also something that's really, really great too. And you can, your cache, security, optimization, HT access kind of let you know what problems that are found, what issues that they have, and you can just kind of follow through here. So now we're going to take a look at creating pages on the back end. So from Page Builder, let's go over to New. So one of the things that you notice here is when you click on New, you can put in your title, and you can go over here to this Save. Now we're going to be doing the back end first, and then I'm going to show you how the front end works. So you can go to Options, and with the options you can put in your title, and you can put in the description for this, and then you can also add your image that you want to connect with it. And then you go to CSS. If there are any custom CSS that you want to do, you can do that. You go to Publishing. If you want to make sure that this page is not shown to everyone, but to a specific group, you can do that for the status. You can publish it. You can choose the language. Once you install the language packs as shown before, you can choose who have access to this page. So if you wanted this to be just for registered users, for people that are members of your existing website, you can choose that here. and only those people will be able to access this page. And there's the category. Since we didn't create any categories, it's blank right now, but you can connect this page to a category. So once you've done that, you click on apply, and then you have here the add section. You have the import, you have export, and you have the page templates. We're going to be covering these a whole lot more later on, but in a nutshell, the add section allows you to add different sections of the site. So from here, you can be able to pick and choose the different ones that you want. Now, the benefit of using the sections library here is that you can be able to build websites so much faster just by dragging and dropping. Now, the reason why you can't drag and drop yet, because you have to add a row, which we're going to take a look at in just a second. So you have the features here. So this is a really super fast way for anyone to build websites. You just go through these different blocks here and you choose whatever one that you want to be able to add. So instead of you creating this from scratch, you can just come here and choose what they've designed for you and just drag it onto your page. You have the image carousel, you have the testimonial carousel, which are new features that they've added. Now, once you create sections, you can also save them. But since I haven't created any sections yet, I can't save anything at this point, so I'm just gonna click this. So on the back end, you go to add new row, and then you get this pop-up here asking you how you want this to be laid out. This is where you choose your layout options, so I'm just gonna choose this one for now. And you go to page templates. And again, we'll cover this later on, but page templates are really pre-designed site that they've already built for you to use. More on that later on. So from here, what you want to do is if you want to activate the front end, you click on save. So now that you've clicked on save, you activated the front end editor, or you can also preview what you just created. So that is how you get started on the back end. We'll take a look at the front end in just a moment. So let's take a look now at Quix and see how their how their back end works. So with Quix on the back end, you go to new. Now you notice when you click on the new here, it is going to activate the front end editor right away. And the difference here is that this one, you're actually designing on the front end, as to where with the SP Page Builder, you would first have to, you have the option of doing it on the back end and then do it on the front end. And I think the advantages to doing it this route, where you can do it on the front end, is you actually get to see how things are. Now, Page Builder does have that feature, but you have to click front end editor. Let's do that now for you to be able to see that. So a quick overview of the Quix back end. You have the page title. You can be able to put the title. You need to put the page title if you want to save your work. So I'm going to put that right there. And then you click on this. How you can create new pages. You have the settings, your page settings, your SEO settings, and you can also link to a menu. So if you're creating this page and you want to link to a front end menu, this is where you come and you click here for your SEO and also for your page settings. You click there. Now, one of the things that I love about this is that it's very, very clean and very minimalistic, which you don't have so much going on that you get confused. So it's a lot easier for you to understand how to get started with it and use it. And for your options, you have the general. As we saw the same thing here with the page builder. So let's go back here. This is their options. So you see this is how theirs look, and this is how Quix look. So you have the general, you have the status, you can choose to publish, unpublish, archive, you have the public access if you want to create this just for a specific group of people and not for the general public, and you can choose language here as well. Now the difference is that Quix, I don't see a language pack where like Page Builder, you can just click install and you can translate it to your language. And then you have to have, if you want to enable the mobile part of it, you can do that here. So you go to styles. Now with the styles, let's click this here. You have your different tags that you can be able to use. So if you want to customize a specific header, like with the font, the weight, the style, the decoration, this is where you come to do that. Now you have the H1, 2, 3. When you click here, you can add the same style for all these tags. And what that does is when you're creating your website, your main tags are the H1 through the H6, and then you have the paragraph. So this is something where if you want all the headings to have a certain font, type. Let's say you want to use a certain font for all your H1 through H3 tags. You click here and you can be able to choose the typography. You can choose the default font. They have lots and lots of them. And then you go to image optimization. You want to enable that, which once again is going to save you a lot of time. You can enable the web app support. You go to advanced if you have some custom CSS you want to put there. So you can see the difference between both of this. You know, you can do CSS, you have publishing, but you don't really have as many options as you do here, where with the style, you can be able to just come and just do that from the options tab. Now, there's other ways that you can be able to do that with SP Page Builder, but not when you go to the options from here. So I'm gonna click this and click on apply. So now let's take a look at adding sections. So you have add template and you have add sections. Let me move this over here so you can see that. Okay, so this is the front end. So this is the front end here of the SP Page Builder. As you can see, you have your blocks on this left column, which you can go through each layout options. You can go through the tools. You can go through the pages. As to where Quicks, their setup is a little bit different. So you go to add section and you can choose this type of section that you want or the layout. So I'm going to choose the one-to-one, and you click to add new element. So elements are, you know, different features and things you can add, and Page Builder have the same thing as well. So let's take a look now at how their setup is. You know, with Page Builder, you have your elements on the left column here, so you can choose to close it or you can choose to open it. So these are all the different ones. You can also search for them. As where with Quicks, with the elements, you click on the pop-up and then it shows you this. You can come through the general, you can look at Joomla, or you can choose just the pro ones that they have there. You can go to all of them. So the way that they're presented is different. Now, some people may choose this style where it pops up, and other people may want to choose something where it's already on the left side. So how do you bring an item to a page? So let's say with this one here, you can just drag it over, and now you have a form. It's where with this one, once you selected something you want to add, you just click on there and it pops up the features for you to change. So the difference is that this one is more pop-up based. It's where this one you put it, and then on the left side of it you can make whatever changes that you want to this particular element. So again, some people might like seeing things on the left column like this, where you can design. Other people may like this style where you come through and you can drag this over to anywhere on the page. You can move it up, you can move it down, wherever you want it to be. You go to advanced, and as you're making changes, you can see those changes are happening, at the same time. So you put Quicks, so it's shown right there, and then you go to the styles. You can be able to change the body type. You can be able to change the colors. You can do a lot of things with it, and you actually get to see it while you're doing that. And the same thing too for Page Builder. You can make whatever changes that you're doing here, and it's going to be reflecting on there. So that's another great thing too that's have. And then you have the interactions while scrolling. If you don't know something, you click here. It's going to give you a little info about it. You can enable that, which I'm not going to go over all this just yet, but I just wanted you to see how they're different style, how they present it to you. So this is, their elements. Page Builder, Quicks call theirs element add-ons, and Page Builder call theirs add-ons, and Quicks call theirs elements. So I had that backwards. So they call theirs elements, as to where Page Builder calls their add-on, but it's the same thing. It just allows you to do different things here with it. So as you can see there. And now we want to go a little more into the element versus the add-on. As I mentioned before, Quicks, they call theirs elements. Page Builder calls theirs add-on. So there's a lot of different add-ons or element, whichever one you're using, that you can be able to go through here. And the same thing with Quicks. So let's click on this add new element. And I think they have probably equal amount, both of these. You can choose icon groups, navigation, pricing table, some of the same thing too that are available on here, animate. Now, based on the one that you choose, they're styled differently. And as you can see from this, each designer have a way that they want to present something. So you look at the accordion, just the whole setup is a little bit different. And you have a lot of options that you can be able to choose. So if you're building a website and let's say you want to add some buttons on there, you just click and you choose wherever you want to add it at and you drag it on. So now you've added the button. The same thing here for the quicks. You want to add a button or you want to add an alert or anything. So let's click here to add a button and it pops up the styles. And you can be able to come in and say, okay, you change the title. You can make this button full width like that. Move that over. You can have an outline like that. You can have the icon placement. You can choose to connect the icons with it here. And let's take a look here at the features for this one. You can do the same thing to style. You have the advanced. You can change the colors. You can change the margins. So you can pretty much go through each one and customize it how you want it to be. And now let's take a look at the pre-made blocks, which I briefly covered before. So you go to add section, and then I'm gonna choose this section here. So now let's take a look at the pre-made block. So you go to add templates, and for page builder, you click on the left side and you get to pick and choose. Okay, so let's go start first with quicks. In order for you to add these sections, you need to have the pro version. If you don't have it, then you won't be able to use it. So the benefit, as I mentioned early on with having the pro version, is that if you are building a website, and I use this all the time for personal sites, for client sites, it's really great. If you need some design inspiration and you don't know where to start, you just come here. You can use this drop down and go through the different sections of your website. So let's say you want to start off and you're like, where do I start off at? You can choose one of the headers here. So you come through and see which one that you want. If you like something, let's say this one, you just click insert and it's going to insert it for you. If you want the about section, you can choose that. You go through if you want the business section and scroll down, you want a call to action. Okay, so you can go that, or you can go to pricing. So that's one of the beauties is you just click to insert it and it's going to show up on your page, just show you like this. So with just that one click, we just created, a pricing table. The same thing too with page builder. So let's come here and we can scroll down and let's see whatever one that you want to choose. You want the hero, you can do that. You want content, you want pricing. And with theirs, instead of just double clicking, you would have to drag. So you choose something that you like and you just drag it on the page. So now you've just added a pricing section there as to where this one, you just click. So one is click, one is drag. But pretty much you get the same thing. You can customize them the way that you want. So go back. If you wanted to add another section, you click add templates. And for page builder, do the same thing. If you want to add another section, you scroll down, see which section that you want to add. Let's say a table. And you can choose the table that you want to drag over. So that's one of the cool things about using sections is it lets you build websites so much faster. So you're not wasting time trying to design this from scratch. You can, but one of the things about page builders, Quicks and SP page builders, that you can be able to just use what they've done for you, and you're easy ready to go. So that's right there. It's a great way for you to do it, the sections. So next, we're going to take a look at the templates bundle and the layout bundles. So with the templates, these are full websites that they've created for you that you can just click to insert it. This is Quicks. They have different options here. You click on the drop down based on the type of website that you want to create. So you want to create a restaurant website, you click on this and you can just click insert, and it is going to insert this for you. This will save you so much time. The same thing too with page builder. So you click on layouts, and from here you can choose, do you want just something that's business? Do you want something that's travel? Do you want something that's marketing? And you just click on it, and it is going to, load up on your site. So you come through and you pick and choose the category that you want. Once again, I can't emphasize this enough. When I'm creating websites sometimes, and let's say I want to get a website up and going fast and I don't want to design it from scratch, well, I just come with, with the bundles, and I say, okay, what type of site do I want to create? Is it a business site? I come through and I look at the design that's closest to what I want to build, okay? Then I choose that one. So this one has 6 pages. So I choose that design based on what I want to build, and the same thing too here for Quicks. I say, okay, what type of site do I want to create? I want to create a business, a health, a medical, interior design, and then I just choose which one that I want to go with. And if you are not a designer, you can't design a website or anything, this is a really great start. If a client tells you this is what I want to design, this is what I want to do, this is where you come in to get started. It gives you so many ideas in terms of what to be able to do. So this right here is really great. Both of them did a really excellent job because they're always adding new bundles, they're adding new templates that you can be able to use for your personal sites or for your clients' websites. Now let's take a look at the documentation. Every software company needs to have great documentation. So what these guys have done is they have, the documentation here, and these guys, Quicks, have their documentation here as well. So this is a great way for you to get started to use their applications, their extensions, plugins, and things like that. So you kind of go through here, you have tutorials, FAQ. So based on what they're doing, you can find support for that specific extension, plugins, module on their site. And it makes it a lot easier because if you're getting started, then you have questions, and with the video tutorials that I've created for both of them, this gives you extensive information now, because when people are getting started into this world, video get, better retention rate than just text. So you can also watch the video tutorials that was created for both of them, and it'll give you a lot of information about it. But both of them do an excellent job in terms of their documentation, providing to make sure that you understand how to get started, how to use this, how to do that. And that's something that's really, really always a plus. And now let's take a look at the support, which is another thing here, support and response time. You can be able to check out articles or check out, different things that people have posted on their website. For Joomla Shaper, you go through here, they form, and you pretty much get a really fast response time. Every time that I've needed support for anything, the response time hasn't been excessively long. Now, there are other companies that they take forever to get back to you, but so far from my experience, I haven't experienced days and days without a response. They get back to you pretty quickly. The same thing too here with Quicks. You can be able to reach out to them, and they are going to be able to get back to you. You can check out the video tutorials. You can check out the purchase from Theme Forest. You can also contact them through their Facebook group. Those are really great way that they provide support, and their response time, once again, it's not very long. It's not like you don't have to wait days and days and days for that. So that's always a plus. And another thing too to consider is the change log. So a change log let you know the latest release, what was done, whatever bugs were fixed, whatever new things were added. And this is really key whenever you are using a software. You want to find something that the update on a regular basis. So with Quicks, you log into your back end, you go to the change log, and it shows you that as of 5/29/2020, this is the latest version, and this is what was done to it. And if you go all the way down to the beginning, you see all the changes that they've made over time. And the same thing too with SP Page Builder. This is their latest version, 3.7. And when you go to their website, on the back end, you can be able to see the change log, all the changes, the update, the bug fixes, and all those things like that. And that helps you to know, because sometimes they realize that as they release new versions, each person that uses it will, see some type of issue with it or experience some type of issue or some problem. So they continually work on releasing. So they are really good Well, they're not good at releasing new stuff. They're really great at it. So they have several updates, throughout the month. So this one here was 5/20, and as you can see, they go through and make sure that things are updated so that you have a really, really great experience when you are using them. So finally, one of the last things that we want to take a look at is the price, because this determines for most people what they buy and what they don't buy. So SP Page Builder, with the SP Page Builder Pro, you have three options. So you have the personal, you have the agency, and you have the developer. So as you can go through here, you see a lot of the features that each one comes with. Support, unlimited websites. So if you're an agency, of course you want to get this. If you're a developer, you're going to be doing this a lot. It gives you a little bit more. You want to go with this here with the brand removal and so many new things. So let's check out Quicks. They start us a little bit cheaper. So you have the Quicks for $31 is where Page Builder is, $39. And then you have the agency for $97, where Page Builder is $143. And then you have the agency pack. Well, there's the mini agency, and then there's the agency, which goes for $274. I'm sorry, $174, and this goes for $239. So if you're going just strictly based on price alone, Quicks has a better price. If you wanted to do with the lifetime, that's the pricing for the lifetime. So pretty much, once again, based on your budget, both of them are really affordable. You should be able to afford any one of these. If you can't invest $39 in your business, then you're not serious. The same thing too for this one here, $31 to get started. So it's really, really great deals for both of them. And, you get updates and things like that. So you definitely want to take advantage of them. Okay, so the moment of truth, right? You're waiting for my answer. Which one would I recommend? Which one do I recommend for you to get? Well, first, I would recommend that you can get both of these. But which one has an edge for me? I would have to go with the Quicks Page Builder. And the reason for that is I love the fact that, first, the simplicity of their design, the minimalistic design. Now, I'm saying this because I get so many emails from students that have taken my courses, watched the video tutorials, and they get intimidated when they see certain interfaces. Now, I'm not saying that Page Builder's interface is intimidating, but when you look at how simple this one is, you come on here, it doesn't seem to have so much going on, and it seems like, wow, this is very simple, this is very basic, so I can be able to do things a lot faster with this, just from the interface alone. Now, this is based on the research that I've personally done, so that's why I'm saying that. Another thing too is the image optimization and the Quicks rank. This really helps you to make sure that your pages are optimized, and you can be able to go through to make sure that you have a chance of ranking better with search engines. Okay. Hey, what's going on? Matthew Taman here from LearnJoomlaFast.com. I get a ton of questions from you guys about recommendations, reviews, and demos. Well, in this video, I want to show you some of the extensions that you can be able to use to build e-commerce website. So if you want to sell products online, you need some type of a plugin to be able to install with Joomla to do that. In this video, I'm going to walk you through some of the ones that you can be able to use to get your e-commerce site built, whether you want to do it from scratch or whether you want to go with a template. So let's get started. So the first one that we want to take a look at here, this is the J2 store. Now, one thing that you're going to notice with all this is that each designer and developer have a certain way that they present this stuff, okay? So most of it, they have a lot of similar features and functionalities. A lot of it just has to do with their style and of how their, everything looks. So this one here is J2 store. They have a free version and they have a pro version, and this here is the pro version. And the layout is pretty simple. You can be able to customize and tweak things a lot. And you can, of course, you can get the standard, you get the pro, and you can get the developers type. But it has a lot of functionalities here. It's very simple and very clean. And this is how their products, layout look. You can be able to bundle things, and it has a nice view for you to move and check out the different products. You can set out discounts. You can compare products and things like that. So you have to add to cart. You can charge with more than one currency. So this is a pretty really solid one for you to be able to go with. Hika Shop has the Hika Shop, and you have the Hika Market. The Hika Shop, this is just for those that want to get this store going. You want to sell items. You see, have different categories here, but also with the Hika Market, which you're going to take a look at, this is for the multi-vendor. And as I mentioned before, you can see the layout for the Hika Shop compared to the the J2 store here. It's different, but it's somewhat similar. You can leave a review, you can log in, you can post a comment. You have different categories. You can sell ebooks, computing stuff, and create a variety. And they also have a currency. You can choose the currency that you want to go with here as well. And for the Hika Market, is by the same company, and this one allows you to do a multi-vendor like Amazon. So vendors can be able to create their own store. They can manage their store. They can sell their products, and they have control over their inventory. So that's how this works. Now we have VirtualMart. VirtualMart has been around from the beginning, and as a matter of fact, I believe they're the original store extension for Joomla. When I first started using Joomla way back 2007 or so, VirtualMart was around then. So this has been like the go-to store for a lot of us when we got started. Even today, they have a lot more cleaner template. This is how they template and their layouts look. And it's free, doesn't cost you anything. You can download it. So if you want to get your store up and going, this is another great choice. VirtualMart. You can check your orders, you can log in, you can set up different categories, and you can do a lot of really cool stuff with it. And this one now is eShop. eShop is created by Joomla Donation, and they have a lot of cool extension. I really love their layout for their store. So if you want to build something that looks like this, they allow you to configure your layouts. You can put feature, you can put, hide, you can create little badges to put in your products. But their layout is a little bit different in a way. So you have a lot of different things you can do here. You have the quantity you can add to quote. So if you want to build a quote, you can compare. The compare feature, how this works is you can create several products that you want to compare. So I'm going to add this one here. And let's say I want to go to a laptop, and I'm going to just click anything here. And I can add this to the compare. So now this has been added to the compare, and let me find something else. Let me go back. I'm going to click this one, and let's add this one to the compare. Okay, so now I can either just the product comparison, or I can just come to the very top here where it says compare. So now it's showing me the different items that I have to compare the different features that each one has to offer. So if you want to give your customers the ability to do the compare, like you see here, this is a really great way to do it. So as people are shopping, they know exactly what they're getting. So this is a really cool feature to have a lot of layouts, product layout, manufacturers. You can have multiple manufacturers in your shop to be able to list their products. And then you have the category, you have different components. So this is a really clean one. You can also purchase this template that you're looking at now to get your store going, which make things a lot. They have a wish list, so people can be able to check out, add things in their wish list. So it's a really cool option. Now we have Quick to Cart by Tech Joomla. This is another simple setup here, and you can be able to add products to your, increase the quantity. You can be able to add, the different sections here. So let's take a look at their layout. And the layout again is really simple. One thing that I always tell people when they're starting their online stores, don't always go for this idea that you need a very complex layout or complex stuff, because all you want is people to have the ability to order your stuff. So if you want to get something that's basic, simple like this, you can be able to do that. And they have a login for you to log into the back end and to see how that looks and how that works. You can go through here. You can see the different things that is incorporated with this one, which is what I definitely encourage you to do. My job here is just to show you the different options that you have for your e-commerce store. So Quick to Cart is definitely another option. And then next we have Digicom. which is another one that allows you to sell, like, you can download stuff, you can sell ebooks, you can sell bundle, you can sell packaging. Now, one of the benefits about having something like this is it's more than just the products. So if you wanted to sell subscription per se, if you wanted to sell downloadable content, whether you want to sell your music, ebooks, games, you can be able to do that and create different packages that people can be able to have. So as you go through here, you can be able to see what it offers. You can integrate this too with, Stripe. You can cross sell. You can be able to have Post Affiliate Pro for your affiliate tracking, and you have different payment gateways that you can be able to use, and it's reasonably, priced. And next we have JMarket. JMarket has a very, very clean layout, and this gives it a very high-end look. So as you're scrolling through here, this look like, you paid someone a lot of money to design. When you look at their product layout, this looks very clean. You have the reviews, you have the thumbs up, and you scroll through here, you can choose the size, you can choose the color, you can add the quantity. I really love how the layout looks. And again, with most Joomla stuff, you can be able to change things how you want it. So when you put your mouse over here, you notice you have different presets that you can choose from. Maybe you want a blue, red, green, based on your branding. You can be able to do that, and they have different apps that you can also integrate with it. So JMarket is another really solid option for you to go with. And now we have the Breezing Component Pro. That's another simple cart that you can integrate. You can integrate this with your existing Joomla website. Or you can have it as a standalone where you just have it, create a website specifically just for it. And any one of these, you can also get templates for them. So this is how the layout look. Very nice and clean. It has that type of Apple design and feel. So if that's what you're going for, that simplistic, minimalistic approach, then this one here, Breezing Commerce, is a really, really great choice. And now we have Joomla Shopping. Joomla Shopping has a lot of different templates that you can just purchase. And I always tell people this: when you're building a store, you just want to get things up and going. Okay, you can choose from one of their pre-designed templates here and just kind of go with it. So let's check this one out, the demo. And now you have a really beautiful template that is at your disposal. So you want to build your shop up and going. All you have to do is you can get something like this, and your shop is going to be set to go. Now, all that you would have to do is you would just have to change the titles, change the information here. You can set up promo, gift certificates. You have different payment methods, shipping. You change the products, you replace those with your own. So this is a really great way to go. And it also has like this special offer that you can specify how long this offer lasts. Now, this comes with this template. So if you want to get your site up and going and you don't want to pay any design or anything, and you have the time to just change the images, the links, the pricing, you can just buy that. And I have a lot of tutorials that go over how to edit Joomla templates. But this one is really, really clean and has a lot of bells and whistles as you kind of click around to see the different things that are part of it. Your shopping cart, you have the wish list, and the design looks outstanding. And then now we have the Misho shop. It's another simple, but yet, it's packed with a lot of features in it. The Misho shop, they have a lot of other extensions that they use, and what they've done is just connected this here to their shopping cart, so you can kind of get a feel for it. What most of these developers and designers they'll do is they'll send a link so that you can kind of get an idea for how things are. And you should see their product layout. You can click on these to make them bigger, and then you can click to add to wish list. You can compare this product. So this also has a compare feature in it for you to be able to add on your website. So there you have it. Now, I would love to hear your feedback. Which one on the list that I just mentioned do you have? Which ones do you use? Do you have a favorite? If so, why? And maybe you're even looking to start building your e-commerce website. Which one do you think that you're going to go with? Hey, what's going on? Matthew Taman here from LearnJoomlaFast.com. If you're looking to build a membership website and you're trying to figure out what extensions to use, I get it. There's so many membership extension websites that Joomla has to offer. And one of the biggest challenges people ask is, what extensions should I use? Well, I've put up my list of extensions that I've used, and they really work great. So if you're thinking about starting a membership website, or you have an existing membership website that you want to try different extensions out, these are the ones that I've used, and I definitely recommend for you to check it out. So one of the first ones that I want to show you, and by the way, these are in no particular order. These are the ones that I've used, and I think that it'll work great for your membership site too. So the first one here is paid plans, and it is by Stack Ideas. They have a lot of different extensions that I love. All of them, I've used them. And their membership on the paid plans here has a lot of features with it, and it gives you so much that you can be able to do. Now let's take a demo. This is how it looks. You can be able to create customized plans. You can look at the dashboard. You can log in. When you log in, you go here to your dashboard. So this is what your user's dashboard is going to look like, and it is very, very clean. So now let's take a look a little bit more in this component here, this extension. So it gives you a lot of different apps that you can be able to use. One of the things about membership is that your goal of it is you want to make sure that non-subscribers or non-members are not allowed to view, premium content. So you can also integrate that with the different payment gateways. You have 30 plus here. So wherever you are in the world, whatever payment gateway that you use, you can certainly be able to use that. You have the popular ones, and then you have the not so popular ones that's here. So you scroll through, and it shows you can integrate this too with other Joomla third-party extensions. So you want to use MailChimp, Quinina for the forms, Norm to Graph, and you have AC Melon, you have Zoo Analytics, and has a really great reporting, so you can check your sales, subscription, upgrades, and everything is very intuitive on the back end. And you can create customizable plans for your users. You can create recurring ones, you can create one time, you can create fixed, you can create hourly, you can create daily. So if you wanted to offer subscription, let's say for a day, you can do that. If you want to offer it for a month, you can offer it for whatever period of time, and you get your email notifications here. And one cool thing too is the abandoned cart. Now this is something that's really great, because there are times when people come on your site and they start to complete an order, but for whatever reason, whether they got disconnected, they lost interest, or whatever it is, you have this reminder here that is going to let them know. I know a lot of companies like Amazon send you a reminder if you have something in your cart to go back and complete. So that's really, really effective things you need to know. Have the invoicing. You can send out invoice. Had the GDPR download requests for users to get their data. You have the subscription options, and it's a very clean user interface for the user. So once they're coming to manage their plans, everything is great. You have a lot of automation that's also included in there. And so this is the demo. You can check this out, and you can also take a look at the back end. So when you log into your dashboard, the back end, it shows you all the activities that are going on. And this is where you change your settings, your integration, your payments, discount, coupon codes, email, refers. And this is where all of that, happen here. So it's a really solid one that they have, and it get updated on a regular basis. One of the things that I love about it is, and all the Stack Ideas extension is their support is phenomenal, and you get updated on a regular basis, not once every year or something, but they really do an excellent job with that. So the next one here is this Membership Pro. Membership Pro is another extension too that I've used this one extensively, and it has a lot of unique features. One of the things that it has on there is you have this try unique membership. You can have trial. You can set up where if someone wanted to access your site for 3 days, for any period of time, they can do that. And they can also, of course, subscribe. And you can integrate this with any Joomla user group. So how this works is you can create as many different groups as you want. In other words, if you want to create a group that have access to just, let's say, content A, you have content A, content B, and content C. But you want users that don't get access to all three of them, right? You can actually create a user group that get access only to content A, the same thing for content B and content C. And you can create a user group that get access to all of them. So that really integrates this here and is really, really great. And then you have the subscription management here. It's very clean, simple. Let's take a look at their front end. So this is what it looks like. They have different plans. You can check out the columns. You can check out the pricing tables. You can see the different type of plans. You have the free trial. So I definitely encourage you to just go through and just kind of click through and see how the setup is. But I know that in terms of the features that they have, this have all the features and more that you need in group membership. So if you wanted to give a membership to specific groups, you can be able to offer that. You can create specific pricing for that group. You can also integrate this with your email, your newsletter, AC Mailing and MailChimp. You can integrate this when people are signing up. You can give them the option to get updates and stuff from you. You have invoice PDF translation. You also have affiliate tracking, which is really great. Affiliate tracker and iDev affiliate. These are really great options that if you want to reward people for when they sign up, you can definitely do that as well. So now let's take a look at Emerald. Emerald is another one that has a lot of features. It's very simple, very clean. And you can check analytics, you can check the plans, they're really flexible. And as I mentioned before, all of these are really great because they allow you to be able to, have full control over what you're doing. So Emerald is another one. This is their front end. You can log in there to get a feel for how everything is set up, become a member. But you definitely check out the features. You can have different payment gateways. You can see to check out PayPal, Stripe, VCS. And as you go through here, it shows you a little bit more multi-user access. I mentioned before, you can give multiple users access to specific content or the entire website. And then they can also subscribe when they're registering on your site. So Emerald, this is another great option too. Now let's check out Nice Membership. It's another simple one. They don't really have a demo that you can be able to try, but you can be able to see some of the features here. The demo is, this video, and you can, give it a shot. So one of the things that I always tell people is that you want to be able to see whatever options that are out there. And my job for today is just to show you what are the options that you can be able to use. So this is another one. And then we'll have Joom Fuse, which also integrate Infusionsoft with it. Now, I haven't personally used Joom Fuse, but for what I've seen, it seems like it's pretty good. Now, Infusionsoft is a software, for those that don't know, that allows you to do your email marketing, for you to track your results, for you to do follow-ups, for you to set up. It really helps you. It's a CRM, customer relationship management tool. So you can integrate Joomla with Infusionsoft for those that use it, and you can have a really robust system with your memberships. And then finally, we have RS Membership. It's another one. I've used this one as well, and it has really great features with it. You can allows for membership upgrade. So let's say someone started with one membership level. Well, they can upgrade to the next level, or they can even downgrade. It has PayPal, authorized.net. It has to check out. And you can also restrict content. You can sell extra options with your membership. So when someone purchase, let's say, a membership, you can also, let's say if they purchase you doing training, well, they can purchase your online training. But if you have other things that you want to sell in addition to that, they can also subscribe to that. They can pay for extra files. They can pay for content additional. You can customize your registration form. You get your reports. So this one too is really great. You can even monetize your content, and it gives you a really clear transaction manager for you to see the analytics, where your visitors are coming from, what they're paying, and a chart. So let's take a look now on their front end here. So this is the front end of it. You can see the layout. So if they want to subscribe to, let's say, this template, they can subscribe to this. You can show subscribers account info. You can have single membership layout. That's where this is just a single, and they can click to subscribe. And again, you can integrate this with your existing Joomla site. The reason why this is like this, just like the basic Joomla template here, but whatever template that you're using, you can easily integrate it with your website, and it works great. Hopefully you've seen something here that you can be able to use on your existing site, or maybe you're thinking about starting a membership website and you wanted to do some research on what Joomla extensions to use. Well, the ones that I listed here, they're really, really solid that you can be able to get started with and build a high quality membership website. business.